Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Serena. Titan Corp, Manhattan. The high rise stretches into the sky, a fortress of glass and steel that dares the world to challenge it. I pause at the entrance, inhale in deeply, not because I need the air, but because I need to remind myself who I am. Serena Vance, architect, fighter, a woman who built herself from the ground up and is about to walk into the most important meeting of her career. The lobby is pristine, sleek, deliberately impersonal. Everything about Titan Corp is designed to intimidate. The air hums with the quiet efficiency of power. Executives in tailored suits moving with practiced purpose. Voices hushed over deals that could shift the stock market. But I am not a woman who startles easily. The receptionist barely glances up as I approach. Name? Serena Vance. I have a 10 o'clock with Mr. Sinclair. Her fingers fly over the keyboard. I watch the slight flicker of surprise in her eyes when she finds my name. People like me, the ones who didn't grow up with trust funds and pedigrees, aren't supposed to be in spaces like this. But I force a smile, smooth and unreadable, as she gestures toward the elevators. 35th floor. Mr. Sinclair's expecting you. I step into the elevator, rolling my shoulders back. This isn't just another meeting. This is the meeting. The one that decides whether my designs will be more than just proposals on a table, whether my father's company gets the contract that could keep it afloat. Failure isn't an option. The elevator doors glide open to a stark, minimalist office space. Dark wood floors, floor-to-ceiling windows, and at the far end of the room, standing with his back to me, is Rhyson Sinclair. My stomach tightens. Whenever I see him, I'm reminded of one of the painful times of my life. He turns, the movement unhurried, as if time bends for him. Ryson has always looked like he was carved from something rare, sharp lines and effortless control. His slate gray suit is perfectly cut, but the top buttons of his shirt are open, exposing just enough collarbone to make it look deliberate. He holds himself with an ease that comes from knowing he doesn't have to try. People will listen when he speaks, move when he moves. I should be used to him by now. I'm not. Serena, he says, my name settling between us like an unsaid promise. I set my briefcase down on the conference table, matching his gaze with unwavering calm. Ryson. His lips twitch at the edges, almost imperceptible. Not a smile. A ghost of amusement, maybe. Have a seat, he says, gesturing toward the chair across from him. I lower myself onto the leather, crossing one leg over the other. He takes the seat opposite me, his fingers steepling together as he watches me. This is the part where lesser men might try to rattle me. They'd let silence stretch, hoping I'd fill it with nervous chatter. Ryson doesn't need those games, so I don't give him the satisfaction of playing along. Instead, I slide my portfolio toward him, flipping it open to the first render. Titan Corp's new headquarters should be a statement, something bold, something that tells the world exactly what this company is. I expect him to look down. He doesn't. Is that what you think my company needs? He says it like it's something else entirely. A challenge, a dare. I meet his gaze head on. I think a man who built his empire from nothing should have a building that reflects that. A flicker of something dark passes through his expression. Approval, interest, a slow, studying curiosity. He shifts, finally glancing down at my designs. I don't breathe as his gaze moves over the renderings, taking in the sweeping glass facade, the bold angles, the statement piece of the rooftop terrace overlooking Manhattan. My work, my vision, the thing I've spent years perfecting. Minutes pass, but they stretch too thin, every second a silent weight pressing between us. He leans back, fingers tapping once against the table. It's ambitious. The words aren't dismissive. They aren't an insult, but they aren't a yes either. I arch a brow. So is Titan Corp. His lips quirk, slow and knowing. Touché. I should leave it at that. I should let my work speak for itself, but the way he watches me makes my pulse spike. Makes every interaction with him feel like something more than business. It always has. It doesn't help that I know Rhyson Sinclair better than most people do. He's a man who makes people think they have control, right up until the moment they realize they never did. He tilts his head slightly, the barest shift of movement, but it's enough. You're confident. It's not confidence, I say smoothly. It's certainty. That rare flicker of amusement deepens, like he enjoys watching me fight for my place at this table, like he's been waiting for it. The air between us is too charged, too thick with the unspoken. I tell myself it's nothing, that this moment isn't anything other than professional negotiations. And then his next words ruin that illusion completely. You've been on Damon Cross's radar lately. My spine straightens. I should have known. Of course, Ryson would bring him up. I won't let him derail this meeting. Won't let him shift the conversation into something I don't have the energy for. Damon is considering backing my latest project. It's a business arrangement, nothing more. Ryson makes a sound in his throat. Not quite a laugh, not quite disbelief. Damon doesn't do business arrangements with beautiful women, not unless there's something in it for him. His statement sends a slow burn through my veins, because it's not just about Damon. It's about me, about Ryson seeing me. I hold his gaze, refusing to let him make this about anything other than my work. If he wants to underestimate me, that's his mistake. His eyes darken. That's where you're wrong, Serena. Damon doesn't underestimate women. He uses them. There's something about the way he states it that makes the words feel heavier than they should, as if he knows something I don't. I refuse to let him see how much the comment rattles me. Instead, I rise, collecting my portfolio with careful precision. If that's your way of telling me I didn't get the contract, you can just say it outright. Ryson watches me, still seated, still composed. I haven't made a decision yet. I lift my chin. Then let me know when you do. I turn on my heel and walk toward the elevator. I expect him to let me go. Instead, just as I step inside, he speaks. Serena, I don't turn around. But I feel him behind me, feel the heat of his presence like an imprint on my skin. His voice is quieter this time, a shift in something unspoken. You're playing a dangerous game. The door slides shut. I realize, so is he.
Chapter 2, Ryson, Titan Corp, Manhattan. Serena's gone. The elevator doors closed behind her, and I should be thinking about the meeting I have in 10 minutes, the deal waiting for my signature, the dozen messages lighting up my phone. But all I can focus on is the lingering trace of her presence, the way she filled this space like she belonged here, not asking for permission, not waiting to be let in. I loosen my tie, roll my shoulders back. Damon Cross. She's meeting with him. I knew it was only a matter of time before he set his sights on her. Damon is drawn to power, to sharp edges, to people who don't back down from him. And Serena, she's fire and steel. The problem is, Damon doesn't care who gets burned in the end. A voice cuts through my thoughts. Should I send someone to escort her out? I turn toward Elliot Monroe, my right-hand man and one of the few people I trust in this company. He's standing in the doorway, one brow raised like he already knows what my answer will be. Serena never needed an escort. She can handle herself. My voice is sharper than intended. Elliot smirks. Clearly. But you look like a man watching a war he refuses to fight. I breathe deeply, ignoring the comment. What's next on my schedule? He glances at his tablet. A meeting with investors. Then a lunch with the governor's office to discuss zoning approvals. Oh, and your board members are pushing for a decision on the headquarters architect. I closed my portfolio, running a hand over the cover. Serena's designs are still spread across my desk, bolder than anything Titan Corp has ever considered. She deserves the contract. That was never a question. But giving it to her means tying her to me, at least in some way. And if Serena has ever made one thing clear, it's that she doesn't want to owe anyone, especially not me. I grab my phone, but before I can make the call, Elliot speaks again. Want my opinion? I lean back, leveling him with a look. Since when do I ask for it? He grins, unbothered. You don't, but you always listen. I motion for him to continue. She's the best option for this contract. You know it. I know it. The board will know it once they get over the fact that she doesn't come from old money, or one of their country club circles. He pauses. But that's not why you're hesitating. I tilt my head, waiting. You don't want to mix business with... Careful. My voice is quiet, but it carries weight. Elliot holds up his hands. I'm just saying, if this was anyone else, you wouldn't even be debating. You'd be signing the contract right now. That's the problem, isn't it? It's never just business when it comes to Serena. She's been in my orbit for years, but always at a safe distance. The sharp, brilliant woman who fights for everything she has. The only person who ever dared to challenge me without flinching. But lately something's shifted. The distance is smaller. The way she looks at me is different. Or maybe I'm just imagining it, hoping for something that isn't there. I push away from the desk. Have the board set a final review for Friday. Elliot's gaze flickers to the papers I'm holding, to Serena's name in bold letters at the top of the proposal. He nods but doesn't say more. I walk to the window, staring down at the city below. Damon's office is a few blocks away. By now he's probably offering Serena something he thinks she can't refuse. A deal. A partnership. The game he plays best. One where he never loses. He won't win this time. I turn back to Elliot. Get me the numbers on Titan's private real estate sector, specifically the Midtown properties. His brows raise, but he doesn't ask why. He already knows. I'm not watching from the sidelines anymore.
Chapter 3. Serena. Cross Industries, Manhattan. Damon Cross is a man who doesn't just own a room. He bends it to his will. His office is perched at the top of Cross Industries, a glass-walled fortress with a view that stretches across the entire city, as if he's always reminding himself and everyone else that he's untouchable. The space is curated for maximum effect: sleek, modern furniture, abstract art with just enough edge to suggest depth, a decanter of whiskey he probably doesn't even like, but keeps because men in power are expected to have one. And then there's him. Damon leans against the desk, one hand in the pocket of his perfectly tailored suit, the other holding a glass he hasn't touched. The way he watches me is a game in itself, eyes moving over me with slow, deliberate intent, as if he's already 5 moves ahead and waiting for me to catch up. Serena Vance, he says, my name rolling off his tongue like it's something he's been savoring. You're a hard woman to get a meeting with. I set my portfolio down on the table between us. I could say the same about you. His mouth curves, but it's not quite a smile. I like to keep people waiting. I don't humor the bait. Instead, I step closer, letting the silence stretch until I force him to fill it. He thrives on control, but I'm not here to play by his rules. His eyes glint with something sharp. Tell me, Serena, why me? Who says I chose you? He lets out a soft hum, as if he finds my defiance amusing. Oh, I don't mean for your project. I meant why me, out of all the men who would love to have your attention. Why entertain the idea of working with me when we both know Titan Corp is your first choice? I don't react, but the flicker of satisfaction in his gaze tells me he's already decided that silence is an answer. I reach for my portfolio, flipping it open. If this is just an ego trip for you, let me know now so I don't waste my time. Damon's expression shifts. Just slightly, but I catch it. The amusement never quite disappears, but there's something else beneath it now. A quiet calculation, a sharper focus. Your designs are good, he says, flipping through my work with an almost lazy air, but his eyes are moving too quickly, taking in too much detail for it to be anything but precise. Bold, unapologetic, some might call it reckless. I hold his gaze. Then it sounds like we have that in common. That earns me a real smile, though it's the kind that comes with a warning. You and I could do great things together, he muses, setting the pages down. Cross industries could make this project happen in ways Titan never could. Interesting, I say, tilting my head. I was under the impression that cross industries was more focused on, what was it? Buying out smaller firms and bleeding them dry? Damon laughs, a low, knowing sound. Harsh, but fair. He steps closer, and I hold my ground. Look, Serena, he says, voice softer now, more deliberate. We both know I could have just sent my acquisitions team to handle this. But I wanted to meet with you, personally. I can't imagine why. You should. His voice dips as if he's issuing a challenge. I exhale slowly. If you're trying to flirt your way into a deal, you should know that's not how I do business. His smirk sharpens. Who said I was talking about business? There it is. Damon never asks for things. He doesn't negotiate. He just takes. And I can see it now. The way he's watching me, the way he's assessing every reaction, every shift in my body language, like he's already predicting my next move. It should make me uncomfortable. It doesn't. I understand men like Damon. They take because they've never had to earn. I'm not something to be claimed. I step forward, closing the distance between us, and lean in just enough to watch his expression change. I want to make it clear that I'm not easily shaken. You seem to think this is about me being impressed by you, I say, voice smooth. Let's get something straight. I don't care about your reputation. I don't care about your charm. The only thing that matters to me is whether or not you can give me what I need. For a flicker of a second, there's something new in his expression, something that almost looks like respect. Then it's gone, replaced with pure amusement. You have no idea what you're asking for, Serena, he murmurs, tilting his head. But I have a feeling I'd enjoy showing you. There's a knock at the door, and Damon's assistant peeks in. Sir, you have your next meeting in 5 minutes. Damon doesn't break eye contact with me. Cancel it, he says. His assistant hesitates. It's the mayor's office. I said cancel it. The assistant ducks out, and then it's just us again. You must be very used to getting your way, I say, unimpressed. Damon watches me like I'm the best kind of challenge. Only when it's worth it. I close my portfolio. If you're serious about this, I need terms in writing by the end of the week. His lips twitch. No dinner first? No drawn-out negotiations? I don't waste time. He steps back, watching me with something unreadable in his expression. Neither do I. I head for the door, but before I step through, I glance back. Damon is still watching me, that easy smirk playing at his lips. He looks like a man who's never lost a bet. I can't shake the feeling that I just walked into one.
Chapter 4. Ryson, Titan Corp, Manhattan. Damon Cross isn't a man who wastes time. If he's circling Serena, it isn't just about business. It never is with him. I lean against the floor-to-ceiling window in my office, phone in one hand, watching the city stretch below me. The skyline is a mess of glass and steel, cold reflections of power. From up here, it all looks controlled, manageable, but I know better. Find out exactly what Damon is offering her, I say, voice even. On the other end of the line, Elliot doesn't bother asking why. Already on it. I cut the call and toss my phone onto the desk. Damon moves fast, but I move faster. I glance down at the folder sitting beside my laptop. Serena's designs. Sharp, calculated, brilliant. She doesn't just build structures. She builds visions. Monuments to ambition, to defiance, to the kind of hunger that refuses to be ignored. And Damon sees it. That's what unsettles me the most. I rake my fingers through my hair and push off the window. My office feels too small, the air too thick with thoughts I don't dare to think about. I should be focused on the Titan deal, on the board's final decision on keeping my company ahead. Instead, I'm thinking about her, about the way she looked before she walked out of here, chin high, eyes burning with determination. Serena never needed anyone's protection. She made that clear a long time ago. But Damon, he plays games with people's futures like they're just chips on the table. And I've seen exactly how it ends for the ones who don't realize they're being played. I grab my jacket, slipping it on as I head toward the door. If I let her walk into whatever he's offering without at least making her see what's at stake, I'll regret it. I step into the elevator, the ride down smooth, silent. The moment I hit the lobby, my driver is already waiting outside. "Where to, sir?" "Vance and Company Construction," I say, sliding into the back seat. I shouldn't be going there. I should let her handle this on her own. But I don't. "Vance and Company Construction, Brooklyn." The office is smaller than I remember. Tighter. Like it's held together by sheer will. The kind of place that still smells like sawdust and ink, where the floors creak because no one bothered with luxury renovations. Her father built this company with his hands, and Serena is holding it together with her bare teeth. I step inside, catching the movement behind the glass-walled meeting room before anyone sees me. Serena. She's standing over the conference table, flipping through blueprints, focus locked in. The sleeves of her blouse are pushed up, curls piled on top of her head in a way that looks effortless but isn't. She's deep in it, unaware of anything else, and for a second, just a second, I let myself look. She belongs here. In control. In motion. I push open the door without knocking. Her eyes snap to mine, flickering with a mix of surprise and irritation. If this is about the contract, Ryson, I'm not interested in playing games. I step inside, closing the door behind me. This isn't a game, Serena. She crosses her arms, weight shifting onto one hip. Then why are you here? I let my gaze flick to the blueprints on the table. She's already working, planning, calculating. "Damon met with you today," I say. "What did he offer?" Her expression hardens just enough for me to see it. "That's none of your concern." "It is when it involves Titan." She exhales sharply. "You don't own me, Ryson." The words land harder than they should. "That's not what this is about." She lifts a brow. "No?" I step closer, watching her reaction. She doesn't back down, doesn't flinch. "You think Damon is offering you a clean deal? That man doesn't invest in anything without an agenda." Her jaw tightens, but she doesn't break eye contact. "And you don't?" My patience thins. "I'm trying to stop you from making a mistake." She lets out a humorless laugh. You mean from making a decision you can't control? I should let it go. But Damon is inching too close, and Serena is letting him. I don't trust him, I say, voice lower now. Her expression flickers, but it's gone too fast for me to read. That sounds like a personal problem. I grit my teeth, jaw flexing. You think he sees you as an equal? She tilts her chin. I think he sees what I'm capable of. My stomach tightens. And you think I don't? Silence. A slow, charged silence. She looks at me like she's trying to decide whether to cut me out completely or let me in just enough to hurt. Then she shakes her head. I don't have time for this, Ryson. I step closer, my voice dropping. Then make time. Her fingers tighten against the corner of the table. Why do you care so much? I could lie. I could say it's about the business, the deal, the company. But Damon already knows the truth. And if Serena doesn't figure it out soon, she's going to walk straight into his hands. I lean in, just enough to watch her breath catch, just enough to remind her that whatever this is, whatever this has always been, is still right here. If you take his deal, I murmur, you better be ready for everything that comes with it.
Chapter 5. Serena. Damon buys silence the way other men buy real estate. The moment I step into Eclipse, it's obvious. The low golden lighting glows over dark marble, reflecting off crystal glasses filled with liquor that costs more than my monthly rent. Conversations murmur behind closed booths, the kind of discreet dealings that shape stock markets and build empires. There are no paparazzi here, no prying eyes, only people who understand the value of secrets. Damon waits for me at a private corner booth, the leather seats dark and inviting, a glass of whiskey already in front of him. He watches me with an expression that should be lazy indifference. But I know better. Nothing about Damon Cross is ever careless. Serena, he says, standing as I approach. I was starting to think you'd changed your mind. I slide into the booth, my posture careful, calculated. I don't waste time, Damon. His mouth tilts. Not quite a smile, but something just as dangerous. Then let's not waste any more of it. A server appears, dressed in black, waiting wordlessly. Damon gestures toward me. Order whatever you want. I meet his eyes as I reach for the cocktail menu, skimming it without really reading. That sounds an awful lot like a man trying to impress me. He leans back, his arm stretching across the back of the booth, taking up space. Is it working? I glance up from the menu, unamused. We're here to discuss business, aren't we? Of course, he says smoothly. I just like to make my business enjoyable. I hum in response, selecting a drink. The server vanishes, leaving us alone in a bubble of tension, too thick to ignore. Damon watches me, eyes sharp, tracing over the curve of my jaw, the slight parting of my lips before I speak. It's an assessment, not a flirtation. A calculation, not admiration. You know, he muses, rolling his whiskey between his fingers, I can't decide what I enjoy more, the way you carry yourself in meetings or the way you pretend you're not tempted by this. I tilt my head. Tempted by what exactly? He smirks, but there's something sharper behind it. By the game. My fingers tighten slightly around my napkin, but I don't give him the satisfaction of a reaction. There is no game, I say evenly. Damon exhales a quiet laugh. Then why are you here? I told you, I need funding. He cuts in smoothly. Need backing, need power. He leans in slightly, dropping his voice just enough to make it feel personal. But let's not pretend, Serena. You could have taken Ryson's deal. You could have let him swoop in like a good little hero and rescue your company. The mention of Ryson strikes deeper than I expect, but I keep my expression neutral. Damon studies me like he's already found his answer. But you didn't. I hold his gaze. I don't need rescuing. He raises his glass in mock acknowledgement. Serena Vance is exactly why I like you. The words are too smooth, too deliberate. Damon doesn't like people. He uses them. I straighten. If we're done with the theatrics, let's talk about the deal. He chuckles under his breath but nods. Fine. You want my backing? I'll make it easy for you. Cross Industries will fund your project on my terms. And those terms are... He taps a finger against the side of his glass. I have several high-stakes developments in play. I want you overseeing design, not just for this project, but for all of them. I inhale slowly. That's unexpected. I was prepared for fine print, for hidden landmines. But Damon isn't offering a trap. He's offering power. Still, it's not that simple. That's a lot of trust to put in one person. He watches me, unreadable. Isn't it? The implication is clear. He's waiting to see what I'll do with it. The air between us tightens. He wants me to say yes, not just to the contract, but to him. Not in the way a man asks for romance, but in the way a king offers a throne, with the understanding that loyalty is expected. I wet my lips, choosing my words carefully. I need time to consider. Damon lifts his glass to his mouth, taking a slow sip before setting it down. Take all the time you want, he murmurs. Just don't let Sinclair make your decisions for you. The words land with precision. I open my mouth, ready to retort, but before I can, a shadow moves behind him. I don't have to look to know who it is. The presence changes the air in an instant. Damon knows it too. His smirk sharpens as he leans back. Ah, speak of the devil. I turn, just as Ryson steps up to the booth, his expression carved from stone. He's still in his tailored suit, but there's an edge to him now. He doesn't belong in a place like this. Too controlled, too sharp, too dangerous to be mistaken for one of the men who indulge in the illusion of power. He doesn't indulge, he owns. And right now his eyes are locked on me. Didn't realize I was interrupting, he says, voice smooth but laced with something colder. Damon gestures to the empty seat beside me. By all means, take a seat. We were just discussing Serena's future. Ryson's jaw tenses just enough to betray him. I straighten. This is a private meeting. His eyes flick to me, unreadable. Is it? Damon chuckles. Well, it was. The tension cracks wide open. Damon reaches for his drink. So what's your play here, Sinclair? You going to sit there and pretend you're not about to throw a fit? Or are you just here to watch? Ryson doesn't even look at him. He looks at me. That's when I realize this isn't about the deal. It's not about the contracts, the investments, or the power struggle between their companies. It's about me. I swallow, pulse hammering against my ribs. I can handle myself? Ryson watches me for another second, something flickering behind his expression, something dangerous, something knowing. Then he steps back. His voice is even, but I feel the heat beneath it. I hope you're sure about that. And with one last glance, he turns and walks away. The space he leaves behind is too big, too loud. Damon exhales slowly, watching him go. Now, that's a man who doesn't like losing. I grip my drink, my throat too tight to respond. Neither does Damon. Suddenly it dawns on me, I just became the prize.
Chapter 6. Ryson. I should leave. I should walk out of this club and let Serena make whatever mistake she's about to make. Instead, I head straight for the bar, order a drink I don't want, and turn just enough to watch him. Damon is still lounging in the booth, all sharp edges and calculated amusement, watching Serena too closely. He's leaning in now, elbows on the table, that lazy smirk playing at his mouth, the one he wears when he thinks he's already won. Serena, to her credit, doesn't look flustered. If anything, she's unreadable, shoulders squared, gaze steady. She's handling him the way she handles everything, head on, unshaken. But that's exactly what makes her dangerous in this game. Damon feeds on confidence. He doesn't need weakness to win. He just needs an opening. And she's giving him one. I take a slow sip of my drink, forcing my grip to stay relaxed when I catch the subtle flick of Damon's gaze. He sees me watching. He always does. The bastard doesn't even look surprised. If anything, he looks amused. He leans back, stretching one arm across the booth, casual as ever. His mouth tilts, but the smirk doesn't reach his eyes. Come on, Sinclair. Let's play. I set my glass down harder than I should. I don't hesitate. I walk toward him, the slow, measured pace of someone who isn't rushing, someone who doesn't have to. Damon sees me coming and doesn't move an inch. Serena does, though. She notices me just as I reach the booth, her expression shifting. Not startled, not annoyed, but guarded. Good. She should be. Ryson, Damon drawls before I can speak, his voice a slow, deliberate taunt. Didn't realize you were still here. Didn't realize I needed to check in with you before leaving. His smirk widens. You don't. His gaze flicks to my drink, then back up. But I have to say, it's not like you to stick around without an agenda. Serena exhales through her nose, just the smallest movement. But I catch it. She doesn't want a scene. Too bad. I slide into the booth across from Damon, my shoulders rolling back against the leather as I let silence stretch between us. The way his fingers tap against his glass, the way his lips quirk like he's already won this round. It's irritating and calculated. He's waiting for me to make a move first. Serena clears her throat, her tone clipped. I think we were in the middle of something. I glance at her just briefly. Were you? Damon chuckles under his breath. She was considering my offer. I keep my expression unreadable. That right? Serena tenses, and I can't blame her. I'm not being subtle. Damon's gaze sharpens. I know he's enjoying this more than he should. It's a good deal, Sinclair. You can't fault her for exploring her options. I tilt my head, letting my gaze flick between them. Is that what this is? Business? Damon's smirk deepens, but he doesn't respond. We both know the answer. This isn't just about contracts, it's about control. And he's testing me. Serena shifts beside him, her fingers pressing lightly against her napkin. A habit. A tell. She's irritated. With me. With both of us. I don't care. I meet Damon's gaze, keeping my voice smooth. You always were good at taking what isn't yours. Damon laughs, the sound low, edged with something darker. And you always were good at acting like you owned things you've never claimed. His smirk grows. That's when I realize he's baiting me. My jaw tightens. I almost took it. I shift slightly, rolling my shoulders, forcing a slow exhale through my nose. You can throw whatever cheap barbs you want, but we both know this isn't about business. He raises a brow, feigning curiosity. No? I lean in slightly, my tone even. No, you don't care about the Titan deal. You don't need her to win it. But you're still sitting here, playing whatever game you think you're playing. Damon leans back again, dragging a finger around the rim of his glass. Let's say you're right. What does that say about you, Sinclair? I don't flinch. It says I don't waste my time playing with things I can't keep. Damon's jaw flexes just slightly before he schools it back into something smug. The shift is small, but I see it. He hates being reminded that I don't lose. Serena, who has been watching this entire exchange with a kind of exasperated patience, finally snaps. She drops her napkin onto the table. I'm done with this conversation. Damon's smirk returns almost instantly, but his eyes don't leave mine. Fair enough. We'll finish our discussion later, Serena. I detest the way he says her name. Like it's a move he's just played on a chessboard. Like he thinks he's winning. Serena slides out of the booth, grabbing her purse, already making her way toward the exit. I follow without a second thought. Damon doesn't stop me. But as I reach the boundary of the booth, his voice follows. Quiet, amused, too certain. You can't have it both ways, Sinclair, he murmurs. You can't push her away and still act like you own her. I keep walking, because if I stop, if I look at him right now, I might hit him. I don't. I catch up to Serena just as she steps outside, her heels clicking against the pavement, her movements too sharp, too clipped. She's pissed. She should be. But when she whirls around to face me, something about the way she looks at me is worse than anger. It's disappointment. Her arms cross over her chest, her chin lifting slightly. Whatever that was, don't do it again. I hold her gaze. Do what? Mark your territory like I'm some deal the two of you are negotiating. I exhale, jaw tight. That's not what that was. Her eyes flick over me, studying, testing. Then what was it? I don't answer because I can't possibly tell her the truth. She shakes her head, biting the inside of her cheek like she's holding something in. She turns and walks away. I watch her disappear into a waiting car, tension locking my spine in place. I just stand there watching her slip further out of reach. Damon was right about one thing. I can't have it both ways. I don't think I ever had a choice.
Chapter 7. Serena. I don't sleep that night. Even after I get home, after I strip out of my heels and try to forget the look on Ryson's face as I walked away. I can't shake it. The conversation at Eclipse loops in my mind. Damon's offer. His careful, deliberate choice of words. The way he let his smirk stretch to let me see the game he was playing. And Ryson, standing there, unreadable, but not unaffected. I drag myself out of bed before dawn, showering as if I can rinse the entire night from my skin. I don't have time to analyze whatever storm is brewing between them. My focus is on the deal. On winning. By the time I enter my office at Vance & Company, I'm in control again. Or at least I need to be. Stacks of blueprints cover the conference table, marked with my notes, my father's sketches, the work we've poured into this proposal. Titan Corp was supposed to be the goal, but Damon changed the game. I sip my coffee, standing over the plans, studying them with fresh eyes. Ryson might have left our last conversation hanging, but I know him well enough to expect a countermove, and sure enough, my phone buzzes. I don't check the screen before answering. Tell me you have an update. Elliot's voice is crisp, professional. Titan's board is still deliberating, but let's just say the Ryson effect is making it very difficult for them to even consider another firm. Of course it is. I press 2 fingers against my temple. Meaning? Meaning Titan is still in play, but you might want to hear Cross Industries out. A pause. If only because it's going to make Sinclair furious. That's not why I'd consider it. Elliot hums. No, but it doesn't hurt. I roll my eyes. Elliot is good at his job, and he's not wrong. Ryson doesn't react. He strategizes. If Titan is still dragging their feet, it means he's stalling them, forcing them to wait for him to make the final call. I won't be anyone's waiting game. The moment I hang up, a new message lights up my phone. Damon Cross, lunch? My office. 1 o'clock. Let's discuss what winning actually looks like for you. I hesitate. Damon is a risk, a temptation wrapped in strategy, but he's also a choice, and I refuse to be left with none. The lobby of Cross Industries is a statement in itself. Cold steel, dark wood, high ceilings that loom rather than invite. It's designed to intimidate, and it does a damn good job of it. Damon's office is at the very top, and by the time I get off the elevator, his assistant is already waiting. "Miss Vance," she greets smoothly, motioning for me to follow. "Mr. Cross is expecting you." I don't waste time admiring the view. I already know what kind of power sits in this building. Damon is leaning against his desk when I enter, his suit jacket draped over the back of his chair, sleeves rolled up just enough to look like effortless control. "Serena," he says smoothly. "Right on time." I set my briefcase on the table, unbuttoning my coat. "You make it sound like I wasn't going to show." His smirk sharpens. "Oh, I had no doubts. You're too smart to ignore a good deal." I settle into the chair across from him, my expression neutral. "Then make your case." Damon pushes a sleek folder toward me, fingers tapping once against the cover before he leans back. I open it. The numbers are good, too good. Cross Industries isn't just offering funding, they're offering full-scale development backing, access to international resources, name-brand investors who would catapult my firm into a different tier entirely. It's more than just a contract. It's power. I flip through the pages, my pulse steady, but my mind running calculations I don't let show. This is aggressive. Damon watches me like he's waiting to see if I'll flinch. "It's what you deserve." I lift my gaze. "And what do you get out of it?" His smirk widens. "Serena, don't insult me. You already know the answer. Control, influence, the satisfaction of taking something from Ryson." "Let me be clear," I say, setting the folder down. "If you think I'm some move in your long-standing pissing contest with Sinclair—" "Relax," he interrupts, eyes gleaming. "You're much more than that." I arch a brow. Reassuring. Damon chuckles, standing. He moves toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the city like it's already his. Titan will stall for as long as they can, because Ryson is making them. You and I both know he doesn't make moves unless they benefit him. I fold my arms, tilting my head. "And you?" He turns, his gaze all sharp edges now. I don't waste time pretending I'm not making a move. The tension crackles between us, coiling tight. Damon is blunt where Ryson is measured, calculated where Ryson is controlled. He isn't hiding the fact that he sees me as part of the strategy. I meet his gaze, unwavering. This is a dangerous offer. Damon steps closer, his voice lower now. "Only if you're afraid to take it." I hold my ground. This isn't just about the project anymore. Damon is playing to win, and I have no doubt that the second I sign my name to this deal, I won't just be partnering with him. I'll be choosing him.
Chapter 8. Ryson. Damon is playing a long game, and Serena is standing right at the center of it. I already expected him to make a move, but not like this. Not with a contract so lucrative that even the most seasoned architects in the industry would hesitate before saying no. Not with a deal designed to pull her straight into his orbit. Elliot drops the report onto my desk, his expression unreadable. Cross Industries' offer is real. Their investors are backing it. No hidden clauses, no bait-and-switch tactics. Damon's offering her everything on a silver platter. I scan the numbers. It's too good. No one hands out this much control without expecting something in return. I lean back, my fingers pressing against my temple. And Titan's board? They're still hesitating. I glance up. Why? Elliot shifts, choosing his words carefully. Because you're hesitating. I set the folder down, keeping my expression unreadable. I'm making sure we don't rush into a deal that doesn't serve our long-term interests. He huffs a quiet laugh. Right. That has nothing to do with Serena. I don't answer because he's right. Titan should have signed off on her proposal already. The moment she put those designs on the table, it should have been a done deal. But I needed time to stall the board, to make sure she wasn't backed into a contract she couldn't escape. And now Damon has forced my hand. Elliot watches me for a moment, then drops into the chair across from me. I don't say this often, but you're making a mistake. I arch a brow. You're playing defense when you should be making your move. He leans forward, voice dropping slightly. She's not waiting for you, Sinclair. She never has. And if you let Damon get too close... The sound of my phone cuts him off. I glance at the screen. It's a news alert. An interview. With Damon. My pulse slows, sharpens. I tap the notification and the screen fills with a live broadcast. Damon is seated in a high-end studio, perfectly tailored, looking like he just owns the place. He's leaning back in his chair, one ankle resting casually over his knee, entirely too smug. I turn the volume up. The interviewer smiles at him. Cross Industries has been making some bold moves lately, especially with the architects you're investing in. One name in particular has been making waves. She pauses for effect. Serena Vance? My grip tightens. Damon smiles slowly. Serena. He lets her name roll off his tongue like he's been waiting for someone to bring it up. The interviewer's brows lift. You sound like a fan. His smirk doesn't falter. Who wouldn't be? I feel the slow grating of control slipping inside me. The interviewer leans forward, clearly sensing something. She's got quite a reputation, a rising star in architecture. And if the rumors are true, Cross Industries has taken a special interest in her work. Damon exhales a soft chuckle. She's talented, ambitious, everything you'd want in a partner. The interviewer catches the phrasing, tilting her head. A business partner? Damon's eyes gleam. A beautiful woman like Serena? His lips curve. Anything can happen. My jaw locks. Elliot lets out a low whistle. Well, that's not subtle. I mute the video before Damon can push the game any further. My pulse is too steady, too controlled. I should have seen this coming. I should have known Damon wouldn't just offer her a deal. He'd make a spectacle out of it. Right now, he's just turned her name, my name, into a public conversation. Elliot watches me carefully. This is it, Ryson. This is the moment you either step in, or you watch Damon take his shot. I already know that. What I don't know is whether I'm ready to admit what's driving me to stop him.
Chapter 9. Serena. The ballroom gleams under chandeliers that look like they belong in another century. Crystal dripping from golden fixtures, casting fractured light across the room. Everything about tonight is ornate, extravagant, curated for power. The kind of event where champagne flows endlessly and conversations determine who gets to build empires and who is left begging at the gates. And tonight, I'm not just here to network. I'm on display. Damon sees to that the second I step inside. Serena. His voice slides through the air, smooth as the cut of his tuxedo. His hand already reaching for mine before I can fully process the move. His fingers graze over my skin, just a whisper of contact, but deliberate. Always deliberate. He presses a kiss against the back of my hand, his lips just warm enough to make every set of eyes on us linger. I don't pull away, because that's exactly what he wants. Instead, I meet his gaze, level and unreadable. Making an entrance? His smirk deepens. Helping you make one? And just like that, I'm caught in the current of Damon Cross. He doesn't walk through the room. He moves like he already owns it. He doesn't introduce me. He announces me. To board members, to investors, to real estate moguls who nod with silent acknowledgement before their eyes flick between us. calculation spinning behind their polite smiles. Every time someone shakes my hand, I can feel it, the assumption that I'm his. And Damon doesn't correct them. If anything, he thrives in it. "You're enjoying this too much," I murmur as he steers me toward another cluster of industry elites. He glances down at me, unbothered. "Why shouldn't I?" "You're using me as a pawn." He leans in slightly, lowering his voice just for me. "Serena, you're not a pawn." His lips tilt. "You're the queen." I force a slow inhale, keeping my expression poised, untouched. I'm too aware of how this looks, how people see me right now, how he sees me. And when I finally feel the heat of that gaze, I know I found him, Ryson. Standing near the bar, dark suit fitted too perfectly, shoulders squared, a glass of scotch in his hand that he hasn't touched. He's speaking with someone, nodding at the appropriate moments, but his attention, it's on me. No expression, no reaction, just watching. But I feel it. Damon does too. His smirk shifts, turning sharper. Looks like someone's feeling territorial. I don't entertain that. "Introduce me to the next person on your list, Damon." He chuckles but obliges. The night wears on like that. A game I didn't sign up for but can't afford to lose. Every move Damon makes, every moment his hand lingers at the small of my back, every time he lowers his voice in a way that suggests intimacy without offering it outright, is calculated. A display, a message. And Ryson, he doesn't intervene, doesn't interrupt. But he doesn't look away either. When the orchestra shifts into a slow waltz, Damon turns to me smoothly. "Dance with me." It's not a question. The entire room is watching. I should say no. I should walk away. Instead, I let him lead me to the floor. His hand presses against my waist, warm through the silk of my gown, guiding me effortlessly through the measured steps. He's good at this. Too good. "You're stiff," he murmurs. "Relax." I lift my chin. "This isn't exactly my idea of a fun evening." He chuckles. "It's not supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be effective. And you're making an impression, Serena. One that benefits you. One that benefits both of us." His fingers flex slightly against my waist, his grip firm, guiding. He moves with the kind of confidence that makes people believe in the illusion. And maybe if I didn't know him, if I hadn't seen exactly how Damon manipulates every situation to his advantage, I'd fall for it too. But I do. That's why when he spins me perfectly into a turn, I already sense what's coming next. His voice drops, just low enough that only I can hear it. "Are you enjoying having Sinclair's attention?" My pulse spikes, but I keep my expression smooth. "I wasn't aware I had it." Damon laughs under his breath, slow and knowing. "Oh, you do." His grip shifts slightly, fingers skimming over my back before settling where they were. And I have to say, it's a lot more fun watching him from this side of the game. I exhale, willing myself to stay unaffected. But then, Damon tilts his head, just enough to look like a lover whispering into my ear. The cameras flash. I realize, this isn't about me at all. This is about the reaction he's baiting. I turn my head, just enough to meet Ryson's gaze from across the ballroom. That's when I see it. Not the calm, collected facade he's been wearing all evening. No. Something sharper, something dangerous. Damon sees it too, and he's satisfied. But I've had enough. I step back before the dance ends, smoothly slipping out of Damon's grasp. His brow lifts slightly, a flicker of surprise in his expression before he masks it. I don't explain. I don't wait. I walk. Through the sea of silk and tuxedos, past the murmured conversations and the carefully choreographed spectacle. The air inside is too thick, too much. I push open the doors to the terrace, stepping into the cool night air. Finally, a breath. The music from inside filters through the garden, but out here, beneath the string lights woven through the ivy, everything feels quieter. Still, I press my fingers against my temples, exhaustion settling in. Tonight, I didn't just navigate the politics of business. I stepped between two tigers.
Chapter 10. Ryson. I shouldn't follow her. I should stay inside, sip my drink, pretend I don't see what's happening. What's been happening all damn night. I should let her have her space, let her walk away from Damon's show, from the spectacle he so carefully orchestrated. But I don't. I move. Through the ballroom, past the murmurs of speculation and the clink of crystal glasses, past the knowing glances and the discreet smiles, because people saw. They saw Damon's performance with Serena, the way he pulled her into his world as if she belonged there. They saw me watching, and their eyes drip with curiosity. Outside, the terrace is quiet. The distant hum of traffic is barely audible beneath the soft music spilling from the open doors. Beyond the balustrade, the garden is even darker, lined with ivy-covered stone walls and lanterns casting golden pools of light across the path. I find her there, standing near a wrought iron bench, her back to me. Her shoulders rise with a slow breath, hands pressed against the curve of the seat, fingers flexing as if she's trying to anchor herself. I step forward. The sound of my shoes against the stone makes her straighten, but she doesn't turn. "You ran," I say. She lets out a quiet laugh, low and unimpressed. "I walked. Felt like running." She finally turns to face me, and I regret chasing her immediately, not because she looks angry. She looks tired. "You've been watching me all night," she says, voice steady. "If you have something to say, Ryson, say it." My jaw tightens. I do have something to say. But she's not going to like it. I move closer, closing the space between us just enough to remind her that I'm not Damon. I don't lure. I don't manipulate. I challenge. "Do you actually want his attention?" I ask, voice quiet, precise. "Or are you just letting him take up space?" Her lips part, and for a split second she falters. Then the moment shatters. Her eyes sharpen, dark with something I can't quite name. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." She crosses her arms, tilting her head, her expression unreadable now. "Let me make sure I understand. You ignored me all night, let him parade me around like some prize. And now you have the audacity to question me." I don't flinch. "I ignored you?" "Yes," she snaps. "You stood there, watching, judging, saying nothing, letting people assume." I step closer. "Assume what?" Her breath stutters slightly, just enough to tell me I've cornered her. "That I belong to him," she says finally. The words land like a slow, sharp cut to the ribs. "Do you?" I ask, voice low. Her throat moves with a swallow, her jaw tightening. "Do you care?" The tension locks between us, thick and unforgiving. She's waiting for something, for me to snap, for me to break the very rules I set for myself. I might give in because she's right here, right in front of me, challenging me in the only way she knows how. But we can even speak. A sound, low voices too close. We freeze. Through the vines, near one of the garden alcoves, a figure moves. No, two figures. A man, older, distinguished in his navy suit. And a woman, definitely not his wife. I recognize him immediately. "Senator Liamson. Serena does too." Her eyes widen slightly, her lips parting as the realization settles. The woman laughs softly, the sound unmistakably flirtatious as she presses a hand to the senator's chest, tipping her head back as he leans in. "Are you serious?" Serena whispers, incredulous. I grit my teeth. Liamson is careless. The gala is swarming with people, and yet here he is, tucked away with a woman young enough to be his daughter. Serena grabs my arm and yanks me back behind the ivy-covered wall, just as the senator's voice drifts toward us. "If you play your cards right," Liamson murmurs, "there's more where this came from." Serena clamps a hand over her mouth, stifling a laugh. My brows lift. "This is funny to you?" She grins, eyes alight with mischief. "Are you kidding? It's pathetic." The woman lets out a dramatic sigh. "You're terrible, Senator," she purrs. Serena barely contains herself. I lean my head to the side, lips twitching. "Unbelievable." She presses her forehead against my shoulder, silent laughter shaking through her. And just like that, the tension shifts. 1 minute we were on the verge of something dangerous. The next, we're pressed together in the shadows, stifling laughter over a scandal that could ruin half the room inside. Finally, after a long moment, Liamson and his mystery woman slip further into the garden, their conversation fading with them. Serena exhales, finally stepping back. She shakes her head, eyes still gleaming. This night is ridiculous. I watch her, the way the tension has eased from her shoulders, the way the anger from earlier has been replaced with something lighter. We've been doing this too long, dancing around each other, holding back, pretending. "Serena." She looks up at me, expression unreadable again. For a second I think about saying it. All of it. But she beats me to it. "You don't get to do that," she says quietly. I frown. "Do what?" "Interrogate me about Damon," she continues. "Push me up against a metaphorical wall. Act like you." She stops herself, shaking her head. And then laugh with me like we're still... She doesn't finish. "But I know what she means, like we're still just us. Like things haven't changed." I nod once, forcing my voice to stay even. "You're right." She blinks, clearly expecting me to argue. I don't. Instead, I step back, give her space. Without another word, I turn and walk away.
Chapter 11. Serena. There are two kinds of fires in business. The ones you set yourself and the ones that consume you when you're not looking. Right now, I'm standing in the middle of the second kind, flames licking at my heels. The article dropped this morning, a full-length feature in the industry's biggest publication, highlighting my work, my rise in architecture, my next moves. It should have been good press until Damon's name showed up in it. His quotes are flattering, too flattering, the kind that make people talk. Serena Vance is one of the most brilliant architects of her generation. She sees structures the way others see art, visionary, ambitious, breathtakingly bold. Cross Industries is thrilled to align with such talent. It's not every day you meet a woman like Serena. As if that wasn't enough, the journalist asked the question that would set my inbox on fire. "It sounds like you admire her quite a bit, Mr. Cross. Is it just business?" And Damon, always Damon, left the door open. Serena is a beautiful woman. Anything can happen. Now I have clients wondering if I'm in bed with my competition, literally. I slam my laptop shut, frustration buzzing under my skin. Damon did this on purpose. He didn't just praise my work. He made me a spectacle. My office door swings open before I can gather myself. "Tell me you've seen this." Maria, my secretary and close friend, strides in with phone in hand. I press my fingers to my temple. "I've seen it. It's everywhere. I already got 3 calls asking if this means Vance & Co. is merging with Cross Industries." She pauses. "One of them actually asked if you were dating him." I close my eyes for a second longer than I should. Unbelievable. "You need to get ahead of this." "I will," I bite out. But the moment I tried to grab my phone, a knock echoes from the doorway. I don't need to turn around to know who it is. The energy shifts before I even lay eyes on him. Maria sees my expression. Her gaze flicks behind me. I'll give you 2 a minute. She slips out without another word. I steel myself before facing Rhyson Sinclair. He's in his usual sleek suit, tie slightly loosened, like he's already had a long morning. But it's not the suit that makes the tension coil low in my stomach. It's the way he looks at me. Like he's out of patience. Like this isn't about business anymore. He shuts the door behind him, his movements precise, restrained. Too restrained. I fold my arms. What, no phone call? No assistant to soften the blow before you storm in? His expression doesn't flicker. You think this is funny? I arch a brow. I think Damon enjoys stirring the pot. Ryson's jaw tenses. He didn't just stir it. He set the entire damn thing on fire. I lean back against my desk, exhaling slowly. I'm handling it. Are you? He steps closer, voice low. From where I'm standing, it looks like you're letting Damon rewrite your entire narrative. I feel that. The words sink beneath my skin, settling somewhere too deep. But I don't let him see it. I lift my chin. And what narrative is that, Ryson? His gaze darkens. That you're his? My pulse skids, but I refuse to look away. I don't belong to anyone. Then start acting like it. His voice is low, controlled, but beneath it, there's something sharp, something dangerous. I loathe that it ignites something in me. I don't answer to you, I remind him. You don't, he agrees. But you're playing into his hands and you know it. I laugh, shaking my head. This isn't about business for you, is it? He holds my gaze, doesn't deny it. That silence, it's worse than anything he could say. The air between us changes, the same way it always does when we get too close. His jaw tightens. You need to fix this. Shut it down. I said I'm handling it, I repeat. Not fast enough. I step forward now, closing the last bit of space between us, daring him to flinch first. Why do you care so much? His lips part like he's about to say it. Say the thing we both pretend doesn't exist. But he doesn't. Instead, his phone buzzes in his pocket, and the moment shatters. He pulls it out, barely glancing at the screen before his expression shifts. Whatever it is, it's bad. I cross my arms, tilting my head. What now? He looks at me, measures me. Instead of answering, he makes a decision I don't expect. You want my help fixing this? His voice is smoother now, back to business. Then you're coming with me. I blink. Excuse me? I have a flight to catch in 2 hours. If you want my help, you're on it. I laugh. I'm not dropping everything just to... Then let Damon keep playing with your name, he cuts in. Your choice. There are already consequences. I can make this all go away without you damaging your reputation. I stare at him, heat flaring in my heart. He's serious. Ryson isn't asking. I should say no, but if I don't get ahead of this, Damon will keep twisting the story until I lose control completely. I grit my teeth. Fine, but this doesn't mean you get to tell me what to do. He gives me a slow, unreadable look. Wouldn't dream of it. Liar. I grab my coat. Where the hell are we going? He checks his watch, already heading for the door. His private island. Of course. Of course this is my life now. I exhale slowly and follow him out. Whether I like it or not, Rhyson Sinclair is the only person who can help me take back control. Even if it means walking straight into his world.
Chapter 12. Ryson, there are 2 types of battles. The ones you fight with strategy and precision, and the ones that erupt when you don't walk away fast enough. This is both. Serena is sitting across from me in the private cabin of my jet, arms folded, legs crossed, the glow from the overhead lights casting gold over her deep brown skin. She looks composed, like she isn't thinking about the fact that we've been stuck in this luxurious, painfully small space together for the past 4 hours. But I am. Every second in her presence feels like standing too close to an open flame. And right now, we're burning. She leans back in her seat, eyes locked on me. Are you going to tell me what this meeting is actually about? Or do you enjoy dragging me across the world without answers? I don't look up from my tablet. If I wanted to drag you across the world, Serena, I murmur, I'd have picked somewhere a lot less business-oriented than Singapore. Her eyes narrow. I should have known you'd be impossible on this flight. I finally meet her gaze, slow and measured. You're the one who agreed to come. You didn't give me much of a choice. My lips press together. You always have a choice. She doesn't respond immediately. That tells me everything. Deep down, she knows. She could have walked away. She could have let Damon keep playing his game. Let him control the headlines. Let him twist her name into something that didn't belong to her. But she didn't. She got on this plane with me, knowing exactly what it meant. I lean forward, resting my elbows on the armrests. I'm meeting a private investor, someone with enough capital to ensure Titan's deal never touches Damon's hands. Her brows lift slightly. So you're admitting this isn't just about business? I exhale slowly. This is about making sure Damon doesn't use you. Her expression flickers just for a second. I can handle him. You shouldn't have to. Silence stretches between us. The tension settles lower, heavier. She's staring at me like she's trying to decide whether to fight me or thank me. Probably both. I close the tablet, setting it aside. You should rest. We land in 6 hours. She tilts her head. Are you ordering me to sleep? My lips curve slightly. I wouldn't dare. She watches me for a second longer before rising to her feet. Good, because I don't take orders. I don't respond as she disappears toward the private suite in the back of the jet. And when the door clicks shut, I let out the breath I didn't realize I was holding. I should be asleep. Instead, I'm staring out the jet's panoramic window, my scotch untouched beside me. The city lights far below are blurred. The hum of the engines a steady, quiet vibration through the walls. And behind me is Serena. Her presence is like a gravitational pull, even when she isn't in the same damn room. The door to the private suite creaks open softly. I don't turn, but I feel her. She steps into the dimly lit cabin, her bare feet soundless against the floor. She's shed her heels, her blazer, and the sharp-edged composure she always wears around me. I glance over my shoulder. She's in one of my t-shirts. She catches me looking and raises a brow. Your flight attendant gave it to me. I let my gaze drag over her. Long legs, loose curls falling past her shoulders, the hem of my shirt just barely brushing her thighs. Remind me to give her a raise, I murmur. She doesn't react, doesn't blush. She just moves past me, grabbing a water bottle from the bar. Couldn't sleep? I ask. She takes a sip, then leans against the counter. Not with all this turbulence. I smirk. There is no turbulence. Her lips press together and I can't help it. I step closer. Serena. My voice drops. What's keeping you up? She hesitates, fingers tightening slightly around the bottle. Then softly, everything. The word is small, unsteady, and it nearly wrecks me. She doesn't admit weakness. She doesn't let people see her struggle, but here she is, letting me see. I loathe what Damon has done to her. The way he's made her feel like she has to defend herself, prove something, carry everything alone. She exhales slowly, setting the water down. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. I say, voice low. You don't have to do everything yourself. She looks up at me, something flashing behind her gaze. "And what, Ryson?" she asks quietly. "You're offering to handle it for me?" The words are a dare, a challenge. She's waiting for me to say it, that I would, that I always have. But I don't because she's right. She doesn't need me to save her. She just needs someone to stand beside her. I shift slightly, letting the space between us thin. Her breath stutters, barely, but it does. "I'm offering to stand where you need me," I murmur. "That's it." She doesn't move away. That's the problem. She isn't running. I'm not stepping back. Her lips part slightly, like she wants to say something else, but before she can, the plane shifts, dipping just slightly. Not turbulence, but enough to break the moment. She steps back first and clears her throat. "We land in a few hours. I should try again to sleep." I nod, voice even. "You should." She hesitates, then disappears into the suite, leaving me in my place questioning if I made the right decision.
Chapter 13. Serena. This is a nightmare dressed up as a luxury vacation. Soft white sand stretches endlessly beneath my feet, the kind of pristine paradise people pay millions to escape to. Waves lap against the shore with hypnotic ease, sunlight turning the water into liquid sapphire. Behind me, a private villa sits nestled into the cliffs, built into the land as if it's always belonged here. The air smells like salt and citrus, the breeze teasing through my curls, warm and lazy, like it has all the time in the world. But I don't. I cross my arms, glaring at the man responsible for my predicament. Vincent Rousseau, billionaire investor, media-averse tech mogul, and the sole reason Ryson and I are in this godforsaken paradise instead of in an actual meeting. He lounges in front of me like a king surveying his court, legs stretched out on the lounge chair, a cocktail in hand, barely bothering to glance up from his sunglasses. "You're scowling," he muses, sipping lazily. "It's unattractive." Ryson sighs beside me. "Vincent, let's just..." A hand lifts, silencing him. "Business later," Vincent cuts in. "We flew halfway across the world to see each other. The least we can do is enjoy ourselves before we talk numbers." Enjoy. Like I didn't leave a company running on crisis control. Like I don't have a deal slipping through my fingers. I step forward, biting back my irritation. "Mr. Rousseau, with all due respect..." "None taken," he interrupts, grinning. "But if you're about to say something about how urgent this deal is, don't waste your breath." He waves a lazy hand toward the ocean. "I don't make investments with people who can't understand balance. Power and pleasure are two sides of the same coin, Serena. If you don't appreciate one, you'll never truly wield the other." I stare. Is he serious? "So let me get this straight," I say, slow and careful. "You won't discuss the deal until we take a vacation?" He grins. "Now you're getting it." I open my mouth, but before I can object, a hand lands lightly at the small of my back. Warm, steady, too familiar. "You're fighting a losing battle," Reason murmurs, his voice low enough that only I can hear. "Might as well surrender." I send him a sharp look over my shoulder. "This is your fault." His lips tilt, the faintest trace of amusement flickering in his too calm gaze. "Is it?" I turn back to Vincent. "This is ridiculous." "Most good things are," he says smoothly, adjusting his sunglasses. "Enjoy yourselves, kids. Take a swim, have a cocktail, relax. We'll talk business later." And just like that, he dismisses us. It has been hours, and I shouldn't be here. I should be inside, on my laptop, fixing the mess Damon started. Instead, I'm in a swimsuit I didn't pack, courtesy of the villa's staff, walking into the clearest ocean I've ever seen. This is not a vacation. And yet, The second the water touches my skin, I forget why I'm angry. It's perfect, cool against the heat of the sun. Weightless against my body, I move deeper, letting it swirl around me, the salty breeze brushing over my shoulders. A low chuckle sounds behind me. "You're enjoying yourself," Ryson says, voice too damn smug. I glance over my shoulder. He's standing waist deep in the water, watching me. The sun turns his skin golden. Drops of ocean clinging to his chest and shoulders. His hair is messier than usual. The sharp precision of his usual perfection undone by the elements. He looks unreal and completely in his element. "I'm tolerating myself," I correct, tilting my chin. "There's a difference." His lips twitch. "If you say so." I turn away, ignoring the way my stomach tightens, but he doesn't let me. Water splashes against my back, sudden and bold. I whirl. Rhyson looks utterly unapologetic. "Problem? Oh, hell no." I launch a wave of water back at him. He ducks, laughing, and just like that, it turns into a battle. Salt water, sunlight, laughter, mine, his, tangled together. I don't think and I don't analyze. I just let go. By the time we collapse back on the sand, breathless and drenched, my ribs ache from laughing. I can feel his gaze on me, and when I turn my head to meet it, everything slows. The amusement is still there, but beneath it, something else lingers. Something that makes my skin hum. He's still too close. Water beads on his lips, clings to his jaw, trails down the strong column of his throat. My own breath catches, not because I'm out of breath, but because it's him. I should say something, anything. But before I can, he reaches over and brushes a drop of water from my cheek. The touch is light, fleeting, but it lands like a strike of lightning. His fingers linger just for a moment. He pulls away, and the world starts moving again. I sit up first, breaking the spell. Ryson leans back on his elbows, gaze steady, unreadable now. "You're welcome," he murmurs. I blink. "For what?" He tilts his head. "For making you forget, for at least 5 minutes, that you didn't want to be here." I press my lips together, but he's right. I did forget. I dislike that. I push myself to my feet. Business better be worth this. It will be. I glance down at him, not missing the way he's still watching me, or the way I don't mind, not as much as I should. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand.
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Ryson. Isolated island, Indonesia. The sky was clear when we left. Now it's anything but. Wind lashes through the trees, rattling the wooden shutters of the beach house where we're stranded. Rain hammers against the roof, thick sheets of it blurring the world beyond the terrace. The once calm ocean is restless, angry, waves crashing against the shore like a beast trying to break free. And Serena is pacing. "Tell me again how this was a good idea," she mutters, arms crossed as she stops near the window, staring out at the storm. I lean against the counter, watching her. "You wanted an escape. I gave you one." She turns, fire in her eyes. "An escape doesn't involve getting stuck in the middle of nowhere during a damn monsoon." "It's not a monsoon." She levels me with a glare. "It's bad enough." I almost smile. She's pissed, but underneath it, there's something else. Nervous energy, a sharp edge of frustration that has nothing to do with the storm. I push off the counter, walking toward her slowly. "Relax, it'll pass." She exhales, tipping her head back. "You say that like you control the weather." I tilt my head. "You think I'd trap us here on purpose?" She doesn't answer, doesn't have to. I wouldn't have minded if I had. The house is small, too small. One main room with a couch, a kitchen area, and a bedroom tucked in the back. The space between us feels shrinking, constricting. And she's too close, barefoot. Skin still flushed from the sun earlier, her damp curls falling in loose spirals over her shoulders. The neckline of her sundress dips just enough to make my fingers twitch with the urge to touch. I force my gaze back to her eyes, but that's just as dangerous. She's still looking at me, still waiting for an answer I don't have. I shrug. "We could have stayed on the main island. You're the one who wanted to explore." She huffs. "I was under the impression we'd actually get back before dark." "Blame the storm." She mutters something under her breath, running a hand through her curls, and turns back toward the window. "Maybe it's best to let it go." But I don't. Instead, I step closer. Not enough to touch. Just enough that she feels me there. She stills. I should say something. Something easy. Something that doesn't feed into the tension that's been simmering between us since the moment she walked onto my jet. But then she turns abruptly, unexpectedly, and we're closer than we should be. Her breath shivers between us, and just like that, something shifts. We're not arguing about the storm anymore. Her pulse flutters at the base of her throat. I see it. The silence thickens, stretches. She should step back. I should. Neither of us do. Her voice is quieter now. "We need to figure out what to do for the night." I let my gaze drop, just for a second. There's a bed. She doesn't react immediately. A slow exhale. Right, a bed. Singular. I smirk. "You afraid of sharing?" She scoffs. "Please." But there's something in her voice. I catch it before she swallows it down. And now it's a different kind of challenge. I could push her. Make her say what we both know is crawling beneath her skin, or I could let it break on its own. I go with the second option. "Good," I murmur. "Then it won't be a problem." She makes a sound, half disbelief, half frustration. But she doesn't argue. Instead, she moves past me, heading for the small fireplace in the corner of the room. Might as well start a fire. I watch her crouch down, shifting logs into place. Her movements too precise, too focused. I sit on the boundary of the couch, elbows resting on my knees. "You're pretending this doesn't feel different." She stills, one heartbeat, then another. "Ryson." Her voice is low. Warning. But I already made my move. I push off the couch, stepping behind her. Not touching. Just close enough that she can feel the shift in the air between us. She straightens. Slowly. Doesn't turn around. Her pulse kicks up. I should let it drop. I don't. Instead, I reach around her, grabbing a match off the mantel. My fingers brush against hers, deliberate. Her breath stutters. She breaks. She turns too fast, intentional, like she's trying to catch me off guard. I let her step into my space. Let her challenge me. Her chin lifts, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why are you pushing this?" I meet her gaze, steady. "Why are you pretending you don't want me to?" Her lips part. Her hands curl at her sides. Like she can't help it, her eyes drop. To my mouth. That's all it takes. Control snaps. I close the last inch between us. And kiss her. She doesn't hesitate. Doesn't stop me. She leans in. Her fingers grip my shirt, dragging me closer, pulling me in as if she's been waiting for this, fighting it, but wanting it just as much. I tilt her head back, deepen it. Slow, but demanding. She makes a sound, soft, caught between defiance and surrender. And it's a warning. Now we're too far gone. I just feel. The way her breath hitches when my hand slides down her spine. The way she presses into me like she needs to feel every inch. The storm rages outside. Inside, it's worse. She breaks away first. Her forehead rests against mine, her breath uneven, her fingers still tangled in my shirt. I don't move. Neither does she. This is dangerous. I let out a low exhale. Yeah. She tilts her head back, eyes dark. Something unreadable flickers there. Then what are we doing? She asks softly. I brush my thumb over her jaw, her cheek, down to her lips. Losing.
Chapter 15. Serena. I pull away. Hard. The heat of his mouth is still on mine, my pulse still hammering in my ears, but I tear myself away from him like he burns. He does. What the hell are you doing? My voice comes out uneven, ragged, too full of something I can't give meaning to. Ryson doesn't move, doesn't chase after me. He just stands there watching me. That makes it worse. His gaze isn't triumphant. He isn't smirking like Damon would. He's just there, looking at me as if I'm the most important thing that exists in this moment. I hate him for it. I push my hands through my hair and pacing. My heart won't slow down, won't let me think clearly, but this isn't new. This, whatever this is between us, has always been a storm waiting to crack open. And now it has. I spin back toward him. Why are you doing this now? His expression shifts, his brows drawing together. What? I shove a hand toward him. This, you. Why are you doing this now? Wasn't it you who pushed me away all those years ago? Wasn't it you who made it clear that this, we, could never happen? His jaw tightens. I laugh bitterly. What changed? Tell me, Ryson, what the hell changed? He doesn't answer. That makes me angrier. You don't get to do this. I snap, stepping toward him now, too close. You don't get to act like you care, like you suddenly can't stand the thought of Damon near me. You don't get to kiss me like that and then pretend. Serena. His voice is too calm, too controlled. That only fuels the fire. Do you even know how hard it was for me? I swallow against the lump in my throat. You made your choice. You rejected me. I got over it. I moved on. He flinches. Good. This is cruel. All of it. You have no right, I whisper, to make this harder for me. The words land between us like a thunderclap. The storm outside rages harder. Wind slams against the windows, the shutters rattling violently. A flicker of lightning ignites the sky, illuminating Ryson's face in a sharp silver glow. His jaw is clenched, his hands balled into fists at his sides, but he still doesn't speak. That silence? It's everything. I wrap my arms around myself. This was a mistake. I should have never come here with you. I should have just... My throat closes up. I force the words out. I should have just gone with Damon. Rhyson's entire body stiffens. And finally, he snaps. His voice cuts like a blade. That would have been a mistake? I laugh sharply. Why? Because you say so? Damon is bad and you're, what? My knight in shining armor? His eyes flash. I'm not your knight, Serena. My breath hitches. He steps closer, his presence too big, too overwhelming. But Damon, he doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. He uses people. He plays them like it's a game, and you. His voice lowers, dark, dangerous. He wants to own you. I glare at him. And you don't? His nostrils flare. No! I stumble back. There's something raw in his voice. Something I don't know how to handle. I turn away. I need to leave. Serena, I can't stay here. I step toward the door. I can't be in this room with you. I shove the door open, rain slamming against my skin instantly. It's violent. The wind nearly knocks me back, whipping through my hair, the sky churning above like it wants to swallow the world whole. But I don't care. I take a step into the storm, then another. Strong fingers wrap around my wrist, yanking me back. I whirl on him, fire and fury. Let me go, Ryson! He doesn't. Rain drips from his hair, his shirt already clinging to his chest, but he doesn't move. Neither do I. The storm roars around us. You're running, he says, voice low, steady. I laugh bitterly. Damn right I am. I try to yank free. He won't let me. You always do that, don't you? His voice is sharp now, cutting through the rain. You run when things get too real, when I get too close. I jerk forward. You have never been too close. Lightning cracks above us. His grip tightens, and then he kisses me again. Fiercer this time. Angrier. The rain is everywhere, cold against my skin. But him, he's heat. And this time, I don't pull away. I sink into it. I let him ruin me. His hands frame my face, holding me there, grounding me. I fist my hands in his shirt, dragging him closer, pulling him so close I can't breathe. His teeth graze my bottom lip, his breath ragged, desperate. I hate him. I hate how good this feels. I hate that it's him. The storm crashes around us, but we're the real disaster. Finally, he pulls away, just enough for our lips to part. Our foreheads touch. Our breathing is broken. And when he speaks, his voice is barely a whisper. You're not going back to Damon. Screw you, Ryson, I say through clenched teeth, and I kiss him again.
Chapter 16. Ryson. We stumble back inside, dripping, breathless, utterly lost in the storm raging between us. The wind howls outside, a pathetic imitation of the tempest inside me. I hear nothing but her ragged gasps, the soft moan that escapes her as her back hits the wall, my body a solid weight pressing into hers. My hands frame her hips, fingers digging into the damp fabric clinging to her skin. The heat a brand beneath. The soaked dress is a barrier I can't tolerate. I bunch it in my fists, dragging it up her thighs, over her waist, exposing the smooth expanse of her belly, her ribs. She doesn't resist. Serena's eyes are wild, pupils dilated, lips parted, cheeks flushed with a heat that mirrors my own. Her hands fly up, fisting in my shirt, yanking me down with a desperate urgency that snaps the last threads of my control. I crush my mouth to hers, devouring her, drowning in the taste of rain and salt and something deeper, something primal and forbidden. One hand braces against the wall beside her head, the other skims up her thigh, higher until her fingers dig into my shoulders, her breath hitching in my mouth. Her nails scrape against my skin, dragging down my chest, a desperate plea for more. And I'm worse. So much worse.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
The storm has passed. I should have left by now. I don't. She's curled against me, her back to my chest, her breathing slow, steady. I watch the slow rise and fall of her ribs, the way her fingers twitch slightly in her sleep. I realize I've spent years trying to stay away from her, and now I can't leave. She shifts, pressing closer, sighing softly. My throat tightens. My arm curves around her waist, fingers sliding against bare skin. I hold on. I don't want to ever let go.
Chapter 17. Serena. I wake up alone. The space beside me is empty, the sheets cool where his body was hours ago. The ocean hums outside, the storm gone, but inside me, the wreckage remains. Last night he touched me like I belonged to him. This morning, he's nowhere. I sit up slowly, reality crashing down all at once. What did I expect? That he'd still be here? That he'd stay? I clench my jaw. No, I'm not that woman. I don't lie to myself. I don't hope for things that will never happen. Except, I did. I drag the sheets around me, press my fingers into my temples, breathe. The door creaks open. I snap my head up. Ryson stands there, already dressed. His expression unreadable. His hair is still damp from the storm, his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, but everything else about him is composed. Two put together, like last night never happened. My stomach twists. I swing my legs over the bed, grabbing the nearest piece of clothing and slipping it on, not caring what it is. He watches me, too quiet. I can't take it. You're pulling away, I say, voice sharp, accusing. His jaw tightens. Serena? Don't. I stand up, anger bubbling beneath my skin. Don't say my name like that. Don't act like last night was nothing. His lips press together, a flicker of something, regret, resignation, crossing his face before he wipes it away. It was a mistake. The words slice straight through me. I freeze. A mistake? My voice is barely above a whisper. His gaze flickers to the floor before finding mine again. Yes. I let out a short, humorless laugh. Wow, you don't even hesitate, do you? His throat works. Serena, we can't. Can't what? I step toward him. Can't be together? Can't touch? Can't want each other? He says nothing. I push harder. Or can't admit that last night was real? His hands curl into fists. It shouldn't have happened. It feels like the wind has been knocked out of me. I cross my arms over my chest like it'll protect me from the ache spreading through every fiber of my being. You're unbelievable. Serena, I am so tired of you playing with me, I snap. You push me away. You pull me back. You kiss me like you mean it. Then tell me it was a mistake. I laugh bitterly. What do you want from me, Ryson? He swallows, his expression unreadable. I moved on, I whisper, my voice breaking. I moved on, and now you... My chest heaves. You do this. Regret flickers in his eyes. I never meant to hurt you. I let out a breathless laugh. But you did. His shoulders go rigid, his fingers twitching at his sides like he wants to reach for me but won't. Won't let himself. He's holding back, not because he doesn't want me, but because he does. He does. But it's not enough. Not enough for him to fight for this. For me. I blink fast. I can't do this anymore. Something flickers in his expression. Serena, I can't go back to pretending we're just friends. His throat bobs. My hands clench at my sides. And I can't stay here. I don't wait for him to respond. I grab my clothes that is strewn all over the floor, feeling like I'm picking up the pieces of my heart. I shove past him, walking straight out the door. The storm may be over, but everything is ruined. Palm trees lean at unnatural angles, leaves ripped from their roots, debris scattered along the shore. The sand is damp beneath my feet as I walk, aimless, restless, furious. At him, at myself, at this thing between us that never stops bleeding. I push forward, past the broken dock, past the collapsed gazebo, past the pieces of what should have been beautiful. Like us. Something metallic catches the light ahead. I squint, and my heart stumbles. A rescue team. They're pulling equipment from the boats, talking into radios, preparing for departure. I should be relieved. But the ache in my heart is worse than anything I've ever felt. Ryson, he will always be my downfall. My one unrequited love.
Chapter 18. Ryson, Titan Corp headquarters, Manhattan. Work is the only thing that makes sense. Numbers, mergers, projections. The kind of cold, clinical precision that doesn't ask me how I'm feeling or why I haven't slept for more than 4 hours in the last week. I bury myself in it. Emails, acquisitions, shareholder meetings. I move through them all with mechanical efficiency, my body present, my mind elsewhere. But she is everywhere. In the sharp edges of my frustration. In the unshakable tension that coils in my gut every time I step into my office and see the city stretched out below me, knowing she's somewhere out there, refusing to speak to me. Elliot clears his throat from across my desk. I barely glance up. Is it done? Yes, he says, tone-clipped, professional. The articles have been buried. The media outlets have been redirected. The internet, scrubbed clean. Good. I should feel relieved. I don't. I lean back, dragging a hand on my face. Any new headlines today? Elliot checks his tablet. A few scattered pieces on Titan Corp's expansion in South Korea. Some mild gossip about Damon's involvement in a new real estate deal. A pause. Nothing about Serena. Nothing about Damon and Serena. I grip the tip of my desk. Make sure it stays that way. Elliot hesitates. Ryson. I look at him. He presses his lips together before exhaling sharply. You haven't slept. I'm fine. You're not. He closes his tablet, setting it down. You're running yourself into the ground. I narrow my eyes. You done? Not even close. I should fire him. Or at least tell him to shut the hell up. But Elliot has been with me for too long. He sees too much. And right now, he's watching me like he already knows. Like he knows I still wake up reaching for her. Like he knows I'm still replaying that last look on her face before she walked away. I push out of my chair. Clear my schedule for the afternoon. Elliot arches a brow. Where are you going? I ignore him. Serena's office due, Vance Architecture and Design. Her assistant doesn't look surprised to see me. She's busy, the woman says, not even glancing up from her screen. I slide my hands into my pockets. Tell her I'm here. She's aware. My jaw tightens. She won't see me? The assistant finally meets my eyes. There's no hostility, no warmth, just neutrality. She said no visitors. I exhale slowly, turning toward the office door. She locked it, the assistant adds. My lips press into a thin line. Of course she did. I stare at the door anyway. I imagine what she looks like in there, head bent over blueprints, pen tapping against her desk, jaw tight with frustration. I imagine the moment she glances up and sees my name on her phone screen. I imagine her not answering. I rub my nape, trying to fight the frustration crawling under my skin. "Tell her I'll come back," I say finally. The assistant nods, already turning back to her computer. But I don't leave right away. I stand there staring at the closed door, waiting for... what? For her to change her mind? For her to care enough to open it? She doesn't. So I turn on my heel and walk out. It's been hours and I'm back at my office. I should be working. Instead, I'm standing in front of my office window, staring out at the city. A week since she left. Since she walked away without looking back. I can still hear her voice, the hurt bleeding into every word. I moved on, and now you do this. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. This isn't what I wanted. It wasn't supposed to go this way. But that night was a mistake, wasn't it? I shut my eyes. I can still feel her. The way she clung to me, nails digging into my back, dragging me closer, refusing to let me go. The way she trembled when I kissed her, like she'd been fighting this as hard as I have. The way she broke apart beneath me, her mouth on my skin, whispering my name like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. And I let it happen. I let myself have her. And now she hates me for it. I turn away from the window, pacing. This was the only way. The only way to keep her from getting hurt. The only way to keep myself from making the biggest mistake of my life. But if that's true, then why does letting her go feel so much worse?
Chapter 19. Serena, Manhattan high-end restaurant. I should have ignored his email and his calls and the assistant he sent to remind me that I had a meeting scheduled with Titan Corp today. But it's work, and I am a professional, so I show up, but I don't expect this. I step into the restaurant, my stomach already twisting. The lighting is warm and dim, the kind of setting meant for whispered conversations over expensive wine, not business meetings. The hum of quiet conversation and the soft clinking of crystal stemware only make my irritation spike. I should have known. Rhyson Sinclair doesn't do neutral spaces. A hostess greets me with a polished smile, but I barely register her words before I see him. Sitting at a private corner table, a glass of whiskey in front of him. His suit is perfectly tailored as always, midnight black with crisp lines, but the top buttons are open, just enough to look deliberate. The moment his eyes meet mine, my pulse stutters. I hate that. I hate him. The hostess leads me over, but I don't wait for her to pull out my chair. I take my seat across from him, dropping my clutch on the table with more force than necessary. You said we were discussing the proposal. Rhyson leans back, his gaze never leaving mine. We are. I gesture around. In a restaurant? His lips twitch, but it isn't amusement. It's something else. Would you rather we talk over fluorescent lighting and a metal conference table? Yes, I bite out. Because this is a business meeting, not whatever this is. He watches me carefully, fingers grazing the rim of his glass. Serena? The way he says my name makes me want to break something. I hold up a hand. Just get to the point, Ryson. His expression remains unreadable. Have you reviewed the modifications my team suggested? Yes, I straighten, pushing aside the distraction of him. And I've already prepared counter-proposals? Of course you have. I grit my teeth. I shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be looking at me like that. A waiter appears, asking if I'd like a drink. No, thank you. Ryson orders for himself without breaking eye contact. His voice is smooth, composed, but there's a quiet edge underneath. The same edge that's been there since we left that damn island. Let's talk through the changes, I say. I have another meeting after this. His gaze darkens. With who? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Are you serious? He doesn't answer. You don't get to ask me that, I say quietly, fingers pressing into the table. Not anymore. Something flickers across his face, gone too fast for me to catch. He nods once, like he's conceding something to himself. He leans forward. Fine, he murmurs. Let's talk business. On paper, this meeting should be simple. He asks questions. I answer them. I bring up the Titan Corp project scope. He makes adjustments, but it's not simple because he keeps steering the conversation into dangerous waters. So, he says casually, after I push a set of figures toward him. How have you been? I glance up sharply. What? He takes a slow sip of whiskey. It's a simple question, Serena. My fingers tighten around my pen. We're not doing this. He smirks, but it's sharp. Doing what? Talking like we're friends. He tilts his head slightly. We were once. Once, before he rejected me. Before he kissed me in the rain and called it a mistake. Before he ruined everything. I push my chair back. We're done here. Ryson's fingers curl around my wrist before I can stand. Not tight, not demanding, just there. The air between us turns heavy. You're avoiding me, he says. I let out a sharp breath. And yet, here I am. His grip loosens, his thumb grazing the inside of my wrist before he lets go. I hate that my pulse jumps. I hate that he notices. He exhales slowly, tilting his glass but not drinking from it. I'm not your enemy, Serena. I stare at him. The man who has been in my life for years. The man who has protected me in ways I never asked for. The man who held me in the dark and whispered my name like he'd never let me go. And then did. You're not my friend either, I murmur. The words land hard. For a second, just a second. I see the impact in the way his throat works, in the way his fingers twitch before he stills them. He shuts it down, like he always does. Send me the counter proposals, he says, voice even. I'll have my team review them. I nod once. When I stand, he doesn't stop me.
Chapter 20, Ryson, private estate, upstate New York. I don't tell anyone when I come here. Elliot knows, of course. He arranges the flight, the car, ensures that the staff is prepared, that no one sees me arrive or leave. But no one else knows. Not the board at Titan. Not my so-called friends. Not Serena. Especially not Serena. The drive is long, cutting through the quiet, winding roads of upstate New York. Acres of trees blur past the tinted window, the golden light of late afternoon spilling between the branches. I used to love it here. Now, I barely see it. By the time I get out of the car, the sun is dipping low behind the hills. The estate is nestled in the distance, white stone, grand and silent, beautiful in the way that all empty things are. A doctor greets me at the door, offering a quiet nod. A nurse follows behind, tablet in hand, listing updates on her condition. Medication adjustments, physical therapy progress, minor setbacks. I barely listen. I already know what they'll say. The disease is progressing. It always does. She's had a good day, the nurse says as I follow her inside, the thick scent of antiseptic clawing at my throat. She's awake, more responsive than usual. It's supposed to be good news. It isn't, because every good day is just another trick, another cruel, fleeting illusion before the decline comes sharper, faster. I step into the room and the world narrows. She's sitting up, bundled in thick blankets, her once luminous eyes dim with exhaustion. A smile tugs at her lips when she sees me. Ryson. I swallow hard. Hey, Mom! 20 minutes later, we're still in our second scoop of food. She can't hold the spoon on her own anymore. Her fingers tremble too much, her grip too weak. So I do it for her. One spoonful at a time. It takes all of my control to keep my hand steady, to ignore the sharp twist in my heart every time she struggles to swallow. She used to be unshakable. Brilliant, sharp-witted, ruthless in business. Now she needs help to eat a bowl of soup. My jaw locks as I lift another spoonful to her lips. She pauses, looks at me like she knows. Like she can see the storm inside me, the helpless rage I try to smother every time I look at her. "You're tired," she murmurs. "I'm fine." She gives me a soft, knowing smile. She's the only person in the world who can see through me this easily. "Have you seen her?" she asks. I go still. I don't need to ask who she means. Her voice is weaker now, but her mind, it's still there. Some days more than others, but when she's sharp, she remembers everything, including Serena. I hesitate. No. A slow, fragile sigh leaves her lips. Why not? My throat tightens. How do I explain it? That I've spent years trying to keep Serena at arm's length. That I spent years telling myself I couldn't have her because I couldn't let myself have her. That I finally let go. That I touched her, kissed her, gave in to the thing I've spent a decade fighting. I ruined it. I let her walk away. I turn back to the bowl, scooping another bite. I don't want to talk about this, Mom. You love her, she says simply. The words are like a punch to the ribs. I keep my face blank. It doesn't matter. Her lips tremble. It always matters. Not when I'm cursed. Not when the same disease that is killing her runs in my blood too. Not when I've known, since I was a teenager, that my life would end this way. That the tremors would come, the memory loss, the slow, inevitable decay of everything I am. I will not do that to Serena. I will not let her love me, only to watch me disappear piece by piece. My voice is quiet. She deserves better. My mother shakes her head. She doesn't argue. She never does. Instead, she lifts her shaking hand, pressing it over mine. I want to break, to let it all spill out. The anger, the exhaustion, the unbearable weight of knowing what's coming. But I don't. I never do. I give her a small, forced smile, wrapping my fingers over hers, pretending that I'm fine. Eat, Mom. She nods, her fingers trembling against mine. She doesn't push anymore. She never does, because she already knows. I will always choose to suffer alone, even if it kills me.
Chapter 21. Serena, Manhattan, Damon's office. I shouldn't be here. I tell myself that at least twice before stepping into Damon's office. But here I am, seated across from him at his sleek, glass-top desk, while he leans back like he owns the world. Well, not the world, but almost half of Manhattan. "Drink?" he asks smoothly, gesturing toward the crystal decanter on the side table. "Let's just get to it." His lips curve, amused. Straight to business. I like it. Of course he does. Damon Cross doesn't chase. He sets the game, lets everyone else run in circles around him. Except I don't chase either. I lean forward, sliding the contract across the table. "I reviewed your offer." His sharp green eyes glint with satisfaction. "And?" "It's a good offer. A damn good one. A lucrative contract with Cross Industries that would guarantee my firm's stability for the next 5 years. A project that could elevate my career into something untouchable. It's everything I should want. And yet, I can't sign it. Not yet." His fingers tap against the desk. "You're hesitating." "I'm being cautious," I correct. Damon tilts his head. "Is it me you don't trust?" I meet his gaze without flinching. "Yes." He lets out a low, husky laugh, shaking his head. "God, I like you, Serena. That makes one of us." His grin widens. "I doubt that." I exhale sharply. "Are we done here?" He watches me for a beat too long. Casually as hell, he leans back, like we're just old friends catching up. "You should come to dinner with me." I blink. "Excuse me?" "A date." He shrugs. as if it's a throwaway suggestion. Dinner, you, me, a bottle of wine, something without business getting in the way. I stare at him, trying to figure out his angle. And then I laugh, shaking my head. I don't mix business with pleasure. Damon smirks. Funny, neither does Ryson. My blood chills. Damon notices. He always does. You spent time with him on the island, he says, like he's commenting on the weather. Didn't you? I force my expression to remain neutral. That's none of your business. He tilts his head, eyes gleaming with something knowing. Maybe not, but you were there together. I say nothing. He leans forward, bracing his forearms on the desk. Did he break your heart again? I clench my jaw. Damon watches me like he already has his answer. Then he smiles, slow and lethal. You know, he wasn't always like this. I frown. Like what? This cold, this calculated. His voice is deceptively casual. There was a time when we were friends, close even, until we weren't. I should leave. I should walk out of here before he says anything else. But I don't. Something about Damon's tone, about the way he's looking at me right now, keeps me frozen in place. And then he says it. I know why Ryson rejected you all those years ago. My breath stutters. For a split second, the entire room tilts. Damon sees the shift, sees me go rigid, sees the moment his words take hold. He leans into it. You want to know, don't you? His voice is smooth, his words deliberate. The real reason why he's kept you at arm's length all this time. I hate him. I detest him for dangling this in front of me as if it's nothing. But most of all, I hate myself. I really want to know because if there's another reason aside from him playing me, then I might be able to handle to continue being friends with him. I loathe that there's a part of me that wants him to be in my life still, despite all the heartache. I want to know more than anything. My nails dig into my palms. Tell me. Damon leans back, slow and smug. Have dinner with me first. A sharp, frustrated breath shoves past my lips. You're manipulating me. Of course I am, he says, unbothered. But I'm also giving you a choice. I exhale slowly. I should walk out. I shouldn't give him what he wants. But damn it, if Ryson has been keeping something from me, if there's a reason for all of this, I need to know. My voice comes out flat. Fine. Damon grins. I'll pick you up at 7. Dress up. I grab my bag, rising from my chair. But before I walk out, I glance back. Damon watches me, pleased with himself. I have this uneasy feeling that I'm stepping into a game I don't fully understand. That Damon is using me as a pawn to checkmate Ryson.
Chapter 22. Ryson, Hudson Golf Club, Manhattan. The golf club is pristine, all perfectly cut greens and money wrapped in an illusion of civility. Deals are made here, alliances solidified over slow, calculated swings and false camaraderie. I've never cared for it, but today the game is a necessary evil. A meeting with international investors who need to be courted in the rituals of wealth. And then Damon shows up. Of course he does. He waltzes onto the green like he owns the place, an easy smirk curving his mouth, sunglasses perched on his nose, like he just stepped off a yacht in the Mediterranean. He spots me instantly. I already hate whatever game he's about to play. Sinclair, he greets, slow and smug. Didn't think I'd see you out here, pretending to have patience for a 5-hour game. My fingers tighten around the club. Didn't think you were invited. He grins. Money is the only invitation anyone needs, isn't it? One of the investors chuckles, entertained. That's the thing about Damon. He plays the villain with charm. People eat it up, never realizing the bite underneath. I turn my attention back to the fairway, lining up my shot. Let's just get through this without the theatrics. But of course he can't help himself. We finish a few rounds schmoozing with the investors, talking in clipped, professional tones. But it's always there. The tension between us, the constant edge of a fight waiting to happen. As we near the 10th hole, he drops it. "By the way," Damon says, tone too casual, "I'm taking Serena out tonight." I still. He notices. His smirk deepens. "Dinner, maybe a few drinks. Who knows where the night will take us?" The club in my hand feels like a weapon. I exhale, tightening my grip. She can do what she wants. Damon makes a humming sound. She can. But it's interesting, isn't it? The way she's looking for something. An answer, maybe. A reason. I don't say anything, because he's fishing. I won't give him the satisfaction. But he doesn't need me to. His voice turns almost mockingly soft. I told her I could give her one. About you. About why you ran like a coward all those years ago. Everything inside me goes still. His grin sharpens, knowing. Oh, I see, she doesn't know, does she? I don't respond, which is an answer in itself. His lips part in something resembling amusement, something twisted in its glee. "Poor Sinclair," he murmurs, "holding on to a woman he can't even have. And you can't have her, can you?" My fingers curl into a fist. Damon tilts his head, pressing harder. "You can pretend all you want, but at the end of the day, Ryson, you're just a ticking time bomb. Just like your mother." My vision tunnels. There's a roar in my head, a low, building thing, a darkness that stretches its claws. Damon notices. And like the vindictive son of a jerk he is, he leans in for the kill. "How long do you think you have before you start slipping? Before your hands start shaking? Before she realizes that you're nothing but a waste of time?" My body moves before I think. The crack of my fist connecting with his jaw rings out like gunfire. Damon stumbles back, stunned for half a second, just before he lunges. Then it's chaos. A raw, bloody brawl in the middle of a golf course where billionaires sip whiskey and pretend they're better than the rest of the world. Fists fly. Damon gets in a hit to my ribs, but I catch him in the side, sending him crashing onto the green. He laughs, wild and unhinged, blood smeared on his teeth as he swings at me again. We hit the ground, grappling like men who have hated each other for too long. And then I say it. "At least my father gave a damn about me." Damon stills. His expression shatters. But I don't stop. At least he didn't beat me to hell every night before finding another wife to replace the last one. Damon snaps. The next punch nearly knocks me out. And before I can retaliate, security is on us, pulling us apart. The investors look horrified. The club owner is shouting about press and bad publicity. But all I see is Damon. Breathing hard, lips split, a wild look in his eye. And when he speaks, his voice is hoarse, wrecked. "You think you're better than me, Sinclair?" I meet his gaze, blood trailing down my jaw. I don't think it. I know it. His lips curl, voice full of acid. "Tell me that again," he rasps, "when we're both in a cell tonight." "You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 23. Serena, Manhattan. Midtown, Damon's office. I'm already dressed when the call comes in. A sleek, form-fitting dress that Damon would undoubtedly appreciate. A subtle touch of gloss on my lips. My hair in a smooth cascade down my back. I don't date Damon Cross. I don't even like him most of the time. But this isn't just a date. It's a transaction. Information in exchange for my time. I tell myself that as I glance at my reflection in the mirror, ignoring the sharp twist in my stomach. Then my phone vibrates. I expect Damon's voice, smooth, teasing, arrogant. Instead, it's a woman's. Miss Vance? I pause. Yes? This is Ken, Mr. Cross's assistant. He asked me to call you. I frown. Is something wrong? A delicate cough. He won't be able to make dinner tonight. My brow lifts. Why? There's a beat. Then Ken says, with all the detached professionalism of someone used to cleaning up Damon's messes, he's in jail. I blink. What? She clears her throat. There was an altercation at the Hudson Golf Club this afternoon. He and Mr. Sinclair were both taken into custody. I stand frozen. Everything tilts, my mind racing to catch up. Ryson, I repeat, as if the name alone will make this make sense. Yes, ma'am. Ken sighs. I believe it was, how do I put this delicately, a rather physical disagreement. I stare at my reflection. I should pretend I don't care. I should change out of this dress, pour myself a glass of wine, and enjoy a Damon-free evening. Instead, I grab my keys. NYPD holding 21st Precinct. This doesn't feel right. That thought repeats itself over and over as I step through the doors of the cold fluorescent-lit police station. The desk sergeant barely looks up. Are you here to post bail? No. Family of an inmate? God, no. Then what? Before he can finish, I spot them. Two men, one lounging back in the holding cell like he owns it, the other pacing like a caged animal. Damon sees me first and grins. Serena, he drawls, rising smoothly to his feet, his lips split, his shirt slightly untucked. Damn. If I'd known you were showing up, I would have gotten arrested sooner. I fold my arms, stepping closer to the bars. What the hell happened? Damon tilts his head. Your boy lost his temper. My boy. I don't take the bait. I turn to Ryson. His frown is immediate, deep, his expression unreadable. But I see it. The faint bruises, the blood at the corner of his mouth, the tension radiating off him like heat. What the hell did you do? I demand. He doesn't answer at first, just stares at me like I'm a mirage, like I shouldn't be here. And maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I should have let them rot in here for the night. But seeing him like this, seeing both of them in here bruised and reckless, something tightens in my chest. You should be worried about me, Damon interrupts. His voice light, but there's something dark and satisfied underneath. I'm the one you had plans with tonight, remember? I shoot him a glare. You're in jail. He sighs dramatically. Yeah, and the accommodations suck. I ignore him, my focus back on Ryson. You're a CEO, Ryson, not some street fighter. What the hell did he say to make you lose control like this? He flinches. That's when I realize it wasn't about business. It was about me. Damon smirks, watching the realization settle over me like a storm cloud. You always were the only one who could make him act like a fool. I cut him a look. Shut up, Damon. He raises his hands in mock surrender. I exhale sharply. Does the press know? No, Ryson says, his voice clipped. No one talks unless we allow it. Damon nods in agreement. Not exactly good for either of us if the world finds out we nearly killed each other on the golf course. Nearly? I repeat. You're covered in bruises. He looks like he... Before I can finish, a lawyer strides in. And just like that, it's over. Papers signed, deals made, they're released. Damon grins at me as he buttons his jacket, moving too close. So dinner? I scoff, stepping away. Are you serious? He shrugs. What? We're both free now. The night is still young. I open my mouth to tell him exactly where he can shove his date. But then Ryson stumbles, and my heart drops. His palm catches against the desk, his other hand braced on the wall, his chest heaving as if it's suddenly impossible to stay upright. I'm at his side before I can think. Ryson? His breathing is uneven, his skin paler than it should be. Then he crumples. I drop to my knees beside him, gripping his arm. Ryson! Damon is silent now for once. The lawyer is already calling for paramedics. I can't do anything but hold on to him.
Chapter 24. Ryson. Consciousness drags me back like an undertow. The first thing I register is silence, a rare kind, sterile and muffled, pressing against my ears like cotton. The kind that exists only in hospitals. The faint beeping of a monitor cuts through, steady, rhythmic. Then the dull ache blooms, throbbing along my jaw, my ribs, my knuckles. I don't need to open my eyes to remember why I'm here. I exhale slowly, shifting against the stiff mattress. There's movement, a quiet stir, and suddenly, I'm aware of her. Serena. Sitting beside the bed, her form curled into the uncomfortable hospital chair. Her arms are crossed, but she isn't sleeping. Her posture is too tense. She stayed. I turn, studying her. She looks exhausted, her dark curls tousled, her lips pressed in a tight line. She's staring straight ahead, but I feel her pulse in the space between us, an unspoken presence that anchors me more than the IV in my arm. When I shift again, she notices. Her gaze snaps to mine, and for a fraction of a second I see the unguarded flicker of relief. Then it's gone. Her back straightens, and just like that, the wall is back in place. You're awake. Clearly. My voice is rough, dry. Silence stretches. Then she stands briskly. I should go. I react before I think. Wait. She stills, doesn't turn. A long time ago, she would have looked back immediately. Now, she hesitates. I force my body up, ignoring the discomfort, propping myself against the pillows. You brought me here? Her head tilts, just enough that I catch the hard set of her jaw. You fainted, Ryson. I frown. I don't faint. She scoffs. Tell that to the concrete floor you collapsed on. I huff out a breath, dragging a hand over my face. The doctors! They said you're fine. Overworked, beaten up, probably not enough food or sleep. Same as always. Same as always. It's a bitter truth. She shifts again, glancing toward the door. I really should have dinner with me. She stills, then slowly turns. What? Have dinner with me, I repeat, watching her. Since our last meal together involved a hurricane and a blackout, I figure you owe me. Her expression shifts, conflicted, guarded. Ryson, no. Before she can elaborate, her stomach betrays her. A sharp, audible rumble. She freezes. I arch a brow, fighting back a smirk. Her lips pressed together. That means nothing. That means you're hungry. It does not. Then what does it mean? Shut up. I grin. The smell hits me before I even step through the doors. Garlic, slow-roasted meat, the unmistakable scent of freshly baked bread. It's been years, but nothing has changed. Serena inhales deeply beside me, and for a moment she forgets herself, her lips parting slightly like she's stepping into a memory. This place, our place, a quiet, unassuming family-owned restaurant tucked in the heart of the city. The first place we ever ate together more than a decade ago. The door jingles as we step inside, and I already know what's coming. Well, well, well. A familiar voice rings out, and I turn just in time to see Mrs. Alvarez emerge from the back. Her face lights up when she sees us, her aged hands clasping together in delight. My two favorite faces. She hustles forward, arms outstretched, ignoring the years between us like they don't matter. It's been too long. Before we can react, she envelops us in a hug. Her embrace is warm, familiar, the kind that smells like flour, spices, and nostalgia. When she finally pulls back, her dark eyes gleam. And look at you two! Even more beautiful than before! She steps back, beaming. Married yet? Serena chokes on air. I tense. Ugh. Mrs. Alvarez clucks her tongue, mistaking our silence. No kids yet, either. That's okay. It'll come. Serena's expression is priceless. I barely resist a laugh. Mrs. Alvarez sighs wistfully. It's rare to see young love that lasts. You two always had that magic that... She waves her hands as if trying to conjure the words. Serena's face flames. I clear my throat, smoothly intervening. We were just hoping for a table, Mrs. Alvarez. Of course, of course. She leads us to a corner booth, the same one we used to sit at. And don't even think about paying. This one's on me. Serena hesitates. You don't have to... I insist. Mrs. Alvarez pats her arm, then her expression softens. You know, I'm retiring soon, she says, quieter now. The restaurant is closing. Serena, still, I feel it too. A sudden pang. This place is woven into us. It was never just about the food. It was about us sneaking out of long study sessions to eat here. About the times we celebrated victories or mourned setbacks over a meal. Serena inhales slowly. When? End of the month. A silence stretches. Then Serena nods, voice softer. I'm glad we came back before then. Mrs. Alvarez smiles warmly. Then she leaves us alone. At first, we eat in silence. The food is the same. Comforting, nostalgic. Every bite drags me back to a different year, a different moment. Then, gradually, conversation slips in. We talk about old stories. The time Serena spilled an entire bowl of soup on my lap. The time I convinced her to sneak out, and we nearly got caught. She laughs, just a little, and it's suddenly easy. There's no Damon, no contracts, no pressure. Just us. I let myself have it. I don't know when I'll get another chance.
Chapter 25. Serena. The streets hum with life as we step out of the restaurant. The night air carries the smell of sizzling skewers, fresh bread, and spiced sweets, familiar and intoxicating in a way that tugs at buried nostalgia. It's been years since we last did this. Years since we had a night without expectations, without battles. Do you want to go to the night market? Ryson asks, his voice almost too casual. I glance at him. The city's neon lights reflect in his eyes, softening the sharp edges of his face. He's doing that thing again, offering something but pretending it's nothing. The logical answer is no. We've already had our moment for the night. We should leave it here before reality crashes back in. But a small part of me, the one that remembers us before everything fell apart, wants more time. I cross my arms. You still think I can be bribed with overpriced trinkets and grilled meat? He smirks. I'd say convinced, not bribed. I roll my eyes, but I don't say no. The moment we step into the crowd, I'm swallowed by color and sound. Lanterns swing above us, casting a golden glow over streets lined with vendors calling out their specialties. The air is thick with the smell of roasted chestnuts, candied fruit, and soy-glazed skewers sizzling over open flames. It's overwhelming, chaotic, perfect. Ryson keeps close, his arm brushing against mine every so often as we navigate the tight spaces between stalls. It's a rhythm we fell into effortlessly years ago, one I pretend doesn't still feel just as natural. You still collect these? I turn to find him holding a small, hand-carved fox figurine. The same kind he used to buy for me when we came here in college, a tradition neither of us ever acknowledged out loud. I take it from him, running my thumb over the polished wood. He watches me too closely. I clear my throat. I haven't thought about them in a while. Maybe you should start again. He hands a few bills to the vendor before I can stop him. I narrow my eyes. I didn't say I wanted it. You didn't say you didn't. That's not how this works, Sinclair. That's exactly how it works, Vance. I huff, but I don't give the fox back. Ryson's grin is insufferable. We stop at a skewer stand, the smell of grilled chicken and spice wrapping around us. The vendor hands me a stick and I take a bite, savoring the burst of sweet, smoky heat. Ryson watches me, one brow raised. What? I ask, mouthful. Nothing. I just forgot how aggressively you eat when you like something. I glare. Aggressively? He bites back a laugh. I take another huge bite just to spite him. He smirks. If you choke, I'm not saving you. You couldn't save me even if you tried. I shoot back. A challenge flickers in his expression. He takes a bite of his own skewer. Massive, cocky, deliberately dramatic. I stare. Was that supposed to intimidate me? He shrugs. Seemed fair. You started it. Okay, I say, grabbing another skewer. Best of 3. What are we, 5? Scared? He scoffs. Please. We proceed to annihilate 3 sticks of skewers each. Neither of us slows down, and I refuse to be the first to stop. Winner gets the other's drink, I add, pointing to my bottled tea. Fine. We push through. The vendor watches with barely disguised amusement. Halfway through, I choke. Rhyson immediately bursts into laughter. I wave him off, coughing. Don't die on me, Vance. That'd be hard to explain. You're not getting my drink. I rasp. You just nearly asphyxiated on a chicken skewer. He counters smug. Fine, but I still won. Debatable. We continue wandering through the market, shoulders brushing, conversations flowing too easily. I immerse myself in the moment, to not think about what comes next. And for a while, it works. Then, hold still, Rhyson says suddenly. Before I can react, he reaches out. Thumb brushing against the corner of my lips. I freeze. It's small, insignificant. But the touch lingers longer than it should. His thumb warm, slow, dragging just slightly before he pulls away. My stomach tightens. He clears his throat. Sauce. I swallow. Thanks. The air is different now. Tighter. Heavier. I hate that I want to stay in it. By the time we reach the car, the spell is broken. The moment we step out of the lights, the noise, the warmth, I feel it settling back in. The reality of who we are now, what we aren't. We stop beside the car, neither of us moving to open the doors just yet. Rhyson exhales, leaning against the frame. His voice is quieter now. Can we do this again? The question hangs, a soft, dangerous thing. I should lie. I should say yes, but I can't. I step back, shaking my head. No, Rhyson, we can't. His jaw tenses, his hands curl against the metal. I don't wait for him to respond. I just get in the car, shutting the door on whatever tonight was.
Chapter 26. Ryson. I don't like the sight of this. It's been just 2 nights after our stroll, and here she is, dining with Damon. She sees me, and she knows I don't like this. The clink of glasses and low hum of conversation barely registers. The whiskey tumbler in my hand is grounding, but not enough. Across the restaurant, Serena tilts her head back and laughs, her dark eyes bright, her lips curved in a way that sends something sharp twisting through my chest. Damon leans closer. Too close. His fingers skim the inside of her wrist, a fleeting touch that's meant to look casual but isn't. I recognize the move. It's deliberate, calculated, and it works because she doesn't pull away. My jaw locks as I take another sip, the burn of the alcohol doing nothing to drown out the frustration clawing at my insides. "Ryson," Elliot warns from beside me, his voice low, knowing. "You're making it obvious." I shift my focus back to the conversation at my own table, but my patience is razor thin. We're here with 2 of Titan's most influential clients, men who don't tolerate anything less than total control. Yet, I can barely hear a damn word they're saying. The air conditioning is too cold, the lighting too dim, the sounds around me too loud, too much. But nothing is more unbearable than watching him touch her. I glance back at Serena against my better judgment, just as Damon leans in to murmur something in her ear. Her lips part slightly, then she shakes her head, smiling as if indulging him. I tighten my grip on my glass. "You should walk away, Sinclair," Elliot mutters under his breath, still watching me. "Go cool off before you snap in front of clients." I grit my teeth. He's right, but leaving would mean surrender, and I've already given up too much when it comes to Serena. Instead, I force myself to look away, turning back to the older client who's droning on about market shifts. It takes everything in me to feign interest, to nod at the right moments, to act like I give a damn. But my muscles coil tighter with every second that passes. As if the night couldn't get worse, a familiar voice cuts through the hum of the restaurant. Well, Damon drawls. "What a coincidence." I already hate this. Elliot curses under his breath as I turn my head, my stare locking onto Damon, who's now standing beside our table with an easy smirk. Serena lingers just behind him, her expression polite, unreadable. But the way she won't look directly at me cuts deeper than it should. "Serena and I were just finishing up dinner," Damon continues, resting his hand on the back of her chair, claiming her in a way that makes my blood run hot. "Didn't expect to see you here, Sinclair." "You don't belong in places like this," I reply smoothly, taking another sip of whiskey, forcing my voice to stay even. Damon chuckles. "Oh, I belong anywhere she is." His gaze slides to Serena, and my fingers curl against the cool surface of the table. "And we've been having a great time, haven't we?" She gives a small, almost dismissive nod. "It was just business," she says lightly, but her tone is distant. He doesn't let it go. "Business and pleasure aren't so different, Vance." He lets her name roll off his tongue like it's a secret, like he's making a point. As if he's pushing the blade deeper, his eyes flick back to me. "And how about you, Sinclair? How have you been holding up?" There it is, the challenge, the bait. And I take it. I lean back in my chair, stretching my arm across the back, making a show of my nonchalance. Then I glance at Serena. "I should be asking you that." My voice is mild, but my intent is clear. Her brow furrows slightly, but I don't let her respond. "That street food really did a number on you, didn't it?" I say, deliberately casual. Damon stills, his expression flickering with something darker before he smooths it over. Serena's lips press together. She finally looks at me, but there's something wary in her gaze. Elliot sighs beside me, no doubt regretting his life choices. "Oh?" Damon finally says. Street food? I smirk. Yeah. You know, the kind that makes you reminisce about the good old days. I tilt my glass slightly in Serena's direction. Isn't that right? Her eyes flash. It's barely noticeable, but I catch it. One of the clients, also someone who worked with Damon before, offers a seat to them. I grit my teeth, but I can't refuse. Damon's smirk tightens. That sounds... Before he can finish, the energy shifts. A presence. Feminine. Poised. I sense her before I see her. She steps forward, her silhouette sleek, elegant, deliberate in the way she moves. Damon's amusement falters just slightly, and for once, I see genuine irritation flicker in his gaze. The same irritation grows in mine. Elliot mutters, "Oh, crap." The woman's voice is smooth, unimpressed. Well, this is an interesting little reunion. I glance over at her, but I already know. And by the way, Serena stiffens. So does she. Damon exhales slowly. He smirks again, but this time it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Well, he says, his voice low. Looks like the real fun is just getting started.
Chapter 27. Damon. There are very few people in this world who can make me lose my appetite. Unfortunately, Juliet Laurent is one of them. She enters like she owns the place. Because that's the way Juliet has always moved through the world. All effortless grace, slow, measured steps, a woman who demands attention without saying a word. She knows exactly how to turn heads, how to command a room without even lifting a finger. And Rhyson Sinclair, the man who normally pretends nothing can touch him, looks like he's just been hit with an unexpected storm. Good. I sit back in my chair, watching as realization dawns on him, as irritation etches into every angle of his face. But it's not fear, not Ryson. He doesn't fear her. No, his reaction is one of pure loathing. I understand it. I feel it too. Juliet saunters over like a panther, confident, knowing. She doesn't even glance at me at first. She never does. Serena shifts slightly in her seat. I can feel her confusion, the way she tenses just enough to let me know she's reading the room. She doesn't know. Not fully. She knows Juliet is my half-sister. She knows Juliet is Ryson's ex. But she doesn't know the real story. The one that shattered the fragile foundation of my friendship with Ryson. The one that left both of us bleeding. Juliet finally acknowledges me, tilting her head with that knowing little smirk that used to get under my skin when we were kids. "Damon," she says smoothly, as if she hasn't spent years ruining everything she touches. I don't respond. Instead, I reach for my drink, tipping the glass back as if her presence isn't making my blood curdle. Serena clears her throat softly. "Juliet." Juliet smiles then. She always smiles. "Serena, darling, it's been a while." She says it like they're old friends, like they run in the same circles. But I know what she's doing. Juliet likes to play with people, manipulate. She'll plant a seed in Serena's mind without ever needing to spell it out. That's what she's always been good at. Ryson exhales sharply through his nose, and I know he's seconds away from losing his patience. "Is there a reason you're here, Juliet?" he mutters. Her eyes flick to him, amusement dancing in them. She likes this. The reaction, the anger. She feeds off it. "I heard you were here," she says sweetly. "Thought I'd say hello." "And I thought I made it clear years ago that I never wanted to see your face again," Ryson fires back, voice sharp as a blade. Juliet doesn't so much as blink. Serena looks between them now, her confusion turning into real curiosity. Juliet leans forward, placing her hands delicately on the table as she pins Ryson with a look that's meant to make him uncomfortable. "Come now, Ryson," she purrs. "We're practically family. Why so hostile?" I snap. Shut up, Juliet. The words come out harsher than intended, but I don't regret them. She looks at me, truly looks at me, and something flickers behind her eyes. For a second, she almost looks hurt, but that's impossible. Juliet doesn't feel. She doesn't regret. I see you haven't changed, she murmurs, tilting her head, still so angry. You gave me every reason to be. Her lips curve. Did I? I laugh under my breath, shaking my head. Unbelievable. She still plays this game, pretending like she doesn't remember, pretending like she's not the reason everything fell apart. Serena shifts again, her brows pulling together. I know she's dying to ask. She wants to understand what's happening, but this is not a conversation I'm willing to have in front of her. Why are you really here? I ask, voice low. Juliet hums, then glances at Serena. And I know. I know why she's here. Rhyson sits up straighter, his entire body going rigid. Don't, he warns. Juliet ignores him. Instead, she smiles at Serena, the kind of smile that feels like it carries a warning. I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Serena frowns. What are you talking about? Juliet leans back in her seat, running her fingers over the stem of a wine glass that isn't hers. You, darling, you seem to have both of my favorite men in a frenzy. Serena stiffens. I clench my jaw. Ryson shoves back from the table, chair scraping loudly against the floor. We're done here, he snaps. Juliet chuckles, all amusement and poison. Oh, Ryson, still so predictable. I expect him to leave. I expect him to walk away like he always does. But he doesn't. Instead, he glances at Serena, and there's something there. Something raw, something real, before his gaze slides to me. A rare moment of understanding. For once, we're on the same side. For once, we both want her out of here. I stand up next, turning to Serena. We're leaving. She stares at me. What? I don't ask again. I place my hand on the small of her back, gently guiding her up. She doesn't resist, but I feel her tension. Juliet watches the interaction closely. Now, Damon. Are you actually protecting someone? I cut her a look so sharp it could draw blood. Stay the hell away from her, I warn. She's not part of your games. Juliet smiles like I just confirmed everything she suspected, like she's delighted. Oh, Damon, she coos. You actually care. I don't respond. I just take Serena's hand, leading her out of the restaurant. The second Juliet sets her sights on someone, she never lets go. I'll be damned if I let her sink her claws into Serena.
Chapter 28. Ryson, I know she's behind me before she even speaks. Juliet's presence is like a cold draft in a locked room, something you can't see but you feel. A quiet, creeping sensation slithering over your skin, alerting you that you are not alone. I keep walking. I don't have the patience for this tonight. Not after seeing her with Damon. Not after spending the last 20 minutes trying to remind myself that Serena doesn't belong to me. But Juliet isn't the kind of woman you can ignore. Still brooding, Ryson? Her voice is light, teasing. I stop. Big mistake. She uses it to close the distance, her heels clicking against the pavement. When she moves into my space, I turn. Slow, deliberate, a warning. Leave, I say flatly. Juliet tilts her head, all soft amusement. Not even a hello? That's rude even for you. I step back. She follows. Her perfume is the same, something subtle but sickly sweet. It used to hook me, used to pull me in. Now all I want is to get away. Go find someone else to manipulate, I mutter. I'm not playing this game. Her eyes gleam like she's already won. But we were always so good at games, she purrs. Weren't we? I hate her. Not in the way I hate Damon, with old grudges and competition. a rivalry that cuts deep but was once something good. No. I hate her for entirely different reasons. For how easily she turned everything upside down, for the way she looked at my weaknesses and saw opportunity. Juliet Laurent doesn't destroy things in a fit of rage. She does it slowly, carefully, with a smile on her lips. She reaches out, dragging a finger down the sleeve of my jacket, and I grab her wrist before she can go any further. "Don't touch me." She lets out a breathy laugh, eyes dark with satisfaction. "Still wound so tight, Sinclair." I release her. A sharp, controlled movement as if her skin burned. She steps even closer, tilting her chin up. "Tell me, Ryson," she murmurs. "Why so hostile? We used to have so much fun together." I let out a chuckle. "Fun?" She smirks. "You can't tell me you don't miss me." I don't. Her smile doesn't falter. Of course it doesn't. Juliet thrives on rejection. It doesn't deter her. It fuels her. She presses a hand to my chest like she belongs there, her fingers curling against the fabric. Liar. I grab her wrist again, harder this time, pulling her off me. She stumbles back with a quiet giggle like I just indulged her, like this is all entertainment. "Juliet," I say, voice razor sharp. "Screw off. Never let me see you again." She exhales slowly, watching me with something dangerous in her gaze. Then she tilts her head and asks, "How's your mother?" I snap. I step forward before I even think. Juliet doesn't flinch, doesn't move an inch. She just waits, watching me unravel. I grit my teeth so hard it aches. "You don't get to talk about her." She sighs, still so sensitive. "You have no right." Touchy, she muses, brushing imaginary dust off her sleeve. Then she leans in slightly, voice dropping. "And how about that deal Titan Corp is fighting over? The one Damon is suddenly so invested in? The hairs on my nape rise. How the hell does she know about that? Juliet studies me like she's peeling me apart. "Damon isn't one for self-sacrifice," she muses. "So why do you think he's so interested in Serena?" My stomach tightens. Her lips curl. "She's not his type," she says, tapping a manicured finger against her chin. "But then again, she's not really yours either, is she?" I move before I think. My fingers catch her chin, pinching slightly, forcing her to look up at me. "You don't know my type." Juliet shivers, but not in fear. She giggles. "Ryson," she whispers, dark amusement lacing her voice. "I know you too well." I release her abruptly, stepping back, shaking my head. I need to get the hell out of here. But that feeling, that unease, is already rooted deep. She knows something. The question is how much. And how the hell did she find out? I don't wait for her to say anything else. I just turn and walk away. But that feeling, that cold, creeping feeling, won't leave my chest.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Damon. The moment I step out of the car, Ryson is on me. I don't get the chance to shut the door before his hands fist into my collar, shoving me back against the sleek black frame. The motion sends a sharp pulse of adrenaline through my veins, but I don't react, not yet. His face is a mask of controlled fury, but his grip isn't controlled at all. "How does Juliet know?" he demands, his voice raw. "How the hell does she know about the Genesis contract? How does she know about the bet?" I let out a breath, a slow exhale, but it does nothing to settle the irritation curling inside me. I should have expected this. Of course, Juliet wouldn't keep her mouth shut, not when there was chaos to stoke, old wounds to rip open. "Get your hands off me," I mutter, my voice low. Ryson doesn't let go. His fingers dig in harder. His eyes, sharper than I've ever seen them, cut straight through me. For a moment, I see it. The unspoken question that neither of us want to acknowledge. Was this ever just a game? That's when it hits me. He finally understands what's at stake. I glance around, making sure no one's watching. We're parked near the boundary of the lot outside Titan Corp, where no cameras can see us. Still, this conversation is too exposed. "You want to start a fight out in the open?" I say, my tone mocking, but the irritation creeping into my chest is real. "Be my guest. Or you can back off and let's handle this like men instead of—" His fist cracks against my jaw. The hit is clean, controlled, but hard enough to rattle me. The force turns my head slightly, pain sparking through my cheekbone. I taste copper. I smirk, wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. "That's the best you've got?" Ryson doesn't smile. His chest is rising and falling too fast. The tendons in his neck are tight with restraint. He's pissed. Not just because of the bet, not just because of Juliet. He's losing. 2 months ago, his office, a bet that started it all. "I'll make Serena mine," I had said, tilting my glass of whiskey between my fingers. The burn of it settled deep in my chest, but I hardly noticed. Ryson let out a low laugh, shaking his head. "You're full of it." "Am I?" I leaned back, watching his reaction carefully. "You've already lost your shot with her. You expect me to believe you care who she ends up with?" His expression hardened, but he said nothing. "I'll take her from you, Sinclair," I continued, letting the words settle between us. "And when I do, you back out of Genesis Corp's deal. That's our bet." He scoffed, setting his glass down with more force than necessary. "Serena's not an idiot. She won't fall for you." I smirked. "Let's find out." Present. Ryson breathes hard, standing too close, the tension between us suffocating. "You think this is still about that stupid bet?" he says, his voice low but seething. "You think I give a damn about that? I never did." I tilt my head, watching him closely. "You don't?" Ryson punches me again, this time not as controlled. The impact stings like hell, but I swing back this time, my fist catching the side of his face. The hit sends him staggering a step back. We breathe in unison, both of us on the verge of losing it. He wipes his mouth, his jaw tight. "I won't let you win, Damon." There's a flicker of something different in his voice this time, something personal. A bitter laugh spills out of me. "You don't get it, do you?" I wipe my busted lip, my amusement fading into something darker. "I don't care about the bet anymore. I want her. For real." His expression shifts just enough. A fraction of hesitation, a split second of doubt. "Serena deserves better than either of us," he mutters, but it doesn't sound like conviction. It sounds like a plea. I arch a brow. "Then why are you still fighting?" He doesn't answer. That's when I know. He's still in this, whether he wants to be or not. I step back toward my car, exhaling sharply. We need to keep Juliet away from her. For once, Ryson doesn't argue. We both know that when it comes to Juliet Laurent, nothing good follows in her wake. I pull open my car door, about to slide in when Ryson's voice slices through the tension. "This contract? I'm going to make sure you lose." I smirk, the adrenaline still burning through my veins. "Good luck." I drive off. None of us are walking away from this deal unscathed.
Chapter 30. Serena. I grip my pen so tightly I swear the plastic might crack. The boardroom is suffocating, lined with a dozen executives staring me down as if my decision should already be made. "The contract can't be delayed any longer, Miss Vance." One of the senior members, Mr. Gallagher, states matter-of-factly, pushing the papers toward me. They're akin to bricks pressing down on my chest. "It's Titan Corp or Cross Industries. We need an answer. Today." Today. I nod, my face unreadable despite the storm in my head. Titan Corp, Ryson, Cross Industries, Damon. It should be an easy decision. I should be thinking about profit margins, global reach, logistical advantages. Instead, all I can think about is the men behind the names. One who once broke me, one who could be breaking me now. The pressure in the room is palpable. "We'll reconvene in an hour," I say, keeping my voice even. "I'll have my decision then." No one argues. They all file out, leaving behind only their presence, the invisible push of expectation, demand, urgency. The door barely clicks shut before Maria storms in. Her heels strike the marble, her dark brows pulled together in full battle mode. She wastes no time. "Serena," she folds her arms. "You have to take your emotions out of the equation." I pinch the bridge of my nose. "That's rich coming from you." Maria's lips twitch. "I'm serious. Damon's offer is too perfect. That man never gives something without taking more in return." I rub at my temples. "And Ryson?" Maria sighs, softening a little. "Ryson's offer is the more logical one. You don't even have to think about it, and you wouldn't be thinking about it if he wasn't." She doesn't finish, but I know exactly what she means. If he wasn't Rhyson Sinclair, if he wasn't the man who rejected me, if he wasn't the man who kissed me in the rain and made me forget every ounce of self-control I had. I press my fingers against the cool surface of the table, steadying myself. I'll make the right decision. Maria watches me closely. "Are you sure?" I hesitate, and in that hesitation she pounces. "What happened?" She narrows her eyes. "You're not this indecisive, Serena. What aren't you telling me?" My stomach clenches. I should lie. I should brush her off, say it's just business, say I'll handle it. Instead, I blurt out the one thing I shouldn't. "I slept with him." Maria freezes. Her perfectly painted mouth parts, but nothing comes out. Silence. A loaded, dangerous silence that carries too many implications. I force myself to look at her, waiting for the explosion. Maria's voice nearly cracks. "You slept with who?" I swallow. "Ryson." Her eyes nearly bulge out of her head. "What? When?" I shift uncomfortably. "A month ago." Maria doesn't breathe for a solid 5 seconds. She just stares at me like I confessed to setting my own office on fire. Then she does the thing I least expect. She lunges for her desk drawer, yanking it open, rifling through files before pulling out a leather-bound planner. "Maria," I frown. "What are you doing?" "Shut up," she mutters, flipping pages with the focus of a detective solving a homicide. The sharp sound of nails tapping against paper fills the air. Her lips press together before she bites her bottom lip, looking at the date, then at me. And suddenly, her face drains of color. "Serena?" Something in her tone unnerves me. I straighten. "What?" Maria looks up slowly, the hesitation in her face twisting my stomach. You have your period calendar listed." I blink. "So?" Her jaw clenches. Serena, she exhales. You're more than a week late. The floor shifts beneath me. My pulse slams against my ribs. What? I whisper, my throat suddenly tight. Maria pushes the planner toward me. She taps the date. My stomach free falls. No, I whisper. I just forgot Maria gives me a look that says, don't do that. A look that says we both know you never forget. You always track it, she reminds me, her voice gentle but firm. I track it because you always complain about how bad it gets. And I know you, Serena, you don't forget. My chest tightens. I'm shaking my head before I can process the reality of what she's saying. No. The word tastes wrong. Sounds wrong. Maria doesn't push. She just lets it sink in. And as I stare at the dates, as I calculate backward, as I realize that she's right, that my last period was before the island, that I am late, that I could be pregnant. Oh my God. I grip the table. Maria grabs my wrist, her own panic mirroring mine. Serena, she says, her voice shaking. Do you think it's possible? I can't breathe. I can't think. My stomach lurches, my heart pounds, my vision blurs. I don't know, damn, I'm clueless. But there's only one way to find out.
Chapter 31. Ryson. Elliot leans against my office door frame, arms crossed, giving me the kind of unimpressed look that means I won't like whatever is about to come out of his mouth. You need to go for your checkup, he says flatly. I don't look up from my laptop, scanning through the latest reports from the Titan Corp deal. Reschedule. You've already rescheduled it 3 times. I sigh. Then cancel it. Not happening. Elliot pushes off the door, walking toward my desk like an executioner delivering a verdict. You need to go. I already made the arrangements. The doctor's expecting you in an hour. I slam the laptop shut and press my fingertips against my temples. I hate this. I hate hospitals. The antiseptic smell. The stark white walls. The way doctors look at me like I'm a ticking time bomb. I don't need a reminder that I carry a defective gene. That one day, my body might turn against me the same way it did to my mother. Elliot doesn't budge. Just get it over with, he says. You have time before your next meeting. And if you don't do it, I swear to God I'll call your sister. I snap my head up. You wouldn't! He smirks. Try me. Damn him. The hospital is exactly as I remember. Too clean, too quiet, too sterile. The overhead lights feel too bright, humming in the corners of my ears like they're mocking me. The nurse leads me down a familiar hallway, her footsteps echoing off the tile as she rattles off the usual list of routine checks. Neurological exams, cognitive assessments, motor function monitoring. I tune her out. I know what they're going to do. I know what they're looking for. I know they won't find anything yet. But that's the thing about Huntington's disease. It doesn't make its entrance with a grand announcement. It creeps in slowly, quietly, like a shadow waiting for the perfect moment to take over. And when it does, there's no stopping it. Elliot walks beside me, talking about business the entire time. Legal's still drafting the revisions for the Titan deal, he says as we turn a corner. The board wants to push Serena for a quicker decision. I clench my jaw. We're already pressuring her enough. Elliot gives me a look. She needs to choose Ryson. I know. I need her to choose me. Because on paper, I'm the best choice. Titan Corp has the stronger offer. We have the global reach, the resources, the infrastructure. Damon? He's too good to be true. Serena said she'd take emotion out of the equation. If she does, she'll choose me. She has to. I ignore the way my chest tightens at the thought of her even considering him. Considering Damon. Elliot keeps talking, rattling off contract details as we step into the doctor's office. The exam starts the same way it always does. Blood work, reflex tests, a cognitive screening. Each one is another reminder that my body isn't my own. Everything looks stable, the doctor says finally. It should be reassuring. It's not. Stable doesn't necessarily mean safe. Stable doesn't mean it won't start tomorrow, or next month, or next year. Stable is just the calm before the inevitable storm. I force out a breath and push to my feet. Elliot follows me as I head toward the exit. You good? I nod. Lie, always. Fine. We step out into the main corridor. Serena. Walking through the entrance, Maria at her side. My body goes rigid. What the hell is she doing here? Her head is tilted slightly down, hair falling over her face, but there's a tension in her posture. Something off. Maria is talking to her in hushed tones, her hands moving in sharp, anxious gestures. My pulse spikes. Why is she here? Why does she look worried? Something twists in my gut. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't follow. I should just let her be. But I can't help the way my feet stay rooted to the spot, watching her, every instinct in my body screaming, something's wrong.
Chapter 32. Serena, this can't be happening. That thought loops in my head like a broken record as Maria drags me toward the hospital entrance. I grip the sleeve of my blazer, trying to steady my nerves, but it's useless. My entire body feels off kilter, shaky, like my own skin doesn't fit right. This is stupid, I mutter under my breath. I should have just taken the test at home. Maria snorts. Oh, sure, because an over-the-counter stick is so much more reliable than a real doctor. I scowl. It could be stress. Maria levels me with a deadpan stare. Right. And stress also made your bras too tight? Made you cry over a perfume ad yesterday? Or better yet, made you nearly throw up at the smell of my coffee this morning? My lips pressed together. That was just coincidence? Maria cuts me off, her voice sharper now. Serena, stop lying to yourself. You're never late. Her words gut me because she's right. I suck in a deep breath and keep walking, my heels clicking against the tile. Inside, the private wing is quiet, pristine. The kind of place where people come in with answers and leave with more questions. A nurse gestures for me to follow her, and Maria squeezes my hand before I disappear into the exam room. 15 minutes later, I stumble out, my breath barely coming through. The air is too thick. My stomach is knotted. Maria is already on her feet, eyes scanning my face. Serena? I can't speak. If I say it out loud, it'll be real. Before I can get my bearings, a presence looms. A familiar scent. A voice, low and edged. What's going on? My head snaps up. Ryson, standing beside Maria, his brows furrowed. His sharp, assessing gaze flickers between us, his posture rigid. Maria, the traitor, doesn't hesitate. She needs to tell you something. My stomach lurches. Maria? I hiss. She ignores me, arms crossed, jaw set. You need to tell him, Serena. Ryson's frown deepens. Tell me what? The words are suffocating before I even speak them. Maria exhales. She might be pregnant. A chill grips my spine. Ryson stiffens. His expression doesn't change, but something shifts behind his eyes. Something dark, unreadable. I rush to fill the silence. The test isn't confirmed yet. My voice wobbles. There's just a high possibility. Still, he doesn't speak. A full, agonizing 10 seconds pass before he finally moves, just the tiniest shift of his jaw. Then he says it. You can't keep it. The floor vanishes. The walls collapse. I stagger back, the words slicing through me like razors. My voice shakes. What? Ryson's face hardens. You need to kill it. The finality in his tone is a blade to my chest. Maria gasps, stepping forward. Rhyson, what the hell? But I barely hear her. The words echo in my head, over and over. Get rid of it, like it's a problem, like it's an inconvenience, like it's nothing. My vision blurs. My hands curl into fists. Serena, Rhyson starts again, his tone lowering, almost pleading, almost. I snap. Before I can stop myself, my hand flies across his face. The sharp crack echoes in the hallway. His head jerks to the side. Maria gasps. For a second, no one moves. The sting lingers in my palm, but it's nothing compared to the agony in my chest. You're a bastard, I whisper, my voice trembling. Slowly, he turns back to me. His cheek is red, the imprint of my palm seared onto his skin. His lips part, but I don't give him the chance to speak. You think you can just decide that for me? My voice cracks. You think you can just erase it? Like it doesn't matter? Ryson's throat works. Something flashes across his face. Regret, hesitation, pain. But it's gone just as fast. You don't understand. His voice is tight. I laugh bitterly. Then explain it to me, Ryson. Tell me why. His jaw locks. His hands fist. He won't tell me. He won't say it. I can see it in the way his gaze darts away, in the way his shoulders tense. The truth is there, just out of reach. But he refuses to give it to me. The betrayal chokes me. The silence is too much. I turn away. Maria grabs my arm. Serena, wait. Then, Miss Vance. A voice cuts through the suffocating tension. The doctor. I freeze. Ryson's head snaps up. The doctor holds a clipboard, her expression unreadable. The results are in.
Chapter 33. Ryson. The silence is a noose tightening around my throat. The doctor holds the clipboard, gaze flitting between me and Serena, and my pulse hammers so violently I almost feel sick. Please, God, don't let this be happening. My hands curl into tight fists, nails digging into my palms, but I don't feel the sting. The only thing I feel is the crushing weight of the unknown. I brace myself. And then, it's negative, the doctor says. She's not pregnant. The world tilts so hard I almost stumble. The tension drains from my muscles so fast I feel lightheaded, my stomach twisting in a mess of relief and regret. I should be happy. I should be so damn relieved that I almost fall to my knees in gratitude. And yet, it doesn't feel right. My jaw tightens, and I force myself to stand straight, to keep my expression blank. But inside I feel like I'm breaking apart. Why? Why does this feel like loss? Maria exhales, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Really? But she has all the symptoms. The doctor nods. It's likely stress affecting her cycle. There could be other underlying factors, but we'd need to run further tests if she wants to be sure. Stress. That makes sense. Serena's been under pressure from every direction. The board, the contracts, me. Maybe I really have been pushing her too hard. I swallow, glancing at her, waiting for I don't even know what. She's still standing rigidly, staring at the doctor as if she doesn't quite believe it. She turns to me. Her eyes are dark, unreadable. But the moment they lock onto mine, a spark ignites. Not relief, not shock, rage. You should be thankful, right? Her voice is low, cutting, deadly. Thankful you don't have to deal with a mistake. I flinch. Her gaze burns into me. Because that's what this was, wasn't it? She lets out a sharp, bitter laugh. A mistake. I say nothing. What can I say? That she's right? That I can't, won't, Ever let myself have a child because of the ticking time bomb in my veins? That Huntington's will strip away everything I am until I'm a shell, a burden, a ghost of the man I used to be? I can't. So I say the next worst thing. I let her think whatever she wants. Jesus Christ, Maria mutters. Serena, let's just... But she's not done. Her voice rises, shaking with fury. You're a horrible human being. I let the words hit me, pierce me. You're selfish, cold. Everything about you is calculated. Her hands are shaking. You don't even feel anything, do you? I stare at her, silent, because if I open my mouth, I might say something too real, too broken. Serena's breath shudders out of her. If I ever have a child, I'm going to love them unconditionally. I won't ever make them feel like they're unwanted. A blade twists in my chest. She has no idea. No idea that I would want this child. No idea that I could love them so much it would kill me. But I can't. I can't do that to them. I can't pass on this curse. Serena shakes her head, disgust flashing across her face. You make me sick. I clench my jaw. I deserve that. I deserve every single hateful word. Maria tugs her arm. Come on, Serena, let's go! She turns, ready to leave. I can't let her go without saying it. Serena. She stops. Doesn't turn, but her shoulders tense. My voice sounds foreign, wrecked. You're right. She slowly turns, frowning. I exhale, a quiet, broken laugh. I am a horrible person. I don't deserve children. Something flickers in her eyes. But before she can speak, Maria pulls her toward the doors, and then she's gone. I stand there, heart cracking apart, feeling like I just lost something irreversible. A moment passes, then another. A slow clap cuts through the silence. Elliot, I almost forgot he was here. He watches me, shaking his head. You really screwed up this time. I let out a ragged breath, rubbing a hand down my face. Yeah, I really did.
Chapter 34. Serena, I should feel relief and be grateful. I should be thanking the universe that my life isn't spiraling into something I'm not prepared for. All I feel is loss. My hands are tight around the steering wheel, the world blurring through my windshield. I shouldn't feel like this. I feel like I lost something I never even had. A life. His life. I squeeze my eyes shut for a second. Just a second. A sharp honk jerks me back into reality. My hands yank the wheel as my car swerves dangerously close to a tree on the side of the road. Tires screech. The car jolts, my body lurching forward as my foot slams on the brakes. Everything stops. The world is eerily still. For a long moment, I just sit there, breath shuddering, hands trembling. A sob rips from my throat, and suddenly I can't hold it in anymore. Tears burst free, and I break apart in the driver's seat. In the dark, alone. I didn't want to be pregnant. I shouldn't have wanted to be. But why does it hurt so damn much? I press my forehead against the steering wheel, my chest aching with something I can't even explain. Why? Why does it feel like I lost a piece of myself? My phone rings, the shrill sound cutting through my gasping breaths. I wipe at my cheeks, forcing myself to breathe, to function, to be okay. But my hands are still shaking when I reach for my phone. Damon. I stare at his name for a second before I press accept. Come out with me tonight, he says, voice smooth and direct, like he already knows I need it. I don't hesitate. Where? I don't want to be alone right now. I need distraction. A moment of silence before he says, I'll text you the location. The restaurant is loud, buzzing with energy, the kind of place where people drown their problems in overpriced whiskey and empty laughter. Damon is already at the bar when I walk in, casually leaning against the counter, a drink in his hand, watching me. He looks at ease, relaxed, Like he belongs in places like this. I don't. Not tonight. He grins when I sit down. I was in the area. Thought I beat you here. I don't respond, just settle onto the stool beside him. A drink slides in front of me before I even ask for one. I reach for it, and then I stop. Something inside me hesitates. I stare at the amber liquid, my fingers tight around the glass. Why can't I drink it? Why does it feel like something's telling me not to? A small broken laugh escapes me. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Damon watches me carefully, eyes sharp, assessing. Without a word, he plucks the drink from my hand and replaces it with something else. Juice. You don't want that, he says simply. I swallow, gripping the cold glass. No? My voice shakes. Damon leans in slightly, his voice dropping. Not tonight. I stare at him and I feel seen. Do you ever feel like the rug's been pulled out from under your feet? I ask, staring at the condensation trailing down my glass. He doesn't answer immediately. I don't look at him when I continue. Like you had something, a wish, a curse, a dream, whatever, and for a second, it was almost yours. My throat tightens. But then it disappears, and you don't know whether to be relieved or shattered. The words linger between us, raw and exposed. When I finally glance up, Damon is watching me intently. His lips curve, but it's not his usual smirk. It's softer, understanding. Come dance with me, he says. I blink. What? He pushes his drink aside, already standing, offering his hand. Come on, he says. You look like you need a moment to forget. For some reason, I take his hand. The music is slow, a distant hum in the background. Damon's hands are firm but gentle, his hold grounding me as we sway across the small dance floor. He's warm. I feel safe. His voice is quiet, but I hear it like it's meant only for me. I get it. I close my eyes. Do you? His grip tightens slightly. More than you think. My entire existence has been a wish and curse at the same time. The sadness in his eyes is palpable. It feels like I found someone who truly understands me. We keep moving, and for a brief, fleeting moment, I let myself lean into him. Just this once. His breath is warm against my temple. You need a hug. Tears burn my eyes before I can stop them. And when the first one slips free, Damon just holds me a little closer. He doesn't say anything. He just lets me fall apart. I hate that it feels good. I hate that it's not Ryson holding me. But when our eyes meet again, Damon's voice is quiet, aching. Why does it have to be him? My breath catches. His gaze searches mine. Why can't it be me?
Chapter 35. Ryson, I haven't slept. The glare of my computer screen stings my eyes, but I don't stop working. Numbers, contracts, projections. I stare at them blankly, pretending they hold my attention when in reality, they're nothing but ink stains against a mind that won't shut up. All I see is her. Her face when she slapped me. Her voice shaking with rage, with heartbreak, telling me how horrible I am. The echo of her words slams into me over and over, relentless. She might kill me if I ever told her to abort a child again. I deserve that slap. And yet my chest feels like it's been ripped open. I scrub a hand down my face, trying to push it away, trying to focus on anything else. But the what-ifs won't let me. What if she had been pregnant? What if I had seen a child? A life with her? What if I'd seen something I could never have? What if... Ryson! The sharp urgency in Elliot's voice slices through the fog in my head. I glance up, frowning. He looks tense, more so than usual, phone gripped tight in his hand. What is it? I ask, sitting up. Elliot tosses his phone onto my desk. I look down, and my entire world stops. Serena and Damon. plastered across the news, sitting too close together at a bar, his hand resting on her waist, her lips parted in what looks like a laugh. I grip the phone tighter. A kiss. They're rumored to be together. Bull. It's bull. I almost crush the phone in my hand, jaw tightening, breath ragged with fury. There's more, Elliot says carefully. I don't respond, waiting for the next punch to the gut. She's on the way to Damon's office, Elliot continues, voice measured, to sign the contract. The words land like a direct shot to the chest. No. I'm out of my chair before I even process the thought. Ryson, Elliot warns, stepping in front of me. Think about this for a second. No. She's not choosing him. She's not. I shove past Elliot, storming toward the exit. Ryson! Move. He sighs heavily, but I don't wait for whatever logic he's about to spew. There's no logic in this. There's only her. The drive is a blur. I don't even remember how I got here, only that I'm here. Damon's building looms tall and suffocating, his empire standing between me and the one thing that belongs to me. Serena. A small part of me tells me she doesn't belong to me. Not at all. I stop walking for a beat, closing my eyes as my heart feels like it's closing up for a second. Not mine. Not Damon. I shove past the glass doors, the startled receptionist jolting upright. Mr. Sinclair, you can't just... I don't stop. A pair of security guards block the hallway. I barrel through them. They try to stop me. I push harder. A hand grabs my shoulder. I yank it off. Nothing is going to keep me from her. Not Damon. I shove the conference room doors open. Empty. Cold. Lifeless. No papers, no Serena, no Damon, nothing. What the hell? They're not here. They played me. The roar that rips from my chest is one of pure rage. The guards finally catch up, panting, looking between each other uncertainly. I don't care. They're not here. Which means, where the hell did he take her? You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 36. Serena, this is it. No more hesitation. No more letting him or anyone else dictate my choices. I step into the private restaurant Damon reserved for our meeting, my heels clicking against the polished marble floor. The dim lighting casts warm, flickering shadows, the scent of expensive wine lingering in the air. It's supposed to be intimate, professional, yet I feel boxed in. Like the moment I sign this contract, I'll never be able to turn back. Damon is already seated when I arrive, reclining in his chair with a practiced ease. He looks up from his whiskey glass, his sharp features shifting into a smirk. Serena, you look beautiful. I don't respond to the compliment. Not today. Before I can take another step, a rushed voice breaks through the restaurant's quiet elegance. Serena, wait. I stiffen. Elliot. I whirl around, finding him out of breath, his face tight with urgency. Damon's smirk disappears, replaced by a thinly veiled irritation. Elliot, he drawls. Unless you're here to dine, I suggest you leave. Elliot ignores him, turning desperate eyes on me. You can't sign that contract. My heart clenches. I stay composed. I've made my decision. Elliot grits his teeth. Then at least wait. Wait for Ryson. He's coming. Something inside me twists violently. Ryson. No, not again. My chest tightens. I glance at Damon, expecting him to wave this off, but instead, his jaw ticks in irritation. His patience is wearing thin. Mine already snapped. I exhale, slow and measured. I don't care if he comes. I don't care what he has to say. Elliot looks like he's struggling to breathe. Serena, he's going to... No, my voice is final. I brush past him, stepping into the private dining area, feeling the thick pull of gravity in my chest. Damon follows, amusement flickering across his face as he leads me to the table. You should reward yourself, Serena, he says as he pours me a glass of wine. You worked hard for this moment. I don't take the glass. I just want this to be over. Damon slides the contract toward me. We made some slight revisions. Take a look. I skim through the pages. The terms are more than fair, too fair. The kind of offer that would make any logical person jump at the chance. I hesitate. Damon notices. You deserve this, Serena. His voice is smooth, persuasive. No one appreciates your work more than I do. He's right. He's always been right. And yet, the moment my pen hovers over the paper, chaos explodes. A commotion, loud voices, the unmistakable sound of something crashing, and then, him. Rhyson storms in like a hurricane, looking wild, disheveled, like he hasn't slept for days. His eyes are dark with something raw, something almost painful, and the sight of him, ruined and reckless, shakes something deep inside me. His gaze lands on me, and then on the contract. He stops breathing. Serena, don't. His voice is raw, barely above a whisper. Don't sign that. My pulse hammers. Damon scoffs. I'm standing up. Rhyson, this is not your business. Ryson doesn't even look at him. His entire focus is on me. I'll give you a better deal, he says quickly. Name your conditions. I'll match them. No, I'll do better. Anger ignites in my chest. Stop this craziness. I snap. Why are you acting like this? Because you can't sign with him. I slam my hands against the table. And why the hell not? His lips part, as if he's about to say something, but then Damon steps forward, grabbing him by the shoulder. That's enough, Damon growls. Leave. Ryson shoves him off. Step back. The tension ignites like a fuse meeting fire. Damon throws the first punch. Ryson catches it, then retaliates, his fist slamming into Damon's jaw with a sickening crack. The force of it shakes the table, sending the wine glasses crashing onto the floor. I scream. They don't stop. They collide like a storm of rage, tearing into each other. Damon shoves Ryson against the wall. Ryson twists free, landing another punch that sends Damon staggering. The air is thick with aggression, with something much older than just business rivalry, something deep, twisted, personal. Stop it, I yell, trying to push them apart. Ryson doesn't see me. His arm swings back. I stumble. Pain, blinding, sharp pain. The tip of the table collides with my stomach, hard enough that my knees buckle. I collapse to the ground. The world tilts on its axis, and my vision almost blurs. The sharp scent of wine and blood fills my lungs. A scream pierces the air. Not mine. Maria. Her voice is high, panicked. Oh my God, she's bleeding. Bleeding. I stare down. The floor beneath me is darkening. A deep red seeping into the fabric of my dress. No, this isn't. My fingers tremble as I touch the wetness. My hands are stained red. Why, my voice shakes, rising above the chaos. My vision blurs. Why am I bleeding? Darkness swallows me.
Chapter 37. Ryson. There's too much blood. I can't process anything else. The deep, wet red pools beneath her spilling in a slow, merciless spread across the floor. It soaks into the fabric of her dress, into her hands, into mine as I reach out to her. But Damon is already shoving me away, his voice a vicious snarl. "You've done enough." His words cut through me. Serena is pale, too pale. Her hands tremble as she stares at them, her breath hitching uneven. "Why am I bleeding?" She collapses. A scream rips through the air, Maria's. Someone calls for an ambulance, but I don't hear who. Everything is a distant roar, a rushing tide of noise that swallows me whole. I can't move. Elliot grips my shoulder. "Ryson, we need to go to the hospital." Damon gathers Serena in his arms, cradling her like she's the most fragile thing in the world. His face is twisted in pure rage, but there's something else there too. Something that makes my chest clench. Desperation. I should be the one holding her, but I hurt her. Elliot's voice is sharper now. "We're leaving. Now." Somehow, I make it outside. The drive to the hospital is a blur. My knuckles turn white against my knees, my stomach in knots. Elliot is beside me, watching me like he's afraid I might break apart. Maybe I will. When we arrive, Serena is already in a private examination room, Maria pacing outside like she's barely holding herself together. Damon is standing across from me, arms crossed, jaw clenched tight. His gaze is pure fire and contempt. "You put your hands on her," he says coldly. The accusation burns. It was an accident. The words are sandpaper against my throat. "You always hurt her," he spits, stepping forward, his body coiled with unspoken rage. "One way or another, you always find a way to hurt her." Maria steps between us before the situation can explode. "Shut up, both of you!" she snaps. "She's in there fighting God knows what, and all you two care about is pissing on each other like rabid dogs!" Neither of us speak. The waiting is unbearable. Every second feels like a lifetime. And then, a voice too familiar cuts through the thick air. "Maria?" We turn, and standing at the entrance of the hall is the OB-GYN from before, smiling as if she's just run into an old friend. Maria stares at her, confused. "Doctor, I've been trying to get in touch with you for 2 days now," the doctor says, her voice light, completely oblivious to the storm waiting to break. My pulse stutters. Maria crosses her arms. "Why?" The doctor glances at all of us before lowering her voice. "There was a mistake with the blood test." The floor beneath me seems to shift. Maria's expression sharpens. "What are you talking about?" The doctor sighs, rubbing her temples. "It was a mix-up with another patient. There were too many samples that day, and we only just caught the error the other day. Maria looks like she's on the verge of punching someone. Get to the damn point." The doctor hesitates, glancing towards Serena's room. Then she says it. The patient, Serena Vance, is pregnant. Silence. The kind that swallows you whole, suffocating and unrelenting. Elliot inhales sharply. Mariah stumbles back, her hand over her mouth. Damon goes completely still. "And me?" The world crumbles around me, splintering like I can never pick them up again. Pregnant. Serena was pregnant. And the blood. My knees buckle. Elliot tries to catch me, but I drop. Everything slows. My head pounds. I killed my child. The realization slams into me with brutal force. All I can see is the red. The way it spread across the floor like a cruel, silent whisper. All I can hear is Serena's voice. "Why am I bleeding?" I press my hands against my skull, gripping my hair, desperate to block out the images. This can't be real. This shouldn't be real. I was relieved. I was relieved when the first test was negative. Now, it feels like someone ripped my chest open and stole the air from my lungs. I can't breathe. I might never breathe again. Elliot crouches beside me, his voice distant, barely cutting through the suffocating roar in my ears. Ryson. But I don't hear anything after that. The only thing I hear, the only thing I can see, is the blood, the baby, Serena, and the fact that I might have killed my child.
Chapter 38. Serena. The beeping of the heart monitor is steady, rhythmic, a dull sound that anchors me back into consciousness. My eyelids feel heavy as I blink, the hospital ceiling coming into focus. The sterile scent of disinfectant lingers in the air, mixing with something fainter, warmer, like the touch of a hand that had been here but isn't anymore. There's a nurse standing beside me, adjusting an IV. She notices me stirring and offers a kind smile. "You're awake," she says softly. "How are you feeling?" I try to move, but a dull ache pulses through my abdomen, sharp enough to steal my breath. There's a tugging, a whisper of something missing, though I don't understand what. "You're doing well," the nurse continues, her voice light but cautious. "And so is the baby. The baby." I don't breathe. "What?" My voice barely makes it past my lips, dry and cracked. She doesn't hesitate. "Your baby is stable. You almost lost them, but they're strong, a fighter." A fighter. My stomach lurches. My fingers press against my abdomen, feeling for something I can't touch but is still there. Baby. My baby. A lump forms in my throat, thick and suffocating. I was told I wasn't pregnant." The nurse's brows crease. "I'll let the doctor explain." She glances toward the door. "She just finished your examination." The door opens, and the OBGYN enters with her clipboard in hand. She gives me a warm but professional nod. "Miss Vance," she greets. "There was a mix-up with the test results. Another patient's blood was swapped with yours. It was an unfortunate error, but after conducting a thorough check, I can confirm you are pregnant. And very lucky." Lucky? The word almost makes me laugh. Lucky? I was supposed to be relieved that I wasn't. I had already mourned the child that never existed, and now I find out that they were real all along, that I almost lost them. My breath hitches, my fingers trembling as I clutch the hospital blanket. "But I was told it was negative, that I wasn't." The doctor's face is sympathetic. "I understand how confusing this must be. The human body responds to stress in unpredictable ways. You might still experience spotting, but as of now, everything looks stable. You'll need rest, no stress, no strenuous activities." I almost lost my child. And for what? Because of Ryson. The pain in my chest is different now. He didn't just push me. He almost pushed my baby out of existence. The nurse watches me carefully. "Should I call your family? The people waiting outside?" I shake my head instantly. "No." The doctor tilts her head. "Miss Vance, I understand that this is a lot, but it's important to have support." "I have support," I cut in, forcing the words past the tightness in my throat. "But I need you to do something for me." The nurse glances at the doctor, uncertain. I inhale sharply, my decision solidifying. I can't let him know. He can't know. "They all think I lost the baby," I whisper. "You have to let them keep believing that." The nurse's eyes widen slightly. "Miss Vance, please." I grip the sheets, my voice shaking. "You need to tell them that I lost the baby. You have to lie." The doctor's brows furrow. That's not necessary. The father will want to. No, I snap, my heart pounding. He will force me into an abortion. The nurse inhales sharply. Oh my God. My throat burns. He told me himself that he didn't want the baby, that I should get rid of it. The silence between us is thick, suffocating. The doctor studies me for a long moment, then exchanges a glance with the nurse. Something unspoken passes between them. Then she nods. If that's what you want, we'll keep this between us, the doctor assures. Your medical records will reflect a miscarriage. Relief rattles through me so violently I almost cry. Thank you, I whisper. The doctor sighs, rubbing the bridge of her nose. But I'll need you to come in for regular checkups. You'll need prenatal vitamins. And we have to monitor your stress levels. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. The door opens again, and I flinch before realizing it's only Maria and Damon. Maria's eyes are puffy, red-rimmed as she rushes to my side, gripping my hand. Serena, I'm so sorry. I force myself to stay still as she presses her forehead against my arm, her breathing uneven. Damon is behind her, watching me with something I can't analyze. He doesn't say anything at first. After a long beat, his jaw clenches. Are you okay? I nod. I don't cry. I don't even react when the doctor sighs and says the words for me. Miss Vance lost the baby. The pain in Maria's face is immediate. Damon curses under his breath. And then there's him. I don't look at him at first. I can feel him by the door, his breath hitched, his body unmoving. When I finally turn to face him, I barely recognize the man standing there. Rhyson Sinclair looks ruined. The color is gone from his face. His expression is empty, like he's been drained of everything he ever was. His lips part, but no words come out. I should be triumphant. I should be satisfied watching him suffer the way he made me suffer. But I feel this deep, hollow ache. You killed my child. The words come out flat, emotionless, and yet they tear through him like bullets. Something inside him breaks. I see it happen in real time. His breath shudders, his hands tremble. His entire body sways like it can't hold him up anymore. Elliot steps toward him, fear flickering across his face, as if Ryson might actually collapse right here in front of us. But he doesn't. He stares at me like he wants to take the words back, like he wants to undo everything. But he can't. There's nothing left to undo. After a long, agonizing silence, he nods. Without a fight, without another word, he turns and walks away.
Chapter 39. Ryson. The stench of whiskey and regret clings to the air, thick and suffocating. Bottles, half empty, fully drained, shattered at the base of the walls, litter the penthouse floor like casualties of the war raging inside me. I barely register the low hum of the city beyond the glass walls, its life continuing, indifferent to the one I've destroyed. I should be relieved, right? I didn't want a child. I told her that. I told her to get rid of it. And yet the second the doctor said she lost the baby, our baby, something inside me fractured so violently I haven't been able to stop bleeding out from the inside. I killed my own child. I wanted them gone, and now they are. A bitter laugh forces itself up my throat, but it dies before it can reach my lips. There's nothing funny about this. Not the devastation hollowing me out from the inside. Not the silence that Serena left me with. Not the fact that I will never be able to fix this. I tip the last bottle in my hand, watching the amber poison slosh as I down it in one go. It burns through me like acid, but it's nothing compared to the inferno in my chest. I lean against the balcony doors, dragging a hand through my strands, exhaustion pressing into me. The city glows beneath me, mocking, unaffected, moving forward when I feel like I've been swallowed by quicksand. I should just end this. The thought slithers in, uninvited. Wouldn't it be easier if I just stepped past the ledge, let the wind take me? The door slams open, the force of it rattling through the penthouse. Jesus Christ! Ryson! Elliot. His voice cuts through the haze, but I don't turn. I hear him step over broken glass and empty bottles, muttering a curse under his breath. "You're out of your damn mind!" he snaps, yanking the bottle from my grip. He barely glances at it before he hurls it across the room, sending it crashing into the wall. I don't react. I don't feel anything. Elliot steps closer, his voice lower now, the edge of frustration cracking into something raw, something worried. 3 days, Ryson. You've been doing this for 3 days. Do you even realize how close you are to alcohol poisoning? Or do you not give a damn? I exhale slowly, my fingers curling against the balcony railing. Does it matter? His breath catches, and when he speaks again, he's furious. Are you serious right now? You think this is how you deal with things? Drinking yourself to death? Drowning in guilt? He stops, drags a hand down his face. You need help. I laugh. It's empty, cold, broken. Oh, yeah? What kind of help, Elliot? Therapy, meditation, a detox? His jaw clenches, but he doesn't back down. I don't care what it is, but you need to do something. You can't keep... I killed my child. The words tear out of me, raw and shaking, a confession ripped straight from my chest. Elliot's expression falters, his mouth pressing into a thin line. I turn toward him, swallowing against the burn in my throat. I didn't want it, I admit, voice thick. I told her to get rid of the child. And when she lost the baby, she looked me in the eyes and told me that I killed them. I suck in a breath, my whole body trembling now. And she's right. Elliot stares at me, something breaking in his gaze. Ryson, I deserve this. My voice shakes, but I don't care. I step back, pressing against the glass door. I deserve every ounce of pain, every second of it. I turn, gripping the cold steel railing, my fingers white from the force of my grip. The city below blurs into nothingness as I lean forward, a heartbeat away from stepping over. Elliot grabs my arm. Hard! Don't, he grits out. Don't you dare! I don't fight him, I don't do anything at all. I just let my head fall forward, my breath ragged, uneven. My other phone rings. We both freeze. It only rings for one number. I stare at the screen, my pulse hammering in my ears as I read the name. Mom. I answer, barely able to choke out a greeting before a doctor's voice filters through. Mr. Sinclair, this is Dr. Patel. A pause. A heavy, loaded pause. Your mother's condition has worsened. It would be best if you came immediately. My grip on the phone slackens. No, not now. Not... The call disconnects. I feel sick. Elliot watches me, his brows drawn together in concern. What is it? I swallow hard, forcing the words out. It's my mother. Elliot doesn't hesitate. He grabs my jacket off the couch and shoves it at me. Then let's go. I don't argue. I can't. Suddenly, the alcohol in my system feels like poison, and the world is collapsing all over again.
Chapter 40. Serena. The soft hum of the television barely registers as I stare out the window, watching the city pulse with life I no longer feel connected to. It's been days since I left the hospital, and Maria has been relentless in keeping me home, ensuring I rest. She hovers like a mother hen, cutting down my workload, screening my calls, refusing to let me so much as glance at an email. You need to take care of yourself, she scolded the other day, hands on her hips, blocking my path to my office like a gatekeeper of wellness. I let her win, too tired to fight. Maria bustles in now, balancing a tray of food, the aroma of roasted chicken and fresh herbs trailing behind her. Lunch, she announces with a proud smile, setting it down on the table. I arch a brow. If this is another one of your attempts to fatten me up, I swear. Oh, hush. She waves me off, then plops onto the couch beside me. You need proper meals. You've been surviving on toast and tea, and it's pathetic. I roll my eyes, but say nothing. Maria leans forward, mischief sparking in her eyes. You'll never guess what's the latest trending news today. I brace myself. Do I even want to? She grins. Remember Senator Aldridge Liamson? I nearly choke on the sip of water I just took. What about him? Oh, you know, just the usual. Caught mid-thrust with his 24-year-old assistant. A laugh bubbles out of me. You're kidding. I swear on my Birkin. Maria raises a hand solemnly. And you won't believe where his wife found them. I already dread the answer. Where? In his office, on his desk. She clicks her tongue, shaking her head. Apparently, she stormed in just as he was reaching for the Viagra on the side table. Oh my God. I clamp a hand over my mouth, horrified but thoroughly entertained. How do you even recover from something like that? Maria smirks. You don't? You move to an island and change your name. I chuckle, but then, as if my mind is wired to self-destruct, I remember. Ryson and I saw them together once. The memory slices through me, my laughter fading. Maria notices immediately. Her gaze sharpens, watching me with the kind of concern that makes my chest ache. I force a smile. I'm fine. She doesn't believe me, but she doesn't push. Instead, she nudges the tray closer. Eat. I pick up the fork, trying to push past the tightness in my throat. But as soon as I inhale the aroma of the food, a wave of nausea crashes over me. It's sudden, violent. I drop the fork, slap a hand over my mouth, and bolt. The next few seconds are a blur, stumbling into the bathroom, the world spinning, bile rising, stomach twisting painfully. I barely make it before I'm retching, my body convulsing with the force of it. Maria is right behind me, her hands cool against my back, rubbing slow, soothing circles. Serena, she murmurs, voice thick with worry. Talk to me, what's wrong? I cough, gripping the edge of the sink. I don't know. Her silence stretches, but I feel the moment she pieces it together. You didn't lose the baby, did you? The room stills. I grip the porcelain harder, my breath uneven. I turn my head a bit, and when our gazes meet through the mirror, she already knows the truth. Maria stares at me, wide-eyed, her usual sharpness morphing into something unreadable. I nod. For a long time, she says nothing. She exhales. You asked the doctor to lie. It's not a question. I nod again. Maria presses her fingers to her temples, muttering something about stress-induced ulcers. Then she rounds on me fully, arms crossed. Serena, what the hell were you thinking? I was thinking that if Ryson found out, he'd force me to get rid of my baby. I bite out. My voice is shaking, but I keep going. This is my body, my child. I wasn't going to let him take that choice away from me. Maria lets out a slow breath, her features softening. She kneels in front of me, takes my hands in hers. I understand, she says quietly. And I'm with you, always. My chest tightens. Everything is suddenly unbearable. Maria squeezes my hands. But Serena, you can't hide this forever. I open my mouth to say something, but she holds up a hand. You're barely 2 months along. But what happens when your stomach starts to show? When people start to notice? I don't have an answer. Maria leans back on her heels, thinking. Her eyes light up. I have a place, she says suddenly. I blink. What? A beach house. Small town, nowhere flashy. I bought it years ago. No one would question it if you left for a work project. She watches me carefully, waiting for my reaction. A beach house, a safe place, somewhere to breathe. Something inside me eases for the first time in weeks. I pull her into a hug, holding on tightly. "You're the best," Maria sniffs dramatically. "I know." I laugh against her shoulder. Her tone shifts, turning playful. "Of course, I expect full godmother privileges." I pull back, raising a brow. "Full privileges?" She smirks. "Naming rights included." I let out a real laugh this time. The sound foreign but welcome. Relief settles over me as Maria hugs me. At least I have her.
Chapter 41. Ryson. The spoon slips from her trembling fingers, landing against the tray with a soft, hollow clang. A streak of broth trails down her chin, soaking into the already damp hospital gown. "Mom," I murmur, my voice tight, forcing my own hands to stay steady as I pick up the spoon and lift it to her lips. "Just a little more, okay?" She blinks, her once sharp, green eyes, the same ones I inherited, now clouded and distant. She looks at me, but I know she doesn't see me. Not really. Not the way she used to. She parts her lips slightly, and I push the spoon past them, watching as she tries to swallow, her throat working sluggishly, the simplest motion now an unbearable effort. The doctor stands beside me, rattling off details, but the words barely register. Progressive neurodegeneration, loss of voluntary movement, impending organ failure. I don't need the sugarcoating. She's dying. I feel it in my bones, in the slow, aching decline that's stolen pieces of her for years, carving out the woman who raised me, leaving behind a shadow. I know she has round-the-clock care, but she also needs you more, the doctor continues, sighing. Silence follows. Her body is struggling to process nourishment. Eventually, she won't be able to swallow at all, the doctor adds. I clench my jaw, gripping the spoon tighter until my knuckles ache. "How long?" The doctor pauses. I hate that pause, the hesitation before the wrecking ball swings. "Maybe a few months. A breath. Maybe less." The air thickens, pressing against my chest. Months. Maybe less. The spoon clatters to the tray and I push to my feet, stepping back as if distance will soften the blow. It doesn't. I leave the room without another word, shoving open the door too hard, ignoring the way the hinges groan. Elliot is outside, waiting. He sees my face and immediately straightens. "Ryson!" This is what's coming for me. My voice is hoarse, raw. You see it, don't you? I gesture back toward the room, toward the life that's slipping through my fingers. That's what's waiting for me at the end of this road. Elliot exhales slowly, hands in his pockets. You don't know that. I carry the gene. The words taste like poison. It's in me, Elliot. It's just a matter of time. He doesn't argue, which means he agrees. That's enough to seal it. I need to stop this before it starts, I say, my voice steadier than I expect. No chances, no risks, no children. Elliot stares at me, his expression unreadable. Ryson, I want a vasectomy. His jaw tightens. You don't have to do this. I can't let this happen again. My chest feels like it's splitting apart. I can't give this disease to anyone else. You don't know that. I can't risk it. My voice breaks and I pinch my nose, gripping the strands at the root. Jesus, Elliot, I killed my child. My stomach lurches at the thought, nausea twisting like a knife. Elliot lets out a heavy breath, dragging a hand down his face. You're making this decision in the worst possible state. What if... I can't. He studies me, his gaze filled with something I can't delve into. Pity, understanding, a mix of both. Finally, he just nods. I take a step back, needing the space, needing air that doesn't feel like it's suffocating me. Inside the room, the monitor starts beeping. I freeze. The sound is sharp, frantic. Elliot swears under his breath as I whirl around, shoving through the door. The nurses are already inside, moving fast, voices urgent. My mother is convulsing slightly, her body rigid, twitching, her breathing shallow, erratic. What's happening? My own voice barely reaches over the panic in the room. The doctor steps forward, pressing a hand to my shoulder to keep me back. Her vitals are crashing, her body struggling to regulate itself. The words barely register. All I can see is her, pale, weak, fragile, and dying. I stand there, helpless as the nurses work, as the doctor barks orders, as the machines scream, as the reality sets in. She's slipping away. I can't stop it, just like I couldn't stop my child from dying. A cold, hollow emptiness expands in my chest, swallowing everything else. I press a fist to my mouth because if I don't, I might scream.
Chapter 42. Serena. It's been 2 weeks since I last saw Ryson. 2 weeks since I told him I never wanted to see him again. And yet, I still catch myself wondering, where is he? What is he doing? It's ridiculous. After everything, after the fight, the hospital, the baby, I should be focused on moving forward, not clinging to the shadow of a man who has done nothing but break me. But silence has a way of making absence louder. I shove away the thought and sink further into the couch. Maria has been hovering, playing warden, insisting I take it easy. She's right. My body is constantly tired, nausea creeping up at the most unexpected times. I should be resting. I'm waiting for her to return with the files I need to sign when the doorbell rings. I glance at the clock, frowning. Why would Maria ring the doorbell? A laugh slips past my lips as I stand. Did you forget the code again? I call out, unlocking the door. Except it isn't Maria. Damon stands there, effortlessly put together as always, holding a bag of food in one hand, a smirk playing at the edges of his lips. I blink, taken aback. Damon? You weren't in your office. He lifts the bag slightly. So I thought I'd come to you instead. I fold my arms, raising a brow. Bringing food now? Since when are we at that level? His grin deepens. Since I decided you needed to eat more. I should tell him no. I should tell him to leave. But I step aside instead, letting him in. The aroma of spices and roasted vegetables fills the room as he unpacks the food. He's talking. About work. About some new development on a deal. But I can barely focus. We could be doing this over a video call. That's what I tell myself. That's what I should have told him. But the truth is, a part of me doesn't mind the company. He slides a plate toward me, his gaze assessing. You've been quiet. I pick at the food, trying to find an answer that doesn't feel like a lie. I've been busy, I finally say. He hums, unconvinced. That's one way to put it. He leans back, fingers drumming against the table. You don't have to pretend with me, Serena. You think I don't see it? You're barely eating. You look exhausted. What's really going on? Everything tightens. I push my chair back, standing abruptly, needing to move, to create space between us before I say something I can't take back. But the moment I stand, the world tilts. The floor isn't where it's supposed to be. My vision darkens at the edges, and suddenly Damon is there, catching me before I can crumble completely. Hey. His grip is strong, steady, the warmth of his touch grounding me. What's wrong? I press a hand to my forehead, trying to shake off the dizziness. I don't answer. I can't. Then, Serena. Maria's voice cuts through the moment, the front door swinging open as she practically storms in. Damon steadies me before looking over his shoulder, mildly annoyed. You ever heard of knocking? Maria doesn't see him nor even hear his words, excitedly talking about my vitamins. She's clutching a paper bag in one hand, looking exasperated but also oddly pleased. I got them. Your prenatal vitamins, the ones the doctor recommended. The room drops into a vacuum of silence. My stomach sinks. Maria is still talking, completely unaware of the storm she's just unleashed. Slowly, painfully, Damon turns to me. His expression shifts from confusion to realization to absolute shock. You didn't have a miscarriage? His voice is low, almost careful, as if he's still trying to piece the words together. You're pregnant? I don't answer. His jaw tightens, his gaze darkening. With Ryson's baby? I exhale sharply, the air trembling in my lungs. No, I won't let this become about Ryson. I square my shoulders, meeting his eyes steady despite the chaos inside me. No, I correct, voice firm. I'm pregnant with my baby.
Chapter 43. Ryson. She's gone. The words claw at my throat, suffocating and raw, but they still don't feel real. Nothing does. The machines have stopped beeping. The ventilator is off. The sterile scent of the hospital room lingers, wrapping around me like a cruel reminder. It's over. Mom fought. God, she fought. Every breath, every moment of pain. She took it all and kept going because she didn't want to leave. But the body has limits, and hers reached the end. I should feel relief. She's at peace, isn't she? No more suffering, no more humiliation of losing herself piece by piece. But there's a selfish part of me screaming inside my chest, telling me that I wasn't ready, that I needed more time. My thoughts are interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Elliot steps inside, his usual composed expression edged with something I refuse to delve into. His eyes land on me, and for once, there's no sharp remark, no push, just quiet understanding. The moment shatters. You need to come to the office. His voice is measured but firm. I barely lift my gaze. My mother just died. I know. He exhales sharply, his fingers gripping the file in his hands. But you can't afford to disappear right now. Someone is making moves in the background, and it's bad. I let out a bitter laugh, hollow and sharp. Figures. Elliot doesn't flinch. He never does. Shares are dropping. One of our biggest clients backed out without so much as a courtesy call. And our top-end spokesperson, the actor, he got caught with enough cocaine to fund a cartel. I blink, barely processing the words. Ryson. Elliot leans in, voice low. This has been coming for a while. You've been spiraling, and people are watching. Someone's using this moment to come for you. I should care. I really should. So all I can think about is how none of it matters. I rub my temples, feeling the exhaustion settle deep into my bones. Not today. Elliot's jaw clenches. He steps closer, eyes burning into mine. You think your mother would want you to sit here and drown? His voice is quiet but cutting. She didn't raise you to fall apart. I snap. She didn't raise me at all, Elliot. The words rip out of me without even thinking properly. Silence. He exhales, his composure slipping, just for a second. I know you're hurting. I know this is... He stops himself, shifting tactics. But if you don't handle this, you might not have a company to return to. A bitter taste coats my tongue. Let it burn. Then, my phone buzzes. I glance at the screen. Breaking news. I click on the link. Mother of a billionaire dies after private battle with Huntington's disease. Everything inside me locks up. Elliot stiffens. Damn it. The article is already everywhere. The world knows. The axe I've been dreading finally falls. My mother isn't just gone. She's the opening act for my own demise.
Chapter 44. Serena. The news plays on the television before Maria even has a chance to say anything. I don't need her to. It's already there. The flashing red banner at the bottom of the screen, the urgent tone of the anchor, the images rolling out like a nightmare. Mother of a billionaire dies after private battle with Huntington's disease. Maria's breath catches beside me. My ears ring, drowning out the sound of the newscaster as they narrate over grainy footage of reporters swarming Titan Corp's headquarters. The vultures have arrived, and they're feasting. Panic seizes my chest. I press a hand against my stomach, as if that alone can stop the storm from coming. Maria mutters a curse, reaching for the remote, but she stops. Her hand hovers over the volume button, like she isn't sure if she should turn it off or let me hear it. I speak first, voice dry, barely above a whisper. Ryson's mother. Maria's throat bobs as she swallows. Yeah. I don't even realize I've sat up, my fingers digging into the couch. The room feels too small, too suffocating. Titan Corp's headquarters is on the screen, its entrance an absolute war zone. Reporters jostle against each other, shouting questions into the air. Cameras flashing. The footage shifts to Ryson's building, where the frenzy outside is just as bad. Security barely managing to hold back the wave. A hospital nurse, standing outside, giving an interview. Maria curses louder this time. Jesus, are they serious? I can't tear my eyes away. I wasn't her assigned nurse, the woman on the screen is saying, her voice calm, practiced, like she's been waiting for this moment. But we all knew, we could see it. She fought so hard, but Huntington's, it wins. Always. Maria grips the remote so tightly her knuckles turn white. I can't speak. I can't even blink. The interviewer hesitates. Then carefully, she asks, "And her son?" A sharp jolt of dread punches through me. The nurse hesitates, looking almost cautious. But then she makes a choice. "There were rumors," she says slowly, as if she knows what she's about to say will send the world into chaos. "That he..." Maria lunges forward and slams the power button. The screen goes dark. Silence chokes the air. My ears are still ringing. Maria turns to me, her face pale. "Titan Corp's shares are dropping," she says quickly, like she can somehow soften the impact of what we just saw. "And there's..." She hesitates, her lips parting, closing, like she doesn't want to say it. I finally tear my gaze from the blank TV screen. "What?" Maria hesitates. I grab her wrist. "What?" She exhales, and this time she forces the words out. "They think Ryson has it too." The air leaves my lungs in an instant. I shake my head. "That's not true." Maria's quiet. I push forward, more insistent. "I would have seen symptoms." My voice rises, almost frantic. "I was with him. I would have noticed." Maria's watching me. I can't read her expression. In a whisper, she reminds me of the worst possible truth. "It's genetic." My stomach lurches. I can feel it happening in real time. The blood drains from my face. My body turns ice cold. Maria reaches for me, her fingers brushing my arm. "Serena," but I can't hear her. I can't process anything. The baby. My baby. My hands tremble as I press them against my stomach, as if I can shield them from the truth. 50%. There's a 50% chance my child has it. My throat closes. I can't breathe. Maria grips my arm. "Serena, listen to me." I jerk away. "I need to see him." Maria's expression shatters. "No, wait." I don't listen. I grab my keys. I don't wait. I don't care. I need to see him now. The drive is a blur. The city lights streak past in a whirl of colors. The sounds of my tires roaring against the pavement. I barely register traffic. Barely acknowledge the people honking behind me. The only thing ringing in my head is the news anchor's voice. She fought so hard, but Huntington's, it wins. Always. I shake the words out of my head. Not my child, not my child. But I need answers. I grip the wheel tighter, press the gas harder. I have to find him. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 45. Ryson. The urn sits on the coffee table, its polished surface gleaming under the dim light of my penthouse. She wanted this. She told me so many times. Whenever the disease took another piece of her, she would remind me. When the time comes, let me go. I run my fingers through my hair, staring at the ashes, but I can't feel anything. Nothing. I should be grieving, but instead I'm just here. Stuck. The world outside is burning. The press is everywhere. The news keeps running headlines, speculating on what's already been confirmed. The heir to Titan Corp is sick. I should have known they'd find out. The second my mother died, I should have thought about it. I pressed the heels of my palms against my eyes, exhaling slowly. It doesn't matter. The damage is done. My phone buzzes on the table. I ignore it. It rings again and again. My board is panicking. Investors are pulling out. There's chaos at Titan Corp. It's crumbling. I should care. But all I can do is stare at the urn, the ashes of the woman who gave me life, and the life I will never be able to give anyone else. The door slams open. I don't even flinch. Elliot steps in, his face tight with frustration, his chest rising and falling like he just ran all the way here. You need to get it together, he says, voice low, measured. I know you're in hell right now, but we can't keep patching up the mess you're leaving behind. I drag my gaze up to him, then let it burn. Elliot's jaw clenches. Don't do this. I almost laugh. Do what, Elliot? Exist? Because that's all I'm doing at this point. You're spiraling, he snaps. And you know it. You're letting this disease, that word, it snaps something inside me. I push off the couch, my voice cutting through the air. Say it again. Elliot doesn't back down. He never does. You think if you ignore it, it'll disappear? That if you pretend it's not real, it won't happen to you? I step toward him. I don't need a lecture right now. You need something, he fires back. Because this? He gestures around the penthouse, the unopened messages, the half-empty bottles of whiskey, the untouched food from 3 days ago. Me. This isn't living, Ryson. Before I can respond, another voice cuts through the room. Enough. I freeze. Elliot exhales, stepping aside. Serena. She stands in the doorway, her gaze sweeping over the disaster that is my penthouse, over me. I hate that she's seeing me like this. That she still makes me feel like I'm standing in direct sunlight, exposed. I force myself to breathe, steady, controlled. What are you doing here? Serena's fingers tighten around the purse in her hands. We need to talk. There's nothing to talk about. But she doesn't move. Her eyes flick to Elliot, silently telling him to leave. For once, he listens. The door clicks shut behind him. Now it's just us. I exhale through my nose. You shouldn't be here. Serena steps forward. You don't get to decide that. I rake a hand through my hair, turning away. Serena, whatever you came to say, I didn't have a miscarriage. The words slam into me. I go still. The room tilts. Serena stares straight at me, her expression unwavering. I'm still pregnant, Ryson. The air is sucked out of my lungs. I step back, needing space, needing air. But it's like the walls are closing in. No! The word slips out before I can stop it. No, that's a mistake, a lie, impossible. Serena watches me like she's waiting for me to break. I think I already have. My hands shake as I turn away, running them through my hair, pressing my fingers against my temples. You told me you lost the baby. I lied. Her voice is even, unapologetic. I whirl to face her. Why? She takes a breath. Because you told me to kill it. My chest contracts. I plan to say something, but nothing comes out. What can I possibly say? That she's wrong? That I didn't mean it? I did. Now I wish I could rip those words out of existence. I look at her stomach. She's still flat. There's no evidence, no proof, but I feel it. A pulse of something I can't name. Say something, she says, a voice softer now. Anything. But I can't. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve them. I turn away. Ryson. Her voice is quiet, but there's something sharp in it, something raw. I keep my back to her. You shouldn't have come here. Why? This isn't your problem anymore. Her footsteps are sudden, and then she's in front of me, eyes blazing. Not my problem, she repeats, incredulous. Are you serious? I keep my expression blank. I have to. I'm serious. Serena stares at me like she doesn't recognize me, like she's trying to figure out if the man in front of her is even real. She laughs. It's not amused. It's not soft. It's shattered. You think this is something you can run from? She asks, voice shaking. You think pushing me away will change the fact that your child exists? I close my eyes. Say it, she demands. Say you don't care. Say you don't want this. I grit my teeth. Silence. Serena exhales sharply. That's what I thought. And then she does the last thing I expect. She doesn't leave. She doesn't scream. Instead, she steps closer, presses her hand against my chest, over my pounding heart, and says, Ryson, you can't run away from me. From us.
Chapter 46. Serena, I should hate him. I should say every cruel thing that comes to mind, spit venom at him for the way he shut himself away, for how he's refused to let me in. I should call him a coward for pushing me out, for thinking he could decide what was best for me and our child without so much as giving me a chance to fight. But I don't. Instead, I step further into the disaster that is his penthouse. The air is stale, thick with the smell of whiskey and something else. Something heavy, suffocating. The windows are shut, the curtains drawn, the whole place cloaked in shadow. The light barely reaches him, and for a terrifying second, I wonder if that's how he feels, too. Trapped in the dark, afraid to step into the sun. I exhale and move past him, to the windows, unlocking the latch and pushing them open. The city's cold night air rushes in, clearing some of the heaviness, but not all of it. The smell of alcohol lingers, soaked into the fabric of the couch, the carpet beneath my feet. Behind me, he shifts, his voice hoarse. Don't. I don't stop. I grab the empty bottles from the table, my fingers curling around their glass necks, my movements slow and deliberate. One by one, I gather them, carrying them to the kitchen. He follows me with his eyes, his arms limp at his sides. He looks lost. Serena, His voice is rough, hollow. Go. I set the bottles down on the counter and turn to face him. Tell me to my face. His brows knit together, wary. I take a step toward him, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. Tell me to my face, Ryson. Tell me you don't want me, that you don't want this baby. His jaw tenses, his throat working as he swallows. I wait. He doesn't say it. His gaze flickers, drops to my stomach. The space between us hums, charged with something raw, something unspoken. His voice is strained. His hands clenched at his sides. Serena, don't push me. Why? I demand. Because you can't say it? You don't mean it? Tell me that you want me to abort our baby. His breath shudders out, and when he meets my eyes, there's so much pain there, so much weight. I can't. The words are almost a whisper. Not anymore. I nod, stepping even closer, bridging the gap. Then why? My voice is softer now, edged with something fragile. Why do you keep pushing me away? He closes his eyes. Is it because of the disease? I ask, my chest aching with the truth I already know. His eyes snap open, dark and heavy with grief. You don't understand? Then make me understand. His breath stumbles, and I know he's on the verge of breaking. I don't want to pass it on, he says, each word like a blade. I don't want you to watch me waste away like I did with my mother. It will kill me if you see me like that. The silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating. I reach for him, my fingers brushing his wrist. How can you be so sure? His expression hardens. I have it. The doctors confirmed it. My breath stills. His voice shakes. His defense is crumbling. It won't be long. I shake my head, refusing to accept it, refusing to let this be the reason he throws everything away. Even if you do, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. It doesn't mean I'll leave. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. I don't want you see me wasting away. I step closer, the warmth of his body just within reach. You think pushing me away will make this easier? His throat bobs. You think if you shut me out, I'll stop caring? That I'll just walk away? I shake my head, blinking back the burn behind my eyes. That's not going to happen, Ryson. His chest rises and falls. His breath's coming uneven. I take his hand, the same hand that has kept me at a distance, and press it against my stomach. If our baby has it, I whisper, my voice breaking, then they need you more, not less. His fingers twitch against my stomach, his whole body rigid as if he's afraid to hope. Tears blur my vision and I let them fall. You should have told me, I whisper, the ache spilling over. You should have let me be there for you. How could you suffer alone like this? His face crumples. He's reaching for me, gripping me like I'm keeping him from shattering. His arms wrap around me, crushing me against him. His face buried in my hair. His whole body trembles. I'm sorry, he breathes, voice raw, wrecked. I close my eyes, pressing my face into his chest, feeling the erratic thud of his heartbeat. I hold him. He holds me back and lets himself fall apart. I fall apart as well, sobbing like there's no tomorrow.
Chapter 47. Ryson. She shatters against me. Every breath, every tremor in her body as she clings to me, sobbing into my chest, drowns out the world outside this room. The storm raging in my heart cracks wide open, spilling everything I've been holding in for too long. The fear, the guilt, the unbearable weight of pushing her away when all I ever wanted was to hold on. I cradle the back of her head, pressing my lips against her hair, whispering words that don't feel like enough. I'm sorry. Over and over, like a prayer I'll never stop saying. Serena tilts her face up, her eyes red-rimmed, glassy. Her fingers tighten in my shirt, pulling me down until our foreheads touch. Her breaths are shallow, shaky. She's holding herself together, but I can feel it. She's unraveling just like I am. "You should have told me," she whispers, her voice breaking in places. "You should have let me love you instead of running." Her words slip under my skin, into the cracks, into the places I've spent years guarding. She's here, right in front of me, standing in my ruins, and she's not running. I cup her face, wiping a stray tear with my thumb, but it doesn't stop the others from falling. "I was afraid." She exhales a trembling breath. "I'm afraid too." I brush my lips against hers, barely touching, just breathing her in. "Then let's be afraid together." And then she closes the distance.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 48. Serena. The bed is warm, the sheets tangled around my legs, the scent of him still lingering on my skin. My body aches, not from exhaustion, but from something deeper, from the way he held me, from the way his hands memorized me like I was something sacred, from the way he whispered he loved me over and over again, as if he could etch the words into my bones. I stretch my arm across the mattress, expecting to find him beside me, but the space is empty. Cool. A flicker of unease rushes through me. Then I catch it. The scent. Something warm, something savory, something entirely unexpected. I slip out of bed, wrapping the sheet around me as I pad toward the door. The penthouse is quiet, except for the faint clatter of dishes, the unmistakable sound of someone moving in the kitchen. I round the corner and stop. Ryson stands at the stove, a spatula in one hand, his expression focused as he flips something in the pan. There's a spread of food on the counter, fruit, toast, eggs. A glass of orange juice sits beside it, freshly poured. It's the healthiest meal I've ever seen him make. He looks better. The shadows beneath his eyes are still there, but his posture is lighter, his movements deliberate. He's shaved. His hair is damp like he just showered, and for what feel like weeks, maybe months, he doesn't look like a man carrying the world on his shoulders. As if sensing me, he turns. He smiles. Not a smirk, not a careful half grin, but a real quiet, content smile. "You're awake," he says, wiping his hands on a towel before setting the pan aside. Perfect timing. Breakfast is almost ready. I stare at him. "You cooked?" He tilts his head, amused. "Yes, and before you say anything, I looked up the best foods for pregnant women. Apparently, you need all sorts of things. Protein, fiber, vitamins, and hydration. So orange juice." He gestures to the glass as if this is some great achievement. Emotion tightens in my throat. He's trying. Even after everything, even after pushing me away, even after fighting so hard to convince himself he wasn't capable of this, he's trying. I don't think. I just move. I rush to him, wrapping my arms around his waist, pressing my face against his chest. He stills for a second before he exhales, his arms coming around me, his fingers sliding into my hair. "Reason," I whisper, gripping his shirt. You're here. His lips brush against the top of my head, lingering. I don't know what I'd do without you. I tilt my face up, searching his eyes, running my fingers over his jaw, his cheek, as if to reassure myself that this moment is real. It's going to be okay, I tell him softly. We'll take this one step at a time. We don't have to have all the answers right now. We just have to be. His thumb grazes my lower lip, his gaze tracing my features like he's memorizing them all over again. You make it sound so simple. It is simple, I murmur. We love each other. That's enough. Something flickers in his eyes, something I can't name, something heavy and unspoken. But then he leans down and kisses me, slow and soft, as if he's pouring every unsaid word into this one moment. And for the first time in forever, there's peace. The morning is light, easy. The tension that's lived between us for so long has finally given way to something softer, something I want to hold on to. We sit at the counter, eating together, his knee brushing against mine, his fingers reaching for mine in between bites. He watches me carefully, making sure I eat enough, making sure I drink the damn juice, making sure I don't lift a single thing heavier than a fork. It's endearing, and so unlike him. A wave of nausea rises so fast I barely register it. 1 second, I'm eating. The next, I'm bolting toward the bathroom, stomach twisting. Ryson follows immediately, panic lacing his voice. Serena? I barely make it to the toilet before my stomach revolts. My body heaves, every muscle clenching, the taste of acid burning in my throat. And then, chaos. Damn, should I call someone? The doctor? Should we go to the hospital? Ryson's voice is full-blown alarmed. I cough, wiping my mouth with a tissue, turning to him with watery eyes. Ryson, it's morning sickness. It's normal. He doesn't look convinced. He crouches beside me, rubbing circles into my back, his other hand bracing my knee. But you're pale. Shouldn't we do something? I let out a weak laugh. This is the something. It'll pass. He still looks unconvinced. He looks ready to book an entire hospital. His fingers tighten on my knee. You're sure? If you say the word, I'll carry you out of here right now. I smile despite myself, despite the nausea still curling in my stomach. This man. Ryson, I murmur, touching his face, letting my thumb brush over his cheekbone. You're worrying too much. He exhales sharply, tilting his head to rest against mine. Get used to it, he murmurs. It's not stopping anytime soon. I chuckle, shaking my head. God help me. But it's fond. It's grateful. For all his flaws, for all his fears. He's here, and he's trying. The peace lingers. We lounge together on the couch. His hand absent-mindedly stroking over my stomach, my fingers tangled in his. For once, there are no fights, no tension, no running. Just us. But then, reality comes crashing in. The front door swings open and Elliot walks in like he's been holding his breath for days. He stops in his tracks when he sees us, eyes darting between Ryson and me. His jaw clenches. You need to get back to the real world, Elliot tells him. Rhyson stiffens beside me. I sit up, placing a hand on his arm. Ryson, he exhales slowly. He doesn't argue. Instead, he looks at me, his gaze lingering, as if asking if I'm okay, if I'm ready for this. I squeeze his hand, my voice steady. You can do this. His eyes soften, something unreadable flickering across his face. Then, he nods.
Chapter 49. Ryson. The world outside Serena's embrace is cold, harsh, and relentless. I knew this the moment I stepped back into Titan Corp's towering walls, into the fluorescent-lit boardroom where a dozen worried faces stared at me, waiting for answers. They needed reassurance. They needed a leader. I gave it to them. The meeting stretches for hours, a tedious cycle of damage control and strategic maneuvering. We comb through the numbers, analyze projections, craft statements, and try to put a lid on the wildfire that erupted after the news broke about my mother's death. About me. The media had torn into it like rabid wolves, painting me as a ticking time bomb, the heir of a billion-dollar empire, carrying a disease that could strip him of everything. Investors panicked. Clients hesitated. I spent the entire day putting out flames. I will not burn. By the time Elliot schedules the press conference, my voice is steady, my mind sharp. I step in front of the cameras, mask perfectly in place, and address every question without a flicker of hesitation. No, this does not affect my ability to lead. No, Titan Corp remains strong. Yes, my health is being monitored. No, I will not be stepping down. I deliver each line with unwavering conviction, each answer laced with the steel they need to hear. By the time the conference ends, I've done what needed to be done. The stocks stabilize, the headlines shift. The world stops watching me like I'm a man already falling apart. It should feel like a victory. But my mind isn't here. It's with her. I check my phone the second I leave the conference. Me. Are you home? Serena. Yes. Me. How do you feel? Serena. Better. It's the 5th time I've asked. She doesn't call me out for hovering, doesn't make a sarcastic remark. She simply reassures me. I picture her curled up on the couch, one hand resting over her stomach, that soft, knowing smile curving her lips. She's okay. But I need more than a text to prove it. Me. Have dinner with me tonight? Serena. That's a date. My lips twitch, exhaustion briefly giving way to something lighter. I glance at my watch. I still have time. I need to get something first. Titan Corp's main office has a private floor, one only accessible to a select few. It houses the executive offices, private lounges, a boardroom meant for crisis control, and a vault. Inside that vault is everything I've kept locked away. I scan my fingerprint and punch in the code, the heavy door hissing open. The lights flicker on automatically, illuminating the polished black shelves lined with rare contracts, uncashed investment checks, legal documents that hold more power than any man should have in his lifetime. But I bypass them all. I reach for the small compartment on the far right, unlocking it with a separate code. And there it is, a small velvet box. I hold it between my fingers, my pulse an unsteady rhythm in my ears. I've had this for years. Long before everything between us fell apart, before I ever uttered words I wish I could take back. I bought it for her, for the moment I was supposed to get down on one knee, look up into those bright, defiant eyes, and ask her to spend forever with me. I wasn't sure if I'd ever take it out again, but tonight, I will. Is it reckless? Maybe. Too soon? Possibly, but I don't want to wait anymore. I've wasted enough time. Who knows what tomorrow will bring?
Chapter 50. Serena, I'm expecting Ryson. I checked the time on my phone again, waiting for the sound of his car pulling up outside. But when the doorbell rings, and I peek through the peephole, it's not him. Elliot stands there, hands tucked in his pockets, a knowing grin plastered across his face. Confused, I pull the door open. Elliot? Evening, Miss Vance. His voice is way too amused. I cross my arms. Where's Ryson? He leans casually against the doorframe. Waiting for you. I narrow my eyes. Then why are you here? Because I'm your ride. I hesitate. Why do I feel like you're leaving out details? Elliot chuckles. You ask too many questions. Get in the car, Serena. I glance behind him at the sleek black vehicle parked at my curb. Is this a surprise? Maybe, he teases, opening the car door like a chauffeur. I step inside, a weird flutter settling in my stomach. Something about tonight feels different. I realize just how different it is when we pull up to the restaurant. It's closed. The entrance is dark. The front door's locked. The sign out front flickers, but the inside looks abandoned. I turn to Elliot, suspicious. Did he rent out an entire restaurant? Elliot just grins and gestures to the side entrance. Go. Alone? He's waiting for you. That flutter in my stomach intensifies as I step out. The air carrying the faint scent of something sweet. Roses. A hostess stands by the private entrance, giving me a polite nod before opening the door. And when I step inside, the world shifts. The hallway is lined with fairy lights, strung from the ceiling in cascading strands, shimmering like 1,000 fireflies caught in an endless glow. A soft melody plays through hidden speakers. Something slow, something familiar. A pathway stretches before me, leading into the heart of the restaurant. My breath catches at the sight. A pathway straight to him, and Ryson is standing at the end of it. My steps are slow, hesitant, disbelieving. Everything is illuminated. The floor is covered in delicate petals, a slideshow playing behind him. Images flicker across the massive screen, stolen moments of us. Our past, our beginning. There's a picture of us at a gala years ago, his hand resting on my waist, his head turned slightly toward me, as if I was the only thing in the room worth looking at. A shot of us at the beach, laughing, our hair windblown and wild. One of me asleep on his couch, his jacket draped over my body. 1,000 moments I didn't even realize he'd kept. Tears burn behind my eyes, and then he speaks. I've had this for so long, Rhyson says, voice steady, yet filled with something unbreakable. I bought this years ago with you in mind, and for the longest time, I didn't think I'd ever have the courage to use it. He takes a slow breath, his gaze locked on me as if I'm the only thing anchoring him to this moment. Serena, I've spent my whole life thinking I had to fight alone. That love wasn't something I deserved. That everything I touched would eventually slip through my fingers. His throat bobs. But then there was you. I stopped just a few steps away from him, heart hammering against my ribs. I've tried to push you away, he admits. Tried to convince myself that I was doing the right thing, that you'd be better off without me. But every single time I keep coming back to you. You are the only thing in this world that makes sense to me. Tears spill down my cheeks. Rhyson slowly lowers himself onto one knee, pulling a small velvet box from his pocket. The moment he opens it, I see the ring, the one I dreamed of, the one I never thought I'd wear. Marry me, Serena. His voice is rough, vulnerable. Be my future, my always, my home. I press a trembling hand to my lips, laughter bubbling up through my tears. God, you're so dramatic. He grins, but his eyes are pleading. I sink to my knees, cupping his face, pressing my forehead against his. Yes, I whisper, 1,000 times. Yes. His breath stutters. His fingers tremble as he slides the ring onto my finger. And then he kisses me. It's deep, aching, a promise. As our lips meld, fireworks explode outside, a symphony of gold and blue lighting up the night sky. I pull away with a watery laugh. Did you really? He smirks. You deserve the best. And when I glance up, our names appear in the sky, woven in light by a fleet of drones. I shake my head, overwhelmed, overjoyed. You're ridiculous, but I love him. God, I love him.
Chapter 51. Ryson. My phone screen is flooded with notifications. Headlines, messages, mentions. Every major news outlet is talking about our engagement. Rhyson Sinclair claims Serena Vance in grand proposal. The heir to Titan Corp and famous architect, Serena Vance. A match made in billion-dollar heaven. Love or power play? Rhyson Sinclair puts a ring on it. I smirk, leaning back in my chair, scrolling through the images of last night. Serena, standing in the middle of the fairy-light-lit restaurant, her eyes glistening as I went down on one knee. Her laughter as the fireworks exploded above us, her fingers curling into my jacket when I kissed her. Mine. Finally. I dropped my phone onto my desk, exhaling. It's been a long time coming. The door slams open. I don't even look up. Elliot, I'm not Elliot. I glance up and Damon strides in, his expression unreadable. What are you doing here? I say, already weary. Damon doesn't sit. He leans against the corner of my desk, arms crossed. His gaze flickers to my phone, where a picture of Serena's hand, wearing my ring, is still on the screen. You've been busy, he mutters. I smirk. Jealous? Damon exhales sharply through his nose, shaking his head. No. He looks at me then, really looks at me. You won? The words are strange coming from him. Damon doesn't surrender ever. I frown. There was no bet. Damon gives a dry laugh, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, I know. He sighs. I came to tell you. Congratulations. I freeze. That's the last thing I expect. Damon is standing in my office, willingly congratulating me. The man who's competed with me for years is here to wish me well. It feels wrong, but also liberating in a way. We were best of friends before Juliet made her move to separate us. Why? I ask cautiously. Damon scoffs, shaking his head. Because, Sinclair, maybe, just maybe, you deserve to be happy for once. The words punch through my chest like an unexpected blow. I should feel victorious. I should relish this moment, knowing even my oldest rival has accepted that Serena is mine. But there's something in Damon's voice, something raw. But before I can question it, he straightens, the usual cockiness slipping back into place. And, he continues, because I have something else to tell you. I raise a brow, and here I thought we were finally having a moment. Damon ignores my sarcasm, his expression darkening. It's about your disease. Every muscle in my body stiffens. He studies me, and for a second he almost looks hesitant, like he's treading carefully. You don't have symptoms, right? I clench my jaw. Why do you care? Damon exhales through his nose. I don't... Damn, yes, I do. We were friends, weren't we? Also, my half-sister cares a lot. Juliet. Juliet. My entire body goes rigid at the name. What the hell are you talking about? Damon's lips press into a thin line. She's stirring the pot. My pulse kicks up. Juliet is the last person I need meddling in my life. Damon crosses his arms. She was the one who leaked the story about your mother's disease. Rage ignites in my heart like wildfire. She what? He nods. Just found out. I clench my fists. I should have seen this coming. Damon shrugs. She wants attention. She wants whatever it is. And now, she's about to get a hell of a lot more. Before I can respond, the office door flies open again. Elliot bursts in, his face pale. You need to see this. He doesn't wait for permission. He storms over, unlocking his phone, shoving it in front of me. I don't want to look, but I do. And everything inside me turns to ice. On screen, Juliet sits on a talk show couch, fake tears glistening in her eyes. The headline beneath her name makes my blood run cold. Juliet Laurent tells all. Rhyson Sinclair is a monster. The host leans forward, voice dripping with feigned concern. Juliet, this is a shocking revelation. Are you saying Rhyson Sinclair, the heir to Titan Corp, was abusive toward you? Juliet sniffles dramatically. Yes, she whispers. Behind closed doors, he's not the man everyone thinks he is. I slam my hands onto my desk. Damon mutters a curse under his breath. That witch. Elliot doesn't even blink. It gets worse. He fast-forwards the clip. Juliet dabs at her eyes. And it wasn't just me. It was Serena. A sickening dread pools in my stomach. The host gasps. You're saying he was abusive towards Serena Vance? Juliet's lips twitch like she's fighting back a smirk. I'm saying... She pauses, tilting her head. That Ryson and Damon had a bet. Damon goes stone still. She was never meant to be his fiancée, Juliet continues, her voice dripping with false pity. It was always about the Genesis deal. $1 billion bet. Whoever got Serena into bed first won. The video stops. Silence. I grip the desk, trying to keep the world from spinning out of control. Damon speaks first, voice eerily calm. What the hell? Elliot exhales. This is bad. I shake my head. It's not just bad. It's nuclear. Damon runs a hand through his hair, seething. She's out of her goddamn mind. The bet wasn't even real. We never... She doesn't care, Elliot interrupts. She just handed the press a golden scandal. And the worst part? He meets my eyes. She said it with enough conviction that people will believe it. I stare at the screen, my pulse roaring in my ears. Juliet just painted me as an abusive, power-hungry, disease-ridden monster. Serena's name is being dragged into this mess, into my mess. My fists clench so tight my nails bite into my palms. Damon growls, already pulling out his phone. I'll shut it down. Elliot shakes his head. It's already viral. This isn't just going away. I close my eyes. I should be celebrating my engagement. I should be with Serena, holding her, telling her everything's going to be okay. Instead, I'm standing here watching my world turn into a nightmare.
Chapter 52. Serena. The fluorescent lights of the grocery store flicker above me, casting a sterile glow over the aisles. My basket is filled with fresh produce, prenatal vitamins, and a few cravings I couldn't resist. I grab a bottle of water and head toward the checkout when the sound of gasps and murmurs ripples through the store. My gaze snaps to the television screen mounted in the corner, playing a live interview on a major news network. The moment I see her, my stomach turns. Juliet. Her perfectly polished exterior, the way she tilts her chin, feigning composure, it makes my blood boil. Rhyson Sinclair isn't who people think he is, she says, voice smooth like venom. He was never in love with Serena. In fact, she was part of a bet between him and Damon Cross. $1 billion business deal, and they used her as a game piece. I just didn't realize he would go and actually marry her. But hey, if love grew from deception, I guess that's their fairy tale. The cashier's hands freeze mid-scan. The customers around me gawk. Some are already whispering, clutching their phones, undoubtedly live tweeting my reaction. And the abuse? The interviewer presses. Are you saying Ryson was violent toward you? Juliet sighs dramatically. I'm saying he has a dark side, one I had to suffer through. The rage bursts inside me like a detonation. What the actual hell? I grip the corner of the counter, my vision tunneling. How dare she? How dare she paint him as a monster? As if she's the victim when she's the one clawing her way into the spotlight, throwing dirt just to see him burn. I don't even realize I've let go of my groceries until they hit the floor. A flash, then another. A paparazzo appears out of nowhere, shoving a camera into my space. Serena, how do you feel about the accusations? Was it all a bet? Are you leaving Ryson? I take a staggered step backward, instinctively wrapping my arms around my stomach. Hands grab at me. Someone's pulling at my sweater, tugging at my bag. My pulse spikes in pure panic. I shove them off, my heart hammering against my ribs. Get away from me! A security guard storms in, pushing the crowd back, his voice a booming command. Step back now! More cameras, more flashes. The frenzy thickens. The guard ushers me toward the exit, shielding me as I rush outside. The second I break free, I yank out my phone and dial Elliot. I need to get to Ryson, now! The ride to Titan Corp is a blur. I'm gripping my seatbelt so tightly that my knuckles ache. Elliot's voice over the phone keeps trying to soothe me, but I'm already too far gone. My head is pounding, my emotions sharpening into steel. Juliet wants a war? I'll give her one. Elliot meets me at the back entrance, eyes flicking over me as if checking for visible damage. You okay? I nod, but it's a lie. He leads me through the halls, bypassing the chaos outside Ryson's conference room. Through the glass walls, I see his team in full panic mode. Public relations, legal, even Damon sitting at the table, arms crossed. I don't wait. I barge in. Ryson jolts upright when he sees me. His hands clench against the table, panic flaring in his eyes. Serena? I cut him off. I don't need an explanation. I don't need to hear anything. I walk straight to him and wrap my arms around him, burying my face into his chest. For a moment, he doesn't breathe. His entire body melts against mine. The room falls away. His arms crush around me, one hand sliding against the back of my head, gripping me like he's terrified I'll slip through his fingers. He presses his forehead against mine, voice hoarse, shattered. You believe me? Always. Ryson exhales deeply, gripping my waist like I'm keeping him standing. Damn, Serena, he whispers, eyes burning. I don't deserve you. I pull back, leveling him with a stare. No, you don't, I tease, softening the blow with a faint smirk. But you're stuck with me anyway. Damon clears his throat from the other side of the table. Just so we're clear, there was never a bet. I nod sharply. I already knew that. Ryson closes his eyes for a beat, then presses a kiss to my forehead. But I'm not done. I turn toward the PR team, eyes blazing. What's the plan? I demand. Because if Juliet wants the public's attention, she's about to get mine. A murmur spreads through the room. One of the executives clears his throat. A written statement might be the best approach. I snort. No, she made this public. I'm making my response just as public. Damon grins, leaning back in his chair. Now this I've got to see. Ryson grips my hand, concern flickering across his face. Are you sure? I turn to him, squeezing his fingers between mine. Yes, I say, my voice steady. We're going to end this together.
Chapter 53. Ryson. Serena is magnificent. I sit back, watching as she takes control of the room, eyes sharp, voice unwavering. A force that commands attention with nothing more than sheer presence. It's intoxicating. The way she stands, her chin lifted in defiance, the way she speaks with absolute certainty, like she belongs here, standing beside me, fighting for me. It shouldn't turn me on as much as it does, but damn, it does. Damon must notice the way I'm looking at her, because he leans back in his chair, arms crossed, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. Damn, he muses, eyes flicking between us. She's hot when she's pissed. I shoot him a glare so sharp he lifts his hands in mock surrender, laughing under his breath. Relax, Sinclair, I'm just saying. No wonder you're obsessed. Get out, I mutter, voice low, but Damon only tilts his head, as if debating whether he actually wants to listen. I'm not going anywhere, he says, shifting forward, elbows resting on the table. In fact, you might need my help to finally put my half-sister in the grave she's been digging for herself. I pause. Damon's expression hardens. Juliet owes us both, doesn't she? His words settle between us, heavy with old wounds and things left unsaid. The room goes silent, Serena's voice still echoing faintly in the distance as she strategizes with Elliot and the PR team. After a long moment, I exhale. Yeah, she does. Damon nods once, but his smirk fades, something unreadable flickering in his gaze. I don't know what makes me say it. Maybe the exhaustion, maybe the mess of emotions still tangled inside me. But suddenly the words are there, heavy on my tongue. I'm sorry, I say. Damon goes still. I press my palms against the desk, letting the words tumble out. Years ago, I didn't mean to humiliate you. I swallow hard, forcing myself to meet his eyes. I was worried. That night when I found out your father was beating the crap out of you, I didn't think. I just reacted. I told people, thinking it would help. My jaw tightens. But it didn't, did it? Damon's expression doesn't change, but I see the slight twitch in his fingers, the way his throat bobs as he swallows. I also didn't mean to spill your secrets, I say quietly. Especially that part. I hesitate, my stomach twisting. About what the coach... Stop! Damon's voice is flat but not cold. I shut my mouth, pressing my lips together, but his next words make my blood run cold. It was Juliet, he says simply. The air in my lungs freezes. Damon lets out a breath, looking away. I knew it was her. I always knew, but I was too... He stops himself, exhaling sharply. I was embarrassed. I couldn't face you after you found out what happened to me. Then Juliet got in my head, told me you were the one who spread it. And I... He swipes a hand over his jaw, eyes darkening. I wanted to believe her. So I spread the rumors about you. Made them worse than the truth. That sick twist and feeling in my stomach grows. I don't need to ask which rumors he's talking about. I know. At my university, people thought I was rotting from the inside out, that I was dying, that I was a walking corpse. I had to transfer, but I'm thankful for that because I met Serena. Juliet started it, but Damon let it spread. I inhale slowly, forcing the fury back. There's no point in being angry. Not now. Damon shakes his head, laughing under his breath. I didn't even hate you. His voice turns quiet. I just hated that you knew. We go silent. It all lingers between us, thick with everything we should have said years ago but never did. Before we can speak again, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. So... We both turn. Serena stands in the doorway, arms crossed, brows raised in amusement. Did you two just have a heart-to-heart? Damon groans, rubbing his temples. Jesus Christ. I shake my head, smirking despite myself. Serena steps further into the room, glancing between us. Hope you both enjoyed the bonding moment, but I need you to focus. We've got work to do. Damon mutters something under his breath about how terrifying she is, but Serena ignores him, stepping closer, all business. We need to take Juliet down. Something that'll make sure she never shows her face in public again. Damon smirks. Oh, don't worry. I've got something. Serena tilts her head, intrigued. Yeah? Damon leans back against the desk, arms crossed. Turns out our dear Juliet has a taste for younger men. Way younger. Serena's brows knit together. Younger how? She got charged years ago, Damon says smoothly. Statutory. Her daddy paid for it to go away. But guess what? She's at it again. Right now, she's dating a barely legal boy. Just turned 18 3 days ago. Serena's eyes widen. Oh, damn. I blink. What the... Damon grins. Yeah, I figured that'd be your reaction. Oh. Serena lets out a slow breath, processing. Then she straightens, eyes flashing. We need proof. Something concrete. Damon nods. Already working on it. I exhale slowly. This is insane, but it's exactly what we need. Juliet wanted to drag me through the mud? Fine, but now it's her turn to burn.
Chapter 54. Serena. The cameras are in place. The lights are hot against my skin, but I barely register them. My focus is on the woman seated across from me, her expression poised but expectant, waiting for us to begin. The moment stretches, thick with everything at stake. Ryson sits beside me, his presence solid, reassuring. His fingers brush against mine briefly under the table, and the touch is grounding. The world outside is chaos, our engagement making headlines. The rumors Juliet spun still floating like embers in the air. But here, in this moment, we are in control. We are choosing to speak, to set things right. The interviewer, Clarissa Hale, is someone we trust, a veteran journalist who built her reputation on integrity, not sensationalism. She nods toward the cameras, signaling the beginning. Serena, Ryson, she begins, her voice even. Let's get straight to it. There's been a storm of controversy surrounding your relationship. Juliet's recent interview, she exhales, shaking her head slightly, made some serious allegations against Ryson, from claims of abuse to accusations of a bet regarding your relationship. You asked to be here today to address them. Yes, I say, sitting forward. Because enough is enough. Clarissa nods, leaning in, giving me the space to speak. I inhale deeply, keeping my voice steady. Let's start with the biggest claim. This alleged bet between Ryson and Damon about who could sleep with me first for the Genesis deal. The words taste like acid in my mouth, but I push through. It never happened. There is no bet. Juliet made it sound credible, twisted whatever scraps of information she could get to suit her own narrative. Clarissa tilts her head. Do you believe she did this out of spite? I glance at Ryson, whose expression is unreadable, but I feel the tension in his frame. Yes, I say simply. Juliet has a history of manipulating situations to her advantage. She wanted to destroy him. She failed. Clarissa shifts her gaze to Ryson. You've been quiet, Ryson. This is the first time you're publicly addressing the rumors about yourself. Ryson exhales, his voice smooth but weighted. I've loved Serena for over a decade, he says, the words slow, deliberate. There's never been anyone else. Not in my heart, not in my life. Clarissa studies him. There have been no known past relationships, no other women. Because there weren't any, he answers easily. I met Juliet before I met Serena, yes, but I never loved her, never wanted her. She was never my first anything. I turn toward him, my chest tightening at the depth of his words. The audience can't see the way his fingers curl slightly on his lap, but I do. I see the truth in every single movement. Hopeless romantic, I murmur, trying to lighten the moment. Clarissa smiles, as does the rest of the studio. No wonder you two have become the center of so much speculation. People are captivated by the two of you. I love him, I say, keeping my gaze on Ryson. And I believe in him. Ryson reaches for my hand, squeezing it once. Then suddenly, before the interview can continue, an assistant rushes toward Clarissa, whispering something in her ear. Clarissa's brows raise, then furrow in quiet disbelief. The tension shifts as she looks down at her tablet, tapping rapidly. There's breaking news, she announces. The room stills. My stomach clenches. Clarissa glances up, shaking her head. Juliet's past has resurfaced, and this time, it's irreversible. Ryson straightens. What do you mean? Clarissa swipes across her screen, and as if timed by fate itself, the large studio screen behind us flickers to life. Juliet Laurent, poised and elegant as always, Except this time, the image is damning. The picture is sharp, unforgiving, a barely legal boy pressed against her, her lips on his, the obvious disparity of power between them impossible to ignore. Then another image, and another, and then a flash of old court documents from years ago, exposing the charges she had once evaded with her father's wealth. The audience gasps, murmurs rippling through the studio. My pulse roars in my ears as I watch it unfold, and the headlines at the bottom of the screen shift rapidly. Juliet Laurent exposed, disturbing past surfaces, police launch investigation. Clarissa looks back at us. This just went public. It seems the case she had buried years ago has been dug up, and now new evidence against her is coming to light. The moment is surreal. The air around me vibrates with the sheer weight of it. I glance at Ryson, his expression hard, but beneath it there is something else, relief. Not triumph, not victory, just the quiet exhale of justice finally catching up. Clarissa takes a breath, composing herself. Serena, what are your thoughts on this? I let the chaos settle for a moment before speaking. I meet her eyes and say calmly, the truth will always come to light.
Chapter 55. Ryson, time has never moved so slowly in my entire life. 2 weeks of waiting. 2 weeks of drowning in a silence so heavy it threatens to pull me under. 2 weeks of existing in a limbo where hope and despair crash against each other like warring tides. Now I sit in a too-bright hospital hallway, my hands clenched together so tightly my knuckles are bloodless. Serena is beside me, her warmth a lifeline, her presence the only thing keeping me from unraveling completely. The results are in. We're about to find out if our baby, the tiny life Serena is carrying, the piece of us that I already love more than I can put into words, is free from the disease that has haunted me my entire life. I don't know what I'll do if the answer is the one I fear. Serena's hand is in mine, and I grip it too tightly, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she squeezes back, grounding me when my entire world feels on the verge of crumbling. It's going to be okay, she whispers, tilting her head so she can look at me. I stare straight ahead, focusing on the white door in front of us, where the doctor will emerge any second now. You don't know that. I do, she says, unwavering. I dreamed of her, Ryson. I finally turn to her. Her? She smiles, her eyes shining with something I can't name. A little girl, she had your eyes. My chest tightens. I shake my head. Serena, dreams mean something, she insists, her fingers tightening around mine. She told me she was okay. She told me we didn't have to be afraid. I swallow, my throat raw. I want to believe her. I want to take those words and let them stitch together the jagged edges of my fear. But how do you silence something that has lived inside you for so long? The door opens. My breath halts and Serena stills beside me. Dr. Lewis steps out, a clipboard in hand, his expression unreadable. He's saying something about the testing, about statistics, about how thorough they were. His voice is distant, muffled, like I'm hearing it through a fog. Doctor! I interrupt, my voice hoarse. Just tell me, does she? The world holds its breath. Dr. Lewis meets my gaze. Your baby does not carry the Huntington's gene. And yes, she's a girl. The words hit me like a sledgehammer. I feel them before I can fully process them, like something unlocking inside my chest, a pressure that's been weighing down on me for years, suddenly lifting all at once. The relief is so intense it steals my breath, my balance. Serena gasps beside me, her hands flying to her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. I sway forward, gripping my knees as I try to inhale, try to make my body function again. No disease. No countdown hanging over my child's head. She's safe. Serena's arms are around me before I even realize I've moved, her body pressed against mine, warm and shaking. Ryson, she sobs, her fingers clutching the back of my shirt. I wrap my arms around her, burying my face in her neck, inhaling the scent of her, the reality of her. "She's okay," I rasp, the words barely making it out. "She's okay." She nods against me, her body trembling with relief. "She's okay." I don't realize I'm crying until Serena pulls back, cupping my face with both hands, her thumbs swiping away the tears. "I don't care. I don't care that I'm breaking down in the middle of a hospital, that I've spent my entire life preparing for the worst, only to be given this. The one thing I never thought I'd have. A future. A family." Serena smiles through her own tears, pressing her forehead to mine. "She's our miracle." I close my eyes, nodding. She is. I press my lips to hers, unable to stop myself. She kisses me back, soft but sure, and in that moment I'm whole in a way I never thought I could be. When we finally pull away, Serena brushes a hand over her stomach, her fingers light, reverent. "You hear that, baby?" she murmurs. "You're going to be just fine." I place my hand over hers, and since this nightmare began, I let myself believe it. She's going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
Chapter 56. Serena. The air is laced with the aroma of fresh roses and sea salt, the wind carrying it through the open garden where our vows were spoken just hours ago. The sky has softened into twilight, streaked with golds and purples, as if the universe itself is celebrating with us. Twinkling fairy lights are strung overhead, reflecting off the crystal glasses and polished silverware, casting a warm glow over the guests. My dress is lighter now, the long train removed for the reception, but I still feel like I'm floating. Or maybe it's just the way Ryson is looking at me. His eyes never strain too far, like he's afraid I'll disappear if he blinks. Maria sits beside me, her hand on my wrist as she pretends to dab at a non-existent tear. "Damn it, Serena," she says, her voice mock wavering. "You actually did it. You got married before me. What happened to our plan of growing old together, drinking wine, and laughing at everyone else's disastrous relationships?" I snort, squeezing her hand. "I think we both knew I was doomed the second I met him." She grins. "Yeah, you were. You and your stupid, tragic, epic love story." Then she softens, her eyes glassy. "I'm happy for you, you know. Like, really, really happy." I hug her, my chest warm with her words. Maria has been there through everything. Through my heartbreak, my anger, my fear, and now, through my happiness. A glass clinks against silver, drawing everyone's attention toward the front of the room. Damon stands there, his suit slightly loosened, his tie nowhere to be found, looking every bit like the menace he is. Ryson groans beside me. "Oh, God!" Damon smirks, raising his glass. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make a toast to our dear, sweet Serena. Or should I say Serena Sinclair?" The guests cheer. I shake my head, hiding a smile. Damon continues. "Now, Ryson, I have to ask, are you sure about this? Because you know if you ever mess up, I will steal her from you. No hesitation." Laughter ripples through the crowd, but Ryson only leans forward, his hand gripping my thigh under the table as he locks eyes with Damon. "You can try," he says smoothly, "but she'd never settle for second best." The crowd oohs and ahs. I tilt my head back, laughing. Damon sighs dramatically. "Fine. I surrender. For now." He raises his glass again. "To Serena and Ryson, may your love be as dramatic as it always has been, but with significantly less attempted murder and public scandals this time around." More laughter, more cheers. Ryson shakes his head, muttering, "Idiot," but he lifts his glass anyway. clinking it against mine before taking a sip of champagne. I turn to him, watching the way his lips curve as he drinks, how the candlelight flickers in his eyes. The music shifts. A familiar melody hums through the air, and my heart stutters. Ryson's gaze flicks to mine, and he stands, reaching a hand out. Dance with me? I let him pull me to my feet, my fingers lacing through his as he leads me onto the dance floor. The guests fade into the background as the first notes of our song play, the world shrinking until it's just us. He wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me closer, his other hand sliding up my spine to rest between my shoulder blades. You look beautiful. I smile, tilting my head to look at him. You've told me that 100 times today. Not enough, he murmurs, brushing his lips against my temple. We sway to the music, my head resting against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. Ryson, I whisper, my voice catching. I lift my head, my eyes locking onto his. Promise me something. His grip on me tightens, his expression suddenly serious. Anything. Promise me we'll keep fighting for this, for each other, no matter what comes next. His jaw flexes, his thumb brushing circles on my back. I promise, Serena, for as long as forever allows us. Emotion surges in my throat, thick and overwhelming. For as long as forever allows, I echo. His lips brush against mine, slow and reverent, and the world melts away. Around us, our guests cheer. Maria is probably crying. Damon is definitely making some inappropriate comment. But all I feel is him, my husband, my forever. Chapter 57. Serena. The night is warm, the air thick with the aroma of jasmine and the lingering remnants of celebration. Our wedding was a blur of laughter and champagne, of stolen kisses and whispered promises. Now the world is quieter. It's just us. Just the two of us in this moment, standing in the doorway of the honeymoon suite, the night pressing against my skin like the softest of silks. Ryson closes the door behind us, locking out the world. His jacket is already gone, discarded somewhere between the reception and here, and the first few buttons of his top are open, revealing a glimpse of the skin I ache to touch. His tie hangs loose around his neck, the only evidence of the chaos of today. I stand there, still in my wedding dress, still wrapped in lace and tulle, and everything that marked me as a bride, his bride. His eyes move over me, slow and unhurried, as if he's memorizing the sight of me standing here, waiting for him. You're staring, I murmur, stepping out of my heels, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet. His lips twitch, but his gaze never wavers. You're my wife, he says, like he's still letting the words settle inside him. I think I have the right to stare. Something about it makes my breath catch. I step closer, reaching for his tie, tugging at the knot until it unravels. He watches my hands, lets me slide the fabric from his collar before I move on to his buttons. One by one, I undo them, my fingers brushing over warm skin, feeling the heat radiating from his body. His hands come to my waist, fingers grazing the delicate embroidery of my dress. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? I smile, tilting my chin up. I think I have an idea. His lips ghost over mine, not quite a kiss, just enough to make me chase him. You're going to have to remind me that this is real, he murmurs. That you're real, that I get to keep you. You do, I whisper. You always have. I don't give him a chance to pull away. I press up onto my toes, closing the distance, and kiss him. It's slow at first, soft and searching. The kind of kiss that lingers, that says all the things we've already promised, but need to feel again. Then he deepens it. His hands gripping my waist, pulling me flush against him. His fingers find the zipper of my dress, and he moves deliberately, sliding it down my back inch by inch. The fabric loosens, slipping from my shoulders, pooling at my feet in a whisper of lace and satin. His eyes darken as he takes me in, his hands moving over newly bared skin. "Beautiful," he murmurs, his lips trailing down my neck, over my collarbone, lower. I shiver, fingers tangling in his hair. He lifts me before I can think, carrying me to the bed, his body pressing against mine as he lays me down, as if he's afraid to let go. "I love you," he says, his forehead resting against mine. "God, Serena, I love you." I cup his face, running my thumb over his jaw. "Show me." And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 58. Ryson. The ocean stretches endlessly before me, its rhythmic waves kissing the shoreline with a softness that matches the warmth in my heart. The sun hangs low on the horizon, casting golden hues across the water, turning everything into a dreamlike mirage. I sit back in the lounge chair on my private stretch of beach, watching the two people who hold my heart, my wife and my daughter, laughing as they chase each other through the waves. Serena twirls Beverly in the shallow water, her sundress soaked at the hem, her hair wild and free from the sea breeze. Beverly's giggles ring out, high and uninhibited, the kind of sound that makes a man believe in something bigger than himself. I lean back, exhaling slowly, taking in the moment. This is what I was terrified to hope for. 5 years. 5 whole years since I stood in a hospital, waiting to hear if my daughter would carry the same fate I had been so sure would chain me. 5 years since Serena's hands held mine, her unwavering strength anchoring me when I thought I would shatter. 5 years of marriage, of a love so fierce it carved its place inside of me, refusing to be lost. And somehow I'm still here. Somehow, despite all my fears, despite all the nights I laid awake, wondering if I'd wake up to trembling hands or a faltering step. Huntington's has remained nothing more than a ghost in my blood. A cruel joke, maybe. Or maybe a mercy, but I don't waste time questioning it anymore. I just live. Daddy! Beverly's voice snaps me out of my thoughts, and before I can brace myself, she barrels into me. Water dripping from her tiny body, her arms stretched up in demand. Carry me! I chuckle, sweeping her up effortlessly, pressing a kiss to her damp curls. You're getting too big for this, baby girl. She pouts, wrapping her small arms around my neck. No, I'm not. Serena walks up behind us, her skin glistening from the water, her smile soft as she watches us. I'd argue that she is. You carried her all over the house last night, remember? Exactly, Beverly insists, twisting in my arms to point at her mother. See? Daddy always carries me. Serena raises a brow. You little manipulator. Beverly grins, knowing she's won. I set her down, and she immediately starts gathering seashells, her face scrunching in focus. Serena steps closer, threading her fingers through mine. You're staring again, she murmurs. I bring our joined hands to my lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. Can't help it. Her expression softens, her thumb brushing over my wedding ring. Are you happy? There's something about the way she asks, like part of her is still afraid that I'll wake up one day and realize I'm not. I tilt my head watching her, more than I ever thought I could be. She exhales, relief flickering in her eyes, and then she tugs me toward the water. Come swim with us. I glance toward Beverly, who is now constructing what looks like a sandcastle, but might also be an elaborate shell fortress. Think she'll let us? Serena smirks. She'll have no choice. We spend the next hour in the water, splashing and chasing and lifting Beverly onto my shoulders, letting her be as wild and free as childhood should allow. I don't feel like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I just feel light, whole. As the sky turns violet and the smell of grilled food wafts through the air from our beach house, we dry off, laughter still clinging to our skin. Dinner is perfect. Seafood, freshly made pasta, and the kind of easy conversation that makes a house feel like home. But then the door swings open and my stomach knots at the sight of Elliot standing there. He doesn't look panicked, but he doesn't look calm either. I stand, my chair scraping against the floor. Elliot! Serena glances at me, worry flashing in her eyes. He steps forward, expression unreadable, and then he places a thick folder on the table. You need to see this. I hesitate. Did someone set the company on fire? He exhales. No. Then, after a pause, but this is more important. I reach for the folder, my fingers brushing against the seal before I stop. Just tell me, I say. Elliot's voice is quiet but firm. There's been a breakthrough. I blink. What? The researchers you've been funding. They made a breakthrough, Ryson. He exhales. There's a new treatment, a preventive one, for people with the Huntington gene who haven't shown symptoms yet. The words don't compute. My grip slackens, the fork slipping from my hand, clattering against the plate. Serena gasps beside me. Beverly glances up, confused. Mommy, Daddy, what's wrong? I can't speak. Serena reaches for me, gripping my hand. Are you saying... She swallows. Are you saying that if Ryson takes it, he'll never get sick? Elliot nods. That's exactly what I'm saying. The room goes silent. I can hear the distant crash of the waves outside, the faint hum of the ceiling fan, the sharp inhale Serena takes as tears well in her eyes. And then I'm moving, grabbing her, pulling her into me, holding her as tightly as I can while my own eyes blur. She sobs against my chest, whispering, "Oh my God. Oh my God." I kiss her. Beverly shifts in her chair, wide-eyed. Why is Mommy crying? Elliot smirks, covering her eyes with his hand. Your parents are being gross. That startles a laugh out of me. I pull back just enough to cup Serena's face, tilting her chin so I can see her. We're free, I whisper. She lets out a breathless laugh, pressing her forehead to mine. Finally. And then I kiss her. This time we aren't kissing with desperation. We aren't holding on to something fragile. We aren't stealing moments we're terrified will slip away. We're kissing because we have forever. For once, time is on our side. Nothing, absolutely nothing, is standing in our way.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.